will not deter away from doing more such murders.
He has called Praveen's killing barbaric, sought strict action into this particular matter. A big revelation coming in right there. That is the story. You heard those reactions also coming in the explosive twist to the Karnataka hate murder case. BJP worker Praveen Nettaru was allegedly killed for supporting Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on 28th. On 29th, Praveen had posted a post on Facebook against the Sar Tan Se Juda, seeking justice for Kanhaiya Lal. He protested Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome killing, and exactly a month after he shared that post, he was hacked to death by 3 killers with machetes. In a shocking incident, BJP worker Praveen Nettaru was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellare, Dakshina Kannada. 3 assailants came on bike with Kerala number plate and attacked him with machetes. After the murder, killers abandoned bike and escaped in a car. In view of this development, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai expressed his deep condolences and assured them that justice is going to be served soon. He condemned that barbaric killing and said stringent action will be taken against killers soon. Right-wing groups have called Bandh in Sulia and Puttur in Dakshina Kannada. They claim PFI, I beg your pardon, and SDPI are behind this murder. The police have formed 5 special teams and have rushed another team to Kerala and have picked up 10 individuals for questioning. Locals, meanwhile, are claiming that the murder was in retaliation of Muslim youth murder in Bellare area.
Yet Portugatand, Undathan, Inchand, and the Yanku Southern of Patu and Portugal and Gutaina. Batu and Portugal and Gutaina. Aulana, Ormalda one day, Yen Bope, Mulu, Alamami Mulurtulina, Ibakabaru, Apoyana Bariavan, Pantera, Yana Popanal, Pandan, Mukamagaku, Malana, Yamati Pono, Altali, Apoyano, Batman, Yana Baturka, as the Popula Popan, Pantatuti.
We have already formed 4 teams which are investigating through different angles. And we are looking into collecting all the evidence, and we are also inquiring with suspects also. Investigation is under progress.
Your Karyakarta has been murdered in Mangalore. What action is the police doing right now? So how is the investigation?
Police is already strong in action. SP is also there in the spot, and they have been constantly in touch with Kasaragod SP because it's a border. The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously, and we are hopeful to nab as soon as possible. All things what is to be done is done. Some of the things we can't express it now.
So some
things will be done.
Some communal angle also is being looked after because locals are claiming PFI, SDPI might be behind.
Probably once the culprits are caught, the whole thing will be known clearly. So but at the outset, it's an organized one.
So last thing, you'll also speak to the Kerala CM. Home Minister said you'll also speak to him to get there also join in.
Our DG has already spoken to Kerala DG. Our SP, Mangalore has spoken to Kasaragod SP. If need be, I'll speak.
Thank you, sir.
ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂತಹ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಪತ್ತೆ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೇಕ ತಂಡಗಳನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕೇರಳ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು, ಊರುಗಳು, ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಓಡೋಗೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಓಡಬರೋದು. ಕೆಲವು ಮತಾಂಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ.
हमारा सिद्धांत सारे राज्य में, देश में हिंदुत्ववाद ज्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए ये मर्डर वाला भी ऐसा काम कर रहा है. इसलिए हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ. इसके बारे में हमारा सिद्धांत के लिए थोड़ा हम क्या क्या करना है और हमारा संगठन और भी मजबूत करना है. और मैं अगेन मैं राष्ट्र के नेताओं को प्रार्थना कर रहा हूँ, हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ता का जीव का मूल्य बहुत ज्यादा है, इसलिए उसको रक्षण करने के लिए क्या कानून लाना है वो लाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करूंगा।
The law and order in the state has crippled and shattered, especially in the last 3 years. We have not witnessed one or two of such incidents. It has been a continuous spree of such killings. It is 30, and this is 31, number 31. And till date, in spite of the government being ruled by the BJP in the state and in the center, not a single case has reached its logical end. So what does it mean? Giving you the latest example of what happened in Shimoga, what is happening to the investigation there? Nobody knows. During those 3-4 days, they made so much of noise, so much of drama, so much of natak, but nothing happened.
बार बार ये जो हत्या हो रही है, बार बार जो ये दंगल कर रहे हैं, इस्लामिक शक्ति जो कर रहे हैं, इनको रोकने के लिए कर्नाटक सरकार विफल हो गई है। मैं कहता हूं एसडीपीआई पीएफआई जैसे समाज घातक देशद्रोही संगठन है, उनको बैन करना चाहिए। इनको बैन करने के लिए पीछे हट रही है बीजेपी सरकार।
Priyanka Rudrapara is now joining us live. Priyanka, what more can you add to the investigation that is going on at the moment in this case?
The police are currently investigating the incident. 8 people have been taken into custody for investigation. However, no arrests have been made so far. This is what the SP Rushikesh Sonanay told India Today. However, the police have stepped up security and beefed up the security everywhere in the bordering districts. And Section 144 has been imposed in the area. There are prohibitory orders as well. I am at the protest site in Bellare where instances of stone pelting took place. Protesters were also lathi charged by the police. Right here is the mosque where the protesters pelted stones, after which the protesters were dispersed from the area, and the protesters were quite angry with the local administration and the BJP leaders here. Nalin Kumar Katil's car was also gerawed, and there were instances where the district BJP president's car was also harmed and pelted stones at during the protest as well. Right now, the police are still investigating the incident from all angles, and the CCTV footage is also being investigated.
All right, Priyanka, thanks so much for joining us with the very latest details right there. We'll continue getting you all the reactions right there. Let's move on to the other big story that we're tracking here on India Today. A massive political war has erupted over Owaisi's remarks on Kavariya's. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi took a jibe at the warmth with which Kavariyas are greeted. He said if Kavariyas are being showered with flower petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses. Attacking the centre, Owaisi said if a Muslim offers prayers in an open place, he would be slapped with the UAPA. Owaisi's comments come after videos of cops massaging Kavariya's legs and flowers being showered at them from helicopter went viral on social media. The BJP came all guns blazing at Owaisi. Madhya Pradesh's Home Minister Narottam Mishra lashed out at AIMIM chief and accused him of indulging in caste politics, called Owaisi's remarks anti-national.
कावड़ियों पर दिए बयान पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब। ओवैसी साहब, कावड़ियों से क्या नाराजगी है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। आप हमारा ट्वीट पढ़ ही नहीं रहे हैं। आप तो हमारे से बेहतरीन हिंदी पढ़ने वाले हैं, हम तो उर्दू जबान बोलने वाले हैं। अब आप इतने सीनियर सहाफ़ी रहकर आप सब हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए, एक समुदाय से डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए। भाई अगर आप कांवर यात्रा पर फूल बरसा हेलीकॉप्टर से टैक्स पेयर का पैसा बहुत अच्छा है। पुलिस ऑफिसर वर्दी में कांवरियों की पैरों की मालिश करता है, बहुत अच्छा है। अलीगढ़ में एक पुलिस स्टेशन है, वहाँ पर एक मुस्लिम ऑफिसर का नाम था, आपने नाम पे निकाला तो बहुत अच्छा है। गोश्त की दुकानें बंद करवा दी, रास्ते में लोहार की दुकान आ रही आपने बंद करवा दिया। भाई मैं क्या जुल्म किया बताइए ना। भाई अगर वो कर सकते हैं और आपको बहुत अच्छा है, वेलकम कर रहे हैं, मुझे भी चंद मिनट की नमाज पढ़ने दीजिए।
पर सरकार तो कहते हैं नमाज पढ़ते ही है
ना, कहाँ पर?
जहाँ पे डेजिग्नेट जगह है,
डेजिग्नेट जगह, ये डेजिग्नेट जगह है, ये सब ये जो हो रहा है डेजिग्नेटेड जगह है क्या बताइए आप? जो हमारे मुल्क के पार्कों में जो होता है रिलीजियस समुदायों का फेस्टिवल होता है, वो क्या रिलीजियस जगह है? हम ये कह रहे हैं इस देश का कोई रिलीजन नहीं है। आर्टिकल 25 के तहत मुझे भी राइट है। हाँ, अगर आर्टिकल 25 में आप कहेंगे कि भाई पब्लिक ऑर्डर कोई क्रिएट हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, क्या किसी को हार्म हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, और नॉन अवेलेबल सेक्शन लगा रहे हैं। अगर लुलू मॉल में तो कौन नमाज पढ़े हमको नहीं मालूम, 18 सेकंड में कोई नमाज होती है और काबे की तरफ भी रुख नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो कौन से खुदा के क़िबले की तरफ रुख करे मुझे नहीं मालूम। ये भी तो समझना चाहिए। आपने अलीगढ़ में एक प्रोफेसर को लीव पे भिजा दिया क्योंकि उसने अपने कॉलेज के लॉन में जाके नमाज पढ़ी। ये सब मिसालें दे रहा हूं ना आपको।
वह केवल एक सूत्रीय एजेंडा लेकर के चल रहे हैं, वोट बैंक अपना खड़ा करने के लिए, चाहे वह कांवड़ लेकर के जा रहे हों या अन्य किसी मेले आदि में आए हों, और सेवा का काम करने का सौभाग्य जिन्हें प्राप्त होता है उसके सुख का अनुभव वो कर सकते हैं। और इस प्रकार से भेदभाव पैदा करने वाली, सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने वाली भाषा बोलना बंद करें।
अभी तो आपको सोचना चाहिए कि ये ओबीसी पत्थर जो फेंकते हैं, पत्थर बरसाते हैं, उन पे मौन क्यों रहते हैं? अगर फूल बरसा रहे हैं तो उन्हें आपत्ति हो रही है। ये चिंता की बात है जो ठीक नहीं है। जाति की राजनीति ओबीसी जी करते हैं। हमारे नेता तो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबकी बात करते हैं। हम लोग वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के सिद्धांत को प्रतिपादित करने वाले लोग हैं, और इसलिए उनकी ये सारी की सारी बातें एक वर्ग को संतुष्ट करने के लिए हैं।
कावड़िया जो सिर्फ भगवान भोले शंकर के भक्त हैं, उनको सम्मान अगर मिल रहा है, फूल बरसाए जा रहे हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा की जा रही है, तो इनको जलन हो रही है, ईर्ष्या हो रही है, इससे भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। और इस तरह की भाषा निश्चित रूप से ये बहुत ही अलगाववादी भाषा है, निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है। हम इसकी घोर निंदा करते हैं। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी को अपने ये इस तरह की हिंदुओं के खिलाफ नफरत भरी, जो शिव भक्तों के खिलाफ नफरत भरी, घृणा भरी जो बातें हैं, ट्वीट है, उसको वापस लेना चाहिए और शिव भक्तों से माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
All right, Amit Bharadwaj is now joining us for the very latest BJP versus AIMIM. What are the political reactions that are coming in with this latest controversies that is brewing over Kavariyas?
Well, absolutely. There's a controversy unfolding after the Asad Owaisi's comments. You know, Asad Owaisi had clearly said that the facilities, he had questioned the facilities that are being provided to the Kamadiyas. He also said that the policemen are giving malis or massage to the Kamadiyas and traffic is being restricted. While for a few minutes, when people from the Muslim community offer prayers, offer namaz, that creates a lot of controversy and it becomes, you know, a political contest. And he has also said that if you are showering flowers on the Kavariyas, at least do not bulldoze the houses of Muslims. So these were the comments made by Asad Owaisi, the MIM chief, and you know, in response to those comments, what we see is that the Deputy Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh government, Keshav Prasad Maurya, has slammed Asad Owaisi. You have Narottam Mishra slamming Asad Owaisi and asking him to comment against those who indulge in stone pelting and similar activities. And you also have people like you know, those from Hindu Mahasabha coming out in open and condemning and attacking Asad Owaisi. So clearly the comments that were made by Asad Owaisi have not gone down well with the BJP leaders as well as the representative of the Hindutva or Hindu outfits such as Hindu Mahasabha. And this entire controversy is clearly further escalating.
Where is the connection between Kavariyas being showered with flowers and the houses of the minority community getting bulldozed? Like, how does he even draw up this particular analogy?
See, the entire analogy or the comparison that he has made in the comment is he's saying that on one side you have all the facilities being given out to the Kamadiyas who are taking out Kamad Yatra during the holy month of Sawan. On the other hand, he is actually you know, making this comment as to how controversies erupt when Muslims offer prayer in public places for a couple of minutes only on Fridays, and that actually becomes a big political controversy. And because of that, in the past we have seen how the governments have responded, on the cases of violence that has happened in UP, in Madhya Pradesh. So he has tried to draw an analogy by comparing these two pictures, by comparing as to what is the government's response to Kawadiyas and what has been the response towards offering of namaz in public places. But clearly, by doing so, he has also steered a big controversy and has given an opportunity to the Bharatiya Janata Party leaders, to the BJP governments in...
All right, Amit, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details. Moving on now. In a big boost to centre, Supreme Court has upheld ED's powers to probe, summon and arrest anyone accused under money laundering. The Supreme Court said ED's procedure for arrest is not arbitrary and agency can attach properties of the accused. The top court added that it is not compulsory to supply an enforcement case information report to the accused and that it cannot be compared to an FIR. Supreme Court also said it's not mandatory for ED to disclose ground of arrest at the time of detaining in money laundering case. Top court made it clear that admissions made before ED is a valid evidence to arrest anyone. Supreme Court's big ruling comes amidst ED heat on Gandhis and many top political leaders.
ED has been upheld. Yes, it has the power to arrest. It has the power to summon, and also the offences for which they were wanting a narrow interpretation, but the court has not agreed. But what I feel is they are not challenging the powers as one thing. They are probably challenging the misuse of the power.
I think one needs to step back for a minute and understand where we are and why this judgment has come. Every act which is passed by Parliament has to meet the constitutional mandate of it being correct or within the four corners of the Constitution. Now, every act is passed with a purpose. This case, the purpose is money laundering and proceeds of crime, as the name and as the objects of the act will make it clear. There were a set of challenges that were coming up with regard to the definitions of proceeds of crime, with regard to the fact whether the ECIR can be treated as an FIR and can it be shared, with regard to the burden of proof.
अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया है प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट और ईडी के जुरिस्डिक्शन को अपहोल्ड किया गया है। कानून अपना काम कर रहा है और कानून के सामने विषयों को रखना ये किसी भी व्यक्ति का अधिकार भी है और यही आवश्यक है। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और जिस तरीके से एक परिवार को कानून से ऊपर समझने के जो कुत्सित प्रयास है, यह इस देश में चलने वाला नहीं। देश कानून से चलता है, देश नियमों से चलता है और नियम सबके लिए बराबर है।
आप खुद देख लीजिए ना कि जो लोगों को टारगेट किया है पिछले 7-8 सालों में सब विपक्ष के लोग हैं। चार्जशीट करना, छापे मारना, समन्स भेजना, नोटिस भेजना, पूछताछ करना, किस सत्ताधारी दल के साथ जो व्यक्ति है उसके साथ हुआ है आज तक? जो विपक्ष में है वो बाय डिफॉल्ट ही उसको आप टारगेट करेंगे, यह स्पष्ट हो चुका है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट कानून थोड़ी बनाएगा, कानून तो देश ने बनाया है, हमारी सरकार के वक्त में कानून बनाया। प्रश्न ईडी के दुरुपयोग का है, संस्था के दुरुपयोग का है। जिस कानून के तहत ये संस्थाएं बनाई गई हैं उनका जिस तरीके से दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है उसके खिलाफ संघर्ष है, उसके खिलाफ ये सत्याग्रह है। इन संस्थाओं की स्वायत्तता बचानी है। ईडी जो पास्ट ईडी रहे हैं या जो लोग इन संस्थाओं की स्वायत्तता के हामी हैं वो सब ट्वीट रहे हैं कि किस तरीके की सरकार है, इसने सारी संस्थाओं को अपना कैप्टिव बना दिया है।
ये सरकार सिर्फ परेशान करने के लिए अपने जो पॉलिटिकल इनके ओपोनेंट्स हैं उनके लिए एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा उन पे अनलीश करे जा रही है। पीएमएलए बनाया किसने है? कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट ने, यूपीए की गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया था। हम उसको ये नहीं कह रहे, हम कह रहे हैं उसका दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि पीएमएलए होना नहीं चाहिए, किसी सोच समझ के साथ बनाया था, लेकिन उसका उपयोग आज उसका इस्तेमाल पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स के लिए हो रहा है। जिस काम के लिए है उसकी जगह इसका देखा नहीं जा रहा।
Sonia was being quizzed by the central agency for 3 hours. Meanwhile, Congress is on a warpath and has come out all guns blazing on the ED's summons. Congress MPs took out a protest march from the Parliament to the President's house. Cops blocked them as no permission was given to hold the march. Section 144 has been imposed in and around Rashtrapati Bhavan, causing massive distress to the Aam Aadmi. Congress workers also stopped a train in Mumbai's Borivali amidst rush hour rail traffic. On Tuesday, Sonia was questioned by ED for over 6 hours. Rahul Gandhi led the sit-in protest with Congress leaders and marched from Parliament to President's house. Previously, Rahul also was questioned by the ED in connection with the National Herald case. Rahul was grilled by the ED for over 54 hours across 5 days.
अब आज तीसरी दिन है, तीसरी बार है और पता नहीं वो कब तक बुलाएं। ईडी का आतंक है देश के अंदर। ये आतंक मचा रखा है, इनका अलग ही तरीका है तफ्तीश करने का भी, अरेस्ट करने का भी, बयान लेने का भी। इनको एक प्रकार से सीबीआई से ज्यादा पावर मिली हुई है। इनकम टैक्स जाता है, वहां चले जाते हैं लोग। तो एक इश्यू बन गया देश के अंदर। उसको भारत सरकार को खुद को चाहिए कि डेमोक्रेसी में उचित नहीं है।
The issue is not about summoning or questioning. What has become a disturbing trend, that laws are being more and more being made draconian, which threaten the very foundational values of Indian Constitution. Weaponization of laws and their use to target and humiliate should not take place.
राहुल गांधी से 5 दिन कई घंटों दर्जनों घंटे आपने बातचीत की। उसी केस के लिए सोनिया जी को फिर बुलाने की क्या जरूरत है? इस हालत में मिसेस गांधी को इतनी बार बार ईडी के सामने, एजेंसीज के सामने बुलाना उचित नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है। जो कार्रवाई उन्होंने की है, कागज उनके पास है, राहुल गांधी से पूछताछ की है। अब इन बिचारी औरत को क्यों परेशान करते हैं?
आपसे आपके भ्रष्टाचार का सवाल पूछे तो चोर मचाए शोर। यही स्थिति आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की बन चुकी है और ये कहते हैं कि ये महात्मा गांधी का सत्याग्रह है। ये महात्मा गांधी जी का सत्याग्रह नहीं, ये राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी का हत्याग्रह है। ये महात्मा गांधी के सिद्धांतों के हत्या का स्कैमाग्रह है।
Slipping to a break. When we return, Bengal cash for job scam gets bigger. Partha Chatterjee accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard using fabricated documents.
You are watching India Today.
Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated Draupadi Murmu after the swearing-in ceremony. It's a watershed moment for India as she takes charge as the next president. She is the second woman president of India and the first president to hail from the tribal community. This historic moment has also been noticed by the international community. In an official statement, the Chinese president said that he wants a healthy and stable China-India relationship. He added that he wants to work with Murmu to enhance political mutual trust, deepen practical cooperation, properly handle differences, and push bilateral ties forward on the right track. Not just China, Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe also extended his congratulations to President Murmu. Moscow also extended their congratulations. Putin, via an official statement, said, "I hope your activities as the head of state will promote further development of the Russian-Indian political dialogue." Draupadi Murmu was sworn in as the 15th President of India. She defeated opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha and received 2,824 votes. Are you Gen Z or are you a millennial? Well, if you were born in the late 80s and early 90s, you can call yourself a millennial. And if you were born in the late 90s and early 2000s, you are Gen Z. Regardless of who you are, Gen Z or millennial, there is a study which Deloitte has conducted and it does reveal something about you. So Deloitte's study basically explains that whether you are Gen Z or millennial, you are highly likely to have a side job. And side jobs are basically in addition to your primary paying job. Now, that side job can be anything from being a social media influencer to selling products online. The study said that about 62% of Indian Gen Zs and 51% of Indian millennials had side jobs. Let's look at a detailed breakdown of who's doing what. Now, 35% of Gen Zs and 34% of millennials have a side job as a social media influencer, while 26% of Gen Zs and 31% of millennials work for not-for-profit organizations. Selling products or services through online platforms has been taken up by 25% of Gen Zs and 27% of millennials, while 24% Gen Zs and 25% millennials are pursuing artistic ambitions. 23% of Gen Zs and 30% of millennials write, host a blog, podcast, or newsletter. Now, this Deloitte study has been done over a sample size of 801 respondents from India, which is fairly small. As per the sample size, the responses that they've got, it suggests that the global average of financial concerns exceeds the financial concerns in India. However, the global inflation rate is projected to increase to 6.7% in 2022, and India's retail inflation rose by 7.79% in April 2022. Now, despite rising inflation, over 2/3 of Gen Zs and around 8 in 10 millennials feel confident that they'll be able to retire comfortably and pay all their monthly expenses. The rising inflation in the country could be one of the major reasons why most Gen Zs and millennials are taking up a side hustle. And as the survey suggests that there is financial security amongst Gen Zs and millennials in India, that could be because of the secondary stream of income that they have. But again, the sample size for Deloitte study is 801. Now, it may be an ideal situation that you have a secondary stream of income, but if you were to consider this in the long run, how sustainable is it to have two jobs at the same time? It may not be easy because there are external factors that also need to be considered that might stop Gen Zs and millennials from doing a...
You are watching India Today.
The heat is mounting on Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee over his alleged role in the Bengal job scam. The Enforcement Directorate watchdog quizzed Partha for over 5 hours on the hoards of cash, jewellery and government documents found at his aide Arpita's house. Meanwhile, another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has appeared before the ED in the same case. Raids were conducted at his place recently, resulting in recovery of many crucial documents related to the alleged recruitment scam. ED's Bengal raids have opened a can of worms as more revelations emerge against Partha, with a High Court petition stating that at least 10 of his bodyguards' kin were allegedly given jobs as government teachers.
Is on sub judice because the investigation is going on. I don't know what will be the outcome of investigation, and Honorable Chief Minister, she has categorically said that if there is anything adverse comes, then the government will take action.
Health report of West Bengal government has come and it shows that it is positive for TMC, too much corruption. But some in the West Bengal government are saying it is too much coincidence. Can it be too much coincidence now that pictures have also appeared that Arpita was sharing the official stage of the TMC on several occasions? Is it too much coincidence that the same Arpita was being praised by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the presence of Partha Chatterjee in a public program and she was lauding her for the good work? Is this all too much coincidence or is it too much corruption?
पार्टी को तोड़ना बनाना एजेंसियों का काम नहीं है. जो घपला घोटाला हुआ है उसको उजागर करना है और सही उपयोग करके सही जगह पर आज पहुंची है एजेंसियां, तभी इतनी नोटों की बंडल मिल रही है. इतने सारा मिलने के बाद भी जो देखिए आंख चुरा रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, पब्लिक इनको क्या बोलेगा? इसलिए पब्लिक से आप वोट लिए थे. 21 में जीत गए, बोले 21 करोड़ लूट लेंगे. ये अधिकार किसने दिया आपको?
A mega India Today exclusive. India Today has tracked one of the many companies run by Arpita Mukherjee allegedly to launder money from the job scam. One such company, HA Entertainment Private Limited, is located at Kaspa, Rajkanda in South Kolkata that could have been used to transfer money in multi-crore SSC recruitment scam. Security of the premises claims that Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee used to visit this place often to meet Arpita Mukherjee at her office. The premises were also used for shooting Arpita's films and often doubled up as a marriage hall. The sale deeds of the company were recovered by the ED officials during the raid at the residence of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. Meanwhile, ED has also raided another office whose one of the directors happens to be Arpita Mukherjee.
দেখুন এখানটায় অর্পিতা মুখার্জি আমরা যে ম্যাডাম বলে জানি, এই ঘটনার পর অর্পিতা মুখার্জি যে এই মেয়ে আমরা জানতে পারলাম। আগে হচ্ছে কি অর্পিতা ম্যাডাম যে এরকম মানে ওই যে আমরা জানতাম না, আমরা জানতাম আমাদের ম্যাডাম, বুঝতে পেরেছেন?
উনি ম্যাডাম হিসেবে মানে ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতেন।
হ্যাঁ আমরা ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতাম, কারণ আমাদের পেটা উনি মানে কোম্পানিকে করতেন, কোম্পানি আমাদের করতে হয়।
The sale deeds of a company that have been recovered during the raids by ED officials from the resident of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, and there are more information that are coming in during the interrogation and probe that has been going on SSC recruitment scam. We are given to understand this particular company, Ichhe Entertainment Private Limited, is one of the company. The deeds of that company and many papers have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's residence during the raids by ED officials. Now, what we have learned that Arpita Mukherjee, a close associate of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, is one of the the directors of this particular company. Now, this one, another company which are under scanner that are believed to be used in transferring the funds and which are being probed by Enforcement Directorate. They are probing, they are trying to look out and reach out whereabouts of these companies. Now what we are given to understand, this particular place belongs to Arpita Mukherjee. The name of the house is Ichhe, and the company's name that has been written on the letterbox is Ichhe Entertainment Private Limited. It is at the Rajdanga, which is in the Koshba area of Kolkata, now which are under scanner of Enforcement Directorate. With camera person Prashun, this is Ritik from Kolkata for India Today.
Slipping to a break. When we return, amidst the raging nudity row, actor Ranveer Singh has got some crucial life lessons from none less than Tata Group Chairman N. Chandrasekharan.
You are watching India Today.
I was just talking to Arjun and Tara, and we were discussing about how you all have shot during the pandemic, how difficult it was. Please tell me your journey. How was it for you?
I think it was just like a constant fear, living in the fear with mask on camera, like on set. We didn't have masks while we were doing the scenes, and then immediately after the scene was done, we were wearing a mask. It was just a constant fear sort of situation, but I mean, to be honest, grateful enough to be getting an opportunity to start our work again. The only issue I would say is because we had to go through another lockdown in between, to get in and get out of the character was a little hard, because after like 2-3 months you have to go back to it. That was sort of hard.
You had to maintain a physicality for this particular role that you're playing in Ek Villain?
I do have a part which I can't talk about, but yeah, I had something. Something. I'm so scared to say something that I'm not able to, I'm not allowed to speak, but yeah, I had to.
Like, did you have to put on weight or lose weight, or what was the brief about your?
I had to be a little more fit, is what I'm gonna say. I don't think Mohit sir is into losing weight or putting on weight. He never asked his girls to do that. But if you are, if you want to do something, you're always more than welcome. And I had to be a certain shape, I would say, not really putting on or putting off weight. And yeah, I had to just maintain that.
So, like you said, Mohit lets you be who you are.
Yeah.
You are very good with your Instagram is filled with things that even I wouldn't dare to try.
No, I'm sure you'll be better than me if you try.
No ways. But did that skill of yours was utilized in Equivalent Returns?
Who knows? You're asking me slyly all those questions.
Very nicely.
I'm nervous about
something that you can reveal to us that the audiences are.
Who knows? You'll see it in a week now. It's just coming out on 29th.
Yes. And so, like you said, it's just a week. What kind of mindset are you right now? Nervous? Happy? What is the state of mind?
Combination of everything, I guess. And to be honest, we are kind of lucky because we are busy promoting, so we're not thinking a lot. But when you go back home, we see the review.
You are watching India Today.
Amidst the raging nudity row, actor Ranveer Singh got some crucial life lessons from none less than Tata Group Chairman N. Chandrasekharan. The Tata boss, renowned for his disciplined life and unparalleled journey to the top of India's corporate world, had one simple advice to the start to maintain work-life balance. In simple words, tension nahi lene ka, gyan nahi dene ka, or do not take needless stress and do not preach. The engrossing interaction took place at the IAA Leadership Awards 2022, which honored the best in marketing, advertising and media. Take a listen in.
I genuinely want to know. Sir, I'm always wanting to improve myself as a professional so I can be more high output, so I can achieve excellence more efficiently. And I find this one department in the way that I work that I really need improvement and advice in is time management. Somebody of your stature has probably aced that over the years. Please give me some tips, or us all, tips and advice on time management, sir.
Sir, I believe one thing. Tension nahi lene ka, gyan nahi dene ka.
Also, sir, I'm at a strange crossroads in my life where I don't know. I'm a little bit confused about my own life choices. I feel like I want to build a legacy. And then this is what I want. This is my desire and ambition for myself personally. I want to build a legacy. I want to look back on a great filmography and a contribution to the arts and to entertainment and feel like I contributed something, that my body of work may live on beyond, that I entertained people while I was there. And sometimes I feel like, does that require from morning to night, from the time you wake up to the time you go to sleep, a singular focus? Every ounce, every iota of my time and energy is devoted towards trying to achieve that one thing versus achieving it through a balance in life. More time for oneself, more time for friends, more time for family. I don't know whether it's almost like there are two sides to me. One guy who wants to be singularly focused doing one thing only, and another guy who thinks it may be wiser to live a more balanced life. Few words on that, sir.
I know you have a long career ahead, but I still want to already tell you that whatever you want to achieve, already achieved. So already you have made a mark, and already
Thank you, sir.
You have you established yourself in more than one way. See, at least from my perspective, I think the two things you are saying is not contrary. I feel focus doesn't mean that you don't do other things. At least I find that my focus gets better and I get better solutions if I'm more balanced. If I just go at one thing like a maniac, I don't think I get an optimal output.
Thank
So,
you, sir.
that's
I
what
think I have my answer. Thank you so much, sir.
Let's also listen in to Rajkumar Rao amidst the raging nude photo shoot controversy.
Everybody. I'm sure there are people who have also liked it. Yeah, people have the right to their opinion. No? Yeah. Some people can like it, some people cannot. But I think we should not decide what to do, what not to do. Depends on social media and other people's perception. You should do without harming anyone. If you want to do something, go ahead and do it.
Well, that's it from me, Chaiti Nanula, on this bulletin. But take a look at this report of mine. Climate change and fashion, a term which is now gaining prominence more than ever before, thanks to the increasing talk around fast fashion being one of the most polluting industries world over. Hence, sustainability in fashion becomes key, and top couturiers of the country support it and show you ways of how can we all contribute to sustainability in fashion. Here's a look. A recent fashion report by Earth.org focused on climate change and fashion. According to the report, fashion and its supply chain were touted to be the third largest polluting industry after food and construction. The report shed some light on how fast fashion contributed to emissions that accounted to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, releasing 1.2 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. Big brands and top designers in India are now focused heavily on sustainability and are doing their bit to make the earth more sustainable.
This generation of Greta Thunberg is going to change the way we live and consume things on planet. I am very sure about it.
The generation of Greta Thunberg?
It's going to change. Like my daughter, who's 6-year-old, she knows plastic is bad for the planet. We should buy less. She knows it. The worst thing which can happen if you allow West to define sustainability for you.
Yeah.
They are sustainability through a keyhole. Very myopic view. Material, sustainable.
First of all, couture, because it's luxury, is the finest example of sustainability. We make clothes which endure, which stand the test of time. I've had my brides from 27, 28 years back coming now with their clothes we made for them, with their daughters who want them altered to their sizes. So if that's not sustainability, I don't know what is.
The need of the hour is less production in fast fashion. To many big couturiers today, going sustainable also means repurposing pieces. For instance, teaming your wedding trousseau choli with denims and a cape, or for that matter, using the lehenga you have just recently worn for a sangeet with a bomber jacket for a party. It's all possible.
We always, when the brides come in, it's one of the services we do. We say, okay, you wear this at your wedding. Then you take the choli and you wear it with a plain sari or a concept sari. You take the dupatta and you do beautiful kalidar kurta. Today, young women will wear a lehenga with a satin shirt to another friend's engagement. So you make this into 4 things.
For many couturiers, it is about using eco-friendly materials, natural fabrics, or more sustainable fibers like silk. Of late, consumers have the active choice to go ahead and reuse their clothing, shop less, repurpose those statement couture pieces. The option also exists
to make an active choice to buy clothing made from fabrics like better cotton, linen, eco-friendly silks, hemp, and many options which are now available for the discerning consumer. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today.
You are watching India Today.
Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss will be the candidates going forward to a final ballot of Conservative Party members.
After multiple rounds of voting, former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has emerged as the front-runner in the race to become the country's next Prime Minister. He bagged 137 votes in the fifth and final ballot. Close behind is Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who won the support of 113 MPs. Rishi and Liz will now try to win support at election meetings and national debates over the next 6 weeks. And the UK will have its new Prime Minister by September 5th. If Sunak wins, he will be the first person of colour to lead the country. And if Truss wins, she will be the third woman Prime Minister of Britain after Margaret Thatcher and Theresa May.
I will campaign as a Conservative and I will govern as a Conservative. I can lead, I can make tough decisions and I can get things done. I am ready to be Prime Minister from day one.
A central figure in Britain's efforts to support Ukraine during the Ukraine-Russia war.
It's very important at this time that we keep up the pressure on Vladimir Putin by supplying more weapons to Ukraine, by increasing the sanctions.
A vocal supporter of former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Mary Elizabeth Truss, aka Liz Truss, has been the Foreign Secretary of the UK since 2021. As Foreign Secretary, she was at the forefront of several trade deals signed after Brexit. Her rise to the top of the Conservative Party has been anything but straightforward. Born in Oxford in 1975 to left-wing parents, Truss attended state schools in Paisley and Leeds. Her father was a well-known math lecturer at the University of Leeds, while her mother was a nurse and a teacher. At 18, Truss studied politics, philosophy and economics at Merton College in Oxford. There she was president of the Oxford University Liberal Democrats.
We Liberal Democrats believe in opportunity for all.
In 1996, she switched sides and joined the Conservative Party after working as a commercial manager at Shell. Truss was elected as a councillor in Greenwich in 2006 and then as MP for South West Norfolk in 2010, a seat she's held ever since. The 46-year-old has been dubbed by some fans as the new Iron Lady. She's known to emulate former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher, sometimes copying her outfits with attention to detail. Truss has long cited her political idol Thatcher as an inspiration and even appeared to emulate her style during the first leadership debate. Like Thatcher, she's also a free marketeer, admired for her tough and direct attitude to politics and her libertarian views on economics and trade.
You are watching India Today.
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. A public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection. Many experts say that looking at the kind of information that is available right now, it is highly unlikely that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions. In fact, here are the kind of comparisons that are being made. Monkeypox, because is not extremely transmissible, it's unlikely that the entire population will be vulnerable to it. Very, very unlikely. So having measures like lockdowns, etc., that worked to a great extent in the COVID-19 pandemic clearly will not work here, and they're not even going to be required, is what many experts are saying. In fact, they also go on to say that you will see cases increase. In fact, cases of monkeypox will be seen in the general population as well, not only just in men having sex with men, but even in the general population. But that does not mean that it will assume pandemic proportions.
We don't have to worry that this will spread to everybody. While everybody might be at risk, it can be prevented mostly by making sure that there are hygienic practices, and those who are infected are isolated completely without the contact of other healthy individuals.
He's done that in the past as well, 6 times. In 2009, H1N1 virus, also known as Mexican flu, swine flu in normal parlance, was declared a public health emergency of international concern. It eventually went on to assume pandemic proportions and was declared a pandemic as well. Then we've had cases in 2014, 16 and 19 wherein Zika virus, Ebola, even polio virus outbreak was declared a public health emergency of international concern. On the 30th of January 2020, COVID-19 was declared a public health emergency of international concern. 2 months later, in the month of March, it was declared a pandemic by the World Health Organization. But not all public health emergencies assume pandemic proportions. Ebola, Zika have been around for a while now, even the polio virus, for example, but they have not assumed pandemic proportions. So there is no reason to believe that monkeypox will assume pandemic proportions.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices. Watching India Today.
Very good evening and thanks so much for being with us here on India Today. I'm Chaiti Narula joining you with all the top stories. Let's start with the headlines first. BJP Yuva Morcha leader butchered by bike-borne assailants in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. Saffron Group's takeout stir claimed role of radical PFI and SDPI.
The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously and we are hopeful to nab as soon as possible.
Stunning twist to the Karnataka hate killing. BJP worker Praveen shared a cartoon supporting Kanhaiya Kumar, who backed Nupur Sharma a month before his murder. Big boost to centre amid Sonia's ED grilling. Top court upholds ED's right to probe, summon and arrest cases of money laundering. BJP says Modi government's corruption fight vindicated. Congress stages massive protest amid Sonia's ED grilling in Herald money laundering case. India Today accesses Sonia's answers Congress chief, like son Rahul, blames late Motilal Vora for Herald deals. Bengal cash for job scam gets bigger. Partha Chatterjee accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard using fabricated documents. ED says that the TMC minister is feigning ignorance. Unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old girl ends life in Sivakasi. Fourth suspected suicide of students in 11 days. Breaking news coming in. Massive anger over BJP youth workers' murder. Now BJP workers' last rites in Bellare. Meanwhile, sitting MLA Renukacharya threatens resignation if action is not taken over the hate murder. So there's huge anger over BJP youth workers' murder. Now the BJP workers' last rites are taking place. Meanwhile, there is sitting MLA Renukacharya who has threatened resignation if action is not taken over hate murder. Priyanka, my colleague, is now joining us for the very latest. Priyanka, what is going on? We can see a lot of anger over the youth workers' murder, and the other big question is, where does the investigation stand in terms of this murder?
The last rites of Praveen, the BJP Youth Wing Yuva Morcha worker who was murdered last night, have taken place. His family members and his supporters and people from the village have gathered here to extend their support and condolences to the family. Now remember, Praveen was murdered last night by 3 bike-borne assailants, and the police are still investigating the incident. He was the sole breadwinner of the family and is survived by his parents and a wife here in Bellare. Now the police say that they're still investigating the incident. CCTV footage is being examined. So far, at least 8 people have been taken into custody for investigation as well. Earlier in the day, protesters had gathered in Bellare in huge numbers and raised slogans and anger at the BJP government in the state. BJP leaders Nalin Kumar Katil and Sunil Kumar had also visited the protest site. Katil's car was geared by the protesters, and there were instances of lathi charging and stone pelting was also reported. The protesters pelted stones at a mosque at the protest site, after which they were dispersed. A lot of chaos and mayhem was reported at the protests, who were angry with the state government and the BJP leaders for their inaction over the incident, and claimed that the party workers, especially the youth BJP workers in the state, are not being taken care of or protected.
All right. That's the latest coming in right there. Stay on with us. We will come back to you for more on this story that is coming in. There are lots of developments on the story, actually. It's an explosive twist to Karnataka hate murder case. BJP worker Praveen Nettaru was allegedly killed for supporting Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on 28th of June. On 29th of June, Praveen had posted a post on Facebook against Sartan se Juda, seeking justice for Kanhaiya Lal. He protested Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome killing. Exactly a month after he shared the post, he was hacked to death by 3 killers with machetes. BJP has called Praveen's killing barbaric and has sought strict action into this matter.
This brutal murder needs to be investigated from various angles. One, for sharing the Kanhaiya Lal, supporting the Kanhaiya Lal, and other is the murder which is being spoken about, retaliation murder, which is not confirmed. This modus operandi, even we have seen in Bangalore, one of our Karyakarta, Rushikesh, was similarly murdered by PFI activists in Shivaji Nagar. This is not the first time it is happening. Unfortunately, all these criminals have not been punished as swiftly unless these criminals are hanged to death through judiciary. Such activities, those who perpetrate such actions will not deter away from doing more such murders.
In a shocking incident, BJP worker Praveen Nettaru was hacked to death by unidentified people in Bellare, Dakshina Kannada. The three assailants who came on bike with Kerala number plate and attacked him with machetes. After the murder, killers abandoned bike and escaped in a car. In view of this development, Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai expressed his deep condolences and assured them that justice is going to be served soon. He condemned the barbaric killing and said stringent action is going to be taken against killers soon. Right-wing groups have called Bandh in Sulia and Puttur Taluk in Dakshin Kannada. They claim PFI and SDPI are behind this murder. Police have formed 5 special teams and have rushed another team to Kerala and have picked up 10 individuals for questioning. Locals, meanwhile, are claiming that the murder was in retaliation of Muslim youth murder in Bellare area.
ಏತು ಬರ್ತು ಗೊತ್ತಾಂಡು ಒಂದು ಆತನ ಇಂಚ ಆಂಡು ಒಂದು
ಎಂಗು ಗೊತ್ತಿ ಎಂಗು ಸಾಧಾರಣ ಪಂಜ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಹೊರತುಗಡೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿನ 10 ಗಂಟೆ ಹೊರತುಗಡೆ ಗೊತ್ತಾಯಿನ ಅವಳೇನ ವರ್ಮಲ್ ತಗೊಂಡೆ ಏನು ಬೋಪೆ ಮೂಳು ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾಮಿ ಮೂಳು ಒತ್ತಿ ಉಳ್ಳೈನ ಈ ಬೆಕ್ಕ ಬರೋಡು ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯೋಡು ಪಂಟೇರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋಪನಾಳು ಪಂಡೇನು ಮುಖ ಮಗಕ್ಕೆ ಜಮಾತಿ ಪೋನು ಅಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಬತ್ತರ್ಕ ಏನು ಪೋಪಣ್ಣ ಪೋಪು ಜನ ಪಂಡದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿ
Your Karyakarta has been murdered in Mangalore. What action is the police doing right now? So how is the investigation?
Police is already strong in action. SP is also there in the spot, and they have been constantly in touch with Kasaragod SP because it's a border. The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously, and we are hopeful to nab as soon as possible. All things what is to be done is done. Some of the things we can't express it now.
So some
things will be done.
Some communal angle also is being looked after because locals are claiming PFI, SDPI might be behind.
Probably once the culprits are caught, the whole thing will be known clearly. So but at the outset, it's an organized one.
So last thing, you'll also speak to the Kerala CM. Home Minister said you'll also speak to him to get there also join in.
Our DG has already spoken to Kerala DG. Our SP Mangalore has spoken to Kasaragod SP. If need be, I'll speak.
Thank you, sir.
ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾತಾಡಿದ್ದೀನಿ. ಮಂಗಳೂರಿನಲ್ಲಿರುವಂಥ ನಮ್ಮ ಹಿರಿಯ ಅಧಿಕಾರಿಗಳು ವಿಶೇಷವಾಗಿ ಪತ್ತೆ ಕಾರ್ಯದಲ್ಲಿ ಶ್ರಮಿಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಅನೇಕ ತಂಡಗಳನ್ನು ರಚನೆ ಮಾಡಿ ಕಳಿಸಿದ್ದೀವಿ. ಕೇರಳ ಮತ್ತು ಕರ್ನಾಟಕದ ಬಾರ್ಡರ್ನಲ್ಲಿರುವ ಹಳ್ಳಿಗಳು ಊರುಗಳು ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಅಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಓಡೋಗೋದು, ಅಲ್ಲಿ ಮಾಡಿ ಇಲ್ಲಿಗೆ ಓಡಿ ಬರೋದು. ಕೆಲವು ಮತಾಂಧ ಶಕ್ತಿಗಳು ಮೊದಲಿಂದನೂ ಕೂಡ ಕರಾವಳಿಯಲ್ಲಿ ಈ ಕೃತ್ಯ ಮಾಡ್ಕೊಂಡು ಬಂದಿದ್ದಾವೆ.
हमारा सिद्धांत सारे राज्य में देश में हिंदुत्ववाद ज्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए ये मर्डर वाला भी ऐसा काम कर रहा है. इसलिए हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ. इसके बारे में हमारा सिद्धांत के लिए थोड़ा हम क्या क्या करना है और हमारा संगठन और भी मजबूत करना है. और मैं राष्ट्र के नेताओं को प्रार्थना कर रहा हूँ. हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ता का जीव का मूल्य बहुत ज्यादा है, इसलिए उसको रक्षण करने के लिए क्या कानून लाना है वो लाने के लिए मैं उनसे प्रार्थना करूँगा.
इनिशियली रिपोर्ट जो आ रहा है केरल का जो एसडीपीआई और पीएफआई का लिंक है, पुलिस इन्वेस्टिगेट कर रहा है. लेकिन इसके लिए जो पीएफआई और एसडीपीआई को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहे हैं. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं इसीलिए. लेकिन हमारे सरकार उधर जो है सख्त कार्रवाई करेगी और जो कल्प्रिट्स है दे विल बी ब्रॉट टू बुक.
The law and order in the state has crippled and shattered, especially in the last 3 years. We have not witnessed 1 or 2 of such incidents. It has been a continuous spree of such killings. It is 30, and this is 31, number 31. And till date, in spite of the government being ruled by the BJP in the state and in the center, not a single case has reached its logical end. So what does it mean? Giving you the latest example of what happened in Shumaga, what is happening to the investigation there? Nobody knows. During those 3-4 days, they made so much of noise, so much of drama, so much of natak, but nothing happened.
बार बार ये जो हत्या हो रही है, बार बार जो ये दंगल कर रहे हैं, इस्लामिक शक्ति जो कर रहे हैं, इनको रोकने के लिए कर्नाटक सरकार विफल हो गई है। मैं कहता हूँ एसडीपीआई, पीएफआई जैसे समाज घातक देशद्रोही संगठन है, उनको बैन करना चाहिए। इनको बैन करने के लिए पीछे हट रही है बीजेपी सरकार।
A massive political war has erupted over OAC's remarks on Kanhaiya's. AIMIM chief OAC took a jibe at warmth with which Kanhaiyas are greeted. AIMIM chief said if Kanhaiyas are being showered with flower petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses. Attacking the centre, OAC said if a Muslim offers prayers in an open place, he would be slapped with UAPA. OAC's comments are coming after videos of cops massaging Kanhaiya's legs and flowers being showered at them from helicopter went viral on social media. The BJP came all guns blazing at OAC. Madhya Pradesh's Home Minister Narottam Mishra lashed out at AIMIM chief and accused him of doing caste politics and called OAC's remarks anti-national.
कावड़ियों पर दिए बयान पर बात करने के लिए हमारे साथ मौजूद हैं असदुद्दीन ओवैसी साहब। ओवैसी साहब, कावड़ियों से क्या नाराजगी है?
नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं। आप हमारा ट्वीट पढ़ ही नहीं रहे हैं। आप तो हमारे बेहतरीन हिंदी पढ़ने वाले हैं, हम तो उर्दू ज़बान बोलने वाले हैं। अब आप इतने सीनियर सहाफ़ी रहकर आप सब हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए, एक समुदाय से डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए। भाई अगर आप कांवड़ यात्रा पर फूल बरसा हेलीकॉप्टर से, टैक्स पेयर का पैसा बहुत अच्छा है। पुलिस ऑफिसर वर्दी में कांवड़ियों की पैरों की मालिश करता है, बहुत अच्छा है। अलीगढ़ में एक पुलिस स्टेशन है, वहाँ पर एक मुस्लिम ऑफिसर का नाम था, आपने नाम को निकाला तो बहुत अच्छा है। गोश्त की दुकानें बंद करवा दी, रास्ते में लोहार की दुकान आ रही आपने बंद करवा दिया। भाई मैं क्या जुल्म किया बताइए ना। भाई अगर वो कर सकते हैं और आपको बहुत अच्छा है, वेलकम कर रहे हैं, मुझे भी चंद मिनट की नमाज पढ़ने दीजिए।
पर सरकार तो कहते हैं नमाज पढ़ते ही है
ना, कहाँ पर?
जहाँ पे डेजिग्नेट जगह है,
डेजिग्नेट जगह, ये डेजिग्नेट जगह है, ये सब ये जो हो रहा है डेजिग्नेटेड जगह है क्या बताइए आप? जो हमारे मुल्क के पार्कों में जो होता है रिलीजियस समुदायों का फेस्टिवल होता है, वो क्या डेजिग्नेटेड जगह है? हम ये कह रहे हैं इस देश का कोई रिलीजन नहीं है। आर्टिकल 25 के तहत मुझे भी राइट है। हाँ, अगर आर्टिकल 25 में आप कहेंगे कि भाई पब्लिक ऑर्डर कोई क्रिएट हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, क्या किसी को हार्म हो रहा है, नहीं हो रहा है, और नॉन अवेलेबल सेक्शन लगा रहे हैं। अगर लुलू मॉल में तो कौन नमाज पढ़े हमको नहीं मालूम, 18 सेकंड में कोई नमाज होती है और काबे की तरफ भी रुख नहीं कर रहे हैं। वो कौन से खुदा के क़िबले की तरफ रुख करें मुझे नहीं मालूम। ये भी तो समझना चाहिए। आपने अलीगढ़ में एक प्रोफेसर को लीव पे भिजा दिया क्योंकि उसने अपने कॉलेज के लॉन में जाके नमाज पढ़ी। ये सब मिसालें दे रहा हूँ ना आपको।
वह केवल एक सूत्रीय एजेंडा लेकर के चल रहे हैं, वोट बैंक अपना खड़ा करने के लिए, चाहे वह कांवड़ लेकर के जा रहे हों या अन्य किसी मेले आदि में आए हों। और सेवा का काम करने का सौभाग्य जिन्हें प्राप्त होता है उसके सुख का अनुभव वो कर सकते हैं। और इस प्रकार से भेदभाव पैदा करने वाली, सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने वाली भाषा बोलना बंद करें।
अभी तो आपको सोचना चाहिए कि ये ओबीसी पत्थर जो फेंकते हैं, पत्थर बरसाते हैं, उन पे मौन क्यों रहते हैं? अगर फूल बरसा रहे हैं तो उन्हें आपत्ति हो रही है। ये चिंता की बात है जो ठीक नहीं है। जाति की राजनीति ओबीसी जी करते हैं। हमारे नेता तो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबकी बात करते हैं। हम लोग वसुधैव कुटुंबकम के सिद्धांत को प्रतिपादित करने वाले लोग हैं और इसलिए उनकी ये सारी की सारी बातें एक वर्ग को संतुष्ट करने के लिए हैं।
कावड़िया जो सिर्फ भगवान भोले शंकर के भक्त हैं, उनको सम्मान अगर मिल रहा है, फूल बरसाए जा रहे हैं, उनकी सुरक्षा की जा रही है, तो इनको जलन हो रही है, ईर्ष्या हो रही है, इससे भी पेट में दर्द हो रहा है। और इस तरह की भाषा निश्चित रूप से ये बहुत ही अलगाववादी भाषा है, निश्चित रूप से बहुत ही आपत्तिजनक है। हम इसकी घोर निंदा करते हैं। असदुद्दीन ओवैसी को अपने ये इस तरह की हिंदुओं के खिलाफ नफरत भरी, जो शिव भक्तों के खिलाफ नफरत भरी, घृणा भरी जो बातें हैं, ट्वीट है, उसको वापस लेना चाहिए और शिव भक्तों से माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
Amit Bhartaj is now joining us live for the latest on this. Amit, this Kanhaiya controversy is blowing out of proportion with OAC coming out with the bulldozer analogy as well. Bring our viewers up to speed with all that is going on.
Welch, I think clearly after the comments made out by Asad Owaisi in a series of tweets, this entire controversy has actually blown out of proportion. What Mr. Owaisi is trying to say here is that on one side in Uttar Pradesh you are seeing that entire route has been made out for the Kanhaiyas. You have police giving malice or massage to the Kanhaiyas. You have the state machinery providing all facilities to the Kanhaiyas. On the other side, he is trying to juxtapose this situation to that of Muslims trying to offer prayer in public places and the response of the state. And in fact, he has also raked up the entire controversy of the Lulu Mall as to how there was a controversy, triggered or put in place because of certain people trying to offer namaz inside Lulu Mall. However, he himself has questioned that entire incident as to how 18-second prayers and somebody who is not even offering it to the Allah the way it should be done. So clearly he's trying to juxtapose two situations as to what has been the state's response when the Kanhaiyas go out to offer the Jal to Lord Shiva, when they take out the entire Kanhaiya Yatra during this holy month of Sawan, and to that of the response of the state to people, to Muslims when they offer prayer in public places. So that has been juxtaposition or analogy made by Asad Owaisi in his tweet, and further in the comment where he was speaking to our colleague as well, speaking to India Today Ask That. So he is trying to say that the state has been not been equal or doing justice on both ends, while the state does not have religion, and that is why the state should not give any preference to anybody. So that has been Mr. Owaisi's comments, and he's also said that on one side, while you are showering flowers on the Kanhaiyas, you should not bulldoze the houses of Muslims. Over to you,
Stay on with us. Stay on with us. We'll come back to the story in just moments from now. Now, the other story we're tracking here on India Today is on the heat that is mounting on Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee over his alleged role in the Bengal job scam. The Enforcement Directorate watchdog quizzed Partha for over 5 hours on the hoards of cash, jewellery and government documents found at his aide Arpita's house. Meanwhile, another TMC MLA, Manik Bhattacharya, has appeared before the ED in the same case. Raids were conducted at his place recently, resulting in recovery of many crucial documents related to the alleged recruitment scam. The ED's Bengal raids has opened a can of worms as more revelations emerge against Partha, with a High Court petition stating that at least 10 of his bodyguards' kin were allegedly given jobs as government teachers.
Is on sub judice because the investigation is going on. I don't know what will be the outcome of investigation, and Honorable Chief Minister, she has categorically said that if there is anything adverse comes, then the government will take action.
Health report of West Bengal government has come, and it shows that it is positive for TMC, too much corruption. But some in the West Bengal government are saying it is too much coincidence. Can it be too much coincidence now that pictures have also appeared that Arpita was sharing the official stage of the TMC on several occasions? Is it too much coincidence that the same Arpita was being praised by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the presence of Partha Chatterjee in a public program, and she was lauding her for the good work? Is this all too much coincidence, or is it too much corruption?
पार्टी को तोड़ना बनाना एजेंसियों का काम नहीं है। जो घपला घोटाला हुआ है उसको उजागर करना है, और सही उपयोग करके सही जगह पर आज पहुंची है एजेंसियां, तभी इतनी नोटों की बंडल मिल रही है। इतने सारा मिलने के बाद भी जो देखिए आंख चुरा रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, पब्लिक इनको क्या बोलेगा? इसलिए पब्लिक से आप वोट लिए थे, 21 में जीत गए, बोले 21 करोड़ लूट लेंगे। ये अधिकार किसने दिया आपको?
A mega India Today exclusive. India Today has tracked one of the many companies run by Arpita Mukherjee allegedly to launder money from the job scam. One such company, HA Entertainment Private Limited, is located at Kasbah, Rajganda in South Kolkata, that could have been used to transfer money in multi-crore SSC recruitment scam. Security of the premises claims Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee used to visit this place often to meet Arpita Mukherjee at her office. The premises were also used for shooting Arpita's films and often doubled up as a marriage hall. The sale deed of the company were recovered by the ED officials during the raid at the residence of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee. Meanwhile, ED has also raided another office whose one of the directors is Arpita Mukherjee.
দেখুন এখানটায় অর্পিতা মুখার্জি আমরা যে ম্যাডাম বলে জানি, এই ঘটনার পর অর্পিতা মুখার্জি যে এই মেয়ে আমরা জানতে পারলাম, আগে হচ্ছে কি অর্পিতা ম্যাডাম যে এরকম মানে ওই যে আমরা জানতাম না, আমরা জানতাম আমাদের ম্যাডাম, বুঝতে পেরেছেন?
ম্যাডাম হিসেবে মানে ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতেন।
হ্যাঁ, আমরা ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতাম, কারণ আমাদের পেটা উনি মানে কোম্পানিকে করতেন, কোম্পানি আমাদের করতে হয়।
The sale deeds of a company that have been recovered during the raids by ED officials from the resident of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, and there are more information that are coming in during the interrogation and probe that has been going on SSC recruitment scam. We're given to understand this particular company, Ichche Entertainment Private Limited, is one of the company. The deeds of that company and many papers have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's residence during the raids by ED officials. Now, what we have learned that Orpita Mukherjee, a close associate of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, is one of the the directors of this particular company. Now, this one, another company which are under scanner that are believed to be used in transferring the funds, and which are being probed by Enforcement Directorate. They are probing, they are trying to look out and reach out whereabouts of these companies. Now what we are given to understand, this particular place belongs to Arpita Mukherjee. The name of the house is Ichche, and the company's name that has been written on the letterbox is Ichche Entertainment Private Limited. It is at the Rajdanga, which is in the Koshba area of Kolkata, now which are under scanner of Enforcement Directorate. With camera person Prashun, this is Ritik from Kolkata for India Today.
21 crores of cash, over 20 mobile phones and jewelry worth 79 lakh in multiple properties, all of it recovered from Arpita Mukherjee. She's in the spotlight thanks to her links to Partha Chatterjee, but she's had a stunning rags to riches story. Here's how she rose from being a small-time model actor to a name in the power corridors of Bengal. Here's a look.
Hers is a real-life story of the enduring rags to riches fantasies. Of the noblesse oblige of someone up on the class ladder that presumably altered her humble upbringing. Meet Arpita Mukherjee, a close aide of West Bengal's disgraced minister Partha Chatterjee. Not many knew her outside the state's power corridors till Saturday, when the ED seized more than 21 crores in cash, gold worth almost 80 lakh, and forex worth more than half a crore from her plush apartment in Kolkata. Mukherjee's opulent life filled with glamour, power and wealth hasn't been so till a few years ago. Born to a middle-class family in Bellare near Kolkata, her father a central government employee, Arpita Mukherjee went into modelling as a college student.
Don't touch me! You are a cheater! তুমি আমার মন নিয়ে খেলেছো। তুমি আমার বিশ্বাস, আমার আশা ভরসা সবকিছুকে তুলে মিশিয়ে দিয়েছো।
She also acted in some small-time Bengali and Odia films. Arpita married a businessman in Jhargram but left him to build her career in Kolkata. Her mother still lives in the family's old house at Belgaria.
তো বাইরে বাইরেই কাজকর্ম করেছে, ও সিরিয়াল করেছে, সিনেমা করেছে, ও প্রযোজনা সংস্থার সঙ্গে ছিল, ব্যবসার সঙ্গে ছিল। বাবা ভালো চাকরি করতো, চাকরি পেত, চাকরিটা নিল না সেন্ট্রাল গভর্নমেন্টে। বাবা ওই রিজার্ভ রেখে দিয়েছিলাম পর্যন্ত, নিল না।
Arpita Mukherjee's name first echoed in the TMC's political circles in May 2012 when Partha Chatterjee took her along while on a business trip to Singapore as a minister. That was when she was identified as a good friend of the Trinamool leader. Her lifestyle and stature have grown phenomenally over the years. A high-end 2,000 square feet flat and documents seized from her apartment show several other estates linked to her name. She is now in ED custody along with the former State Minister Partha Chatterjee in connection with the school job scam in West Bengal. And the top TMC leadership has been quick to distance itself from the duo.
গভর্নমেন্টও এর সাথে রিলেটেড নয়, আর পার্টির সাথেও ওই মহিলার কোনো সম্পর্ক নেই। আমি একটা প্যান্ডেলে গেছি প্রোগ্রামে, পুজো উদ্বোধনে। আরে আমি কি করে জানবো কে কে আছে না আছে, বলো দেখিনি, মহা মুশকিল। একটা মহিলা নাকি সেখানে দাঁড়িয়েছিল, আরে সে নাকি পার্থর বন্ধু। আমি কি ভগবান জানবো কে কার বন্ধু? তাই যদি হয় তাহলে মেহুল চেস্কি, ললিত মোদি থেকে শুরু করে লক্ষ কোটি টাকার পিএম কেয়ার ফান্ড, তার হিসেব কোথায় গেল?
A cautionary tale of stupendous rise and a dramatic fall from the golden purchase. Bureau Report, India Today.
There's breaking news just coming in. Mithun Chakraborty says 38 TMC MLAs are in contact with the BJP and 21 amongst them are in direct contact with him. That is an explosive claim that is coming in from Mithun Chakraborty. We also have a reaction from Mithun. Listen into what Mithun Chakraborty just said.
18টা এখন হাতে আর 4টে হামাগুড়ি দিচ্ছে, এনি মোমেন্ট আসবে। এবার একটাকে ব্রেকিং নিউজ দিচ্ছি, চলো বি রেডি ফর ইট। এই মুহূর্তে যখন বসে আছি 38টা তৃণমূল এমএলএ আমাদের সঙ্গে খুব ভালো সম্পর্কে আছে, তার মধ্যে 21 জন আমার সঙ্গে ডাইরেক্ট।
Okay, that's an explosive claim that is coming in with all that we have seen across the country, across many states, with all the horse trading and all of that we've been through in the Indian political arena at the state level politics. Now, Mithun Chakraborty, the Bharatiya Janata Party leader, says that 38 of Trinamool Congress MLAs are in touch with the BJP. This is huge. We have to know what the TMC says about this. So we'll wait for a reaction coming in from TMC. As and when it does, it'll be interesting to note how Mamata Banerjee reacts to Mithun Chakraborty's statement of going on to say with utmost confidence that 38 TMC MLAs are in contact with the BJP and 21 of the 38 are in direct contact with him. He's going out there to make this major comment. It's a big explosive comment coming from Mithun, where he confidently says that a total of 38 Trinamool Congress MLAs are in touch with the BJP. Out of the 38, a whopping figure of 21 MLAs are in direct contact with Mithun Chakraborty. What does this mean for the West Bengal government? What does this mean for the Trinamool Congress? How will Mamata react to this? What is the TMC's take on it? We'll bring you all the very latest in moments from now. But from now, the information that's just trickling in is on what Mithun has said. Mithun has further gone on to make some more explosive claims. That's running on your screens at the moment. News just trickling in. He's saying 38 MLAs are in touch with the BJP, flashing on your screens right now. 21 TMC MLAs are in direct contact with me. Further going on to say that's flashing on your screen, saying BJP not anti-Muslim, top stars are Muslim, he says. He says BJP is not anti-Muslim. So he's playing up on that narrative. He's saying Shah Rukh Khan, Salman, Amir Khan are all Muslims and the BJP is not anti-Muslim. So he's creating a certain narrative over there. In fact, listen in again from the horse's mouth what he has just said.
18টা এখন হাতে আর 4টে হামাগুড়ি দিচ্ছে, এনি মোমেন্ট আসবে। এবার একটাকে ব্রেকিং নিউজ দিচ্ছি, চলো বি রেডি ফর ইট। এই মুহূর্তে যখন বসে আছি 38টা তৃণমূল এমএলএ আমাদের সঙ্গে খুব ভালো সম্পর্কে আছে, তার মধ্যে 21 জন আমার সঙ্গে ডাইরেক্ট।
You heard it right there from Mithun Chakraborty himself. He goes on to say how 38 TMC MLAs are in touch with him. Remember, this is a claim being made by BJP's Mithun Chakraborty. Now, how far it is true, we will know as we go along the way. He goes on to also further claim that 21 of those 38 are in direct contact with him. We'll wait for TMC to respond to this. We'll wait to see what Mamata Banerjee has to say about this. And here there is also a certain narrative that is being created by Mithun Chakraborty saying that, look, the BJP is not anti-Muslim. Top stars like Shah Rukh Khan, Salman Khan, Amir Khan are all Muslims, and the BJP is not anti-Muslim. What is the overall game plan? What is brewing behind the scenes? It's getting very interesting. We'll wait for our reporter also to join us because he would have a bit of more sense in terms of where the TMC stands vis-a-vis this explosive comment that is coming in from Mithun Chakraborty. Big story, viewers. This is big story. Latest coming in right there. Questions arising on what is really brewing right there in West Bengal. What is brewing within the Trinamool Congress? BJP's Mithun Chakraborty making an explosive claim right there. Suryagini is now joining us. Suryagini, this is an explosive claim going on to say, and I must say that it's a claim for now, but what is brewing within the TMC on the back of this claim? Has the TMC responded to this allegation made by Mithun Chakraborty?
Hello.
Okay. Suryagini, can you hear me? Let's re-establish that connection to Suryagini, who's got more on this story. He'll join us in moments from now. Our reporters are tracking the story in much detail. Big explosive claim coming in, and also further going on to paint this certain narrative saying the BJP is not anti-Muslim, Shah Rukh, Salman, Amir are Muslims, and that 38 MLAs are in touch with him, of which 21 are in direct touch with Mithun Chakraborty. Now, this is an allegation. This is what he says. We'll get deeper into the story, get you reactions, get you a reporter, get you the facts. Stay on with us for now. I'm compelled to slip into a very short commercial break. When we return, Top Court upholds ED's right to probe summons and arrests on cases of money laundering. We're going to bring you all the details on the other side of this short commercial break.
You are watching India Today.
With every sunrise comes new beginnings, new opportunities, and new stories. And that's why we're first up. While you're sleeping, we're hard at work to ensure you get the perfect news shot every morning. Get you all the updates. Our morning mission to get you news that's fresh and packed with flavor. Watch First Up every weekday morning with me, Akshita Nandagopal, right here on India Today.
Watching India Today.
catch the properties of the accused. The top court added it is not compulsory to supply an Enforcement Directorate case information report to the accused and that it cannot be compared to an FIR. Supreme Court also said that it's not mandatory for ED to disclose grounds of arrest at a time of detaining in money laundering case. The top court made it clear that admissions made before ED is a valid evidence to arrest anyone. Supreme Court's big ruling comes amidst ED heat on Gandhis and many top political leaders.
Now, the power of the ED has been upheld. Yes, it has the power to arrest. It has the power to summon, and also the offences for which they were wanting a narrow interpretation. The court has not agreed. But what I feel is they are not challenging the powers as one thing. They are probably challenging the misuse of the power.
I think one needs to step back for a minute and understand where we are and why this judgment has come. Every act which is passed by Parliament has to meet the constitutional mandate of it being correct or within the four corners of the Constitution. Now, every act is passed with a purpose. This case, the purpose is money laundering and proceeds of crime, as the name and as the objects of the act will make it clear. There were a set of challenges that were coming up with regard to the definitions of proceeds of crime, with regard to the fact whether the ECIR can be treated as an FIR and can it be shared, with regard to the burden of proof.
अभी सुप्रीम कोर्ट का फैसला आया है प्रिवेंशन ऑफ मनी लॉन्ड्रिंग एक्ट और ईडी के जुरिस्डिक्शन को अपहोल्ड किया गया है। कानून अपना काम कर रहा है और कानून के सामने विषयों को रखना ये किसी भी व्यक्ति का अधिकार भी है और यही आवश्यक है। लेकिन कांग्रेस पार्टी और जिस तरीके से एक परिवार को कानून से ऊपर समझने के जो कुत्सित प्रयास है, यह इस देश में चलने वाला नहीं। देश कानून से चलता है, देश नियमों से चलता है और नियम सबके लिए बराबर है।
आप खुद देख लीजिए ना कि जो लोगों को टारगेट किया है पिछले 7-8 सालों में, सब विपक्ष के लोग हैं। चार्जशीट करना, छापे मारना, समन्स भेजना, नोटिस भेजना, पूछताछ करना, किस सत्ताधारी दल के साथ जो व्यक्ति है उसके साथ हुआ है आज तक? जो विपक्ष में है वो बाय डिफॉल्ट ही उसको आप टारगेट करेंगे, यह स्पष्ट हो चुका है।
सुप्रीम कोर्ट कानून थोड़ी बनाएगा, कानून तो देश ने बनाया है, हमारी सरकार के वक्त में कानून बनाया। प्रश्न ईडी के दुरुपयोग का है, संस्था के दुरुपयोग का है। जिस कानून के तहत ये संस्थाएं बनाई गई हैं उनका जिस तरीके से दुरुपयोग किया जा रहा है उसके खिलाफ संघर्ष है, उसके खिलाफ ये सत्याग्रह है। इन संस्थाओं की स्वायत्तता बचानी है। ईडी जो पास्ट ईडी रहे हैं या जो लोग इन संस्थाओं की स्वायत्तता के हामी हैं वो सर्वशीट ट्वीट रहे हैं कि किस तरीके की सरकार है, इसने सारी संस्थाओं को अपना कैप्टिव बना दिया है।
ये सरकार सिर्फ परेशान करने के लिए अपने जो पॉलिटिकल इनके ओपोनेंट्स हैं उनके लिए एक पॉलिटिकल वेंडेटा उन पे अनलीश करे जा रही है। पीएमएलए बनाया किसने है? कांग्रेस गवर्नमेंट ने, यूपीए की गवर्नमेंट ने बनाया था। हम उसको ये नहीं कह रहे, हम कह रहे हैं उसका दुरुपयोग हो रहा है। हम ये नहीं कह रहे कि पीएमएलए होना नहीं चाहिए, किसी सोच समझ के साथ बनाया था, लेकिन उसका उपयोग आज उसका इस्तेमाल पॉलिटिकल ओपोनेंट्स के लिए हो रहा है। जिस काम के लिए है उसकी जगह इसका देखा नहीं जा रहा।
Round 3 of Congress President Sonia Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to the National Herald case is over. Sonia was being quizzed by the central agency for 3 hours. Meanwhile, Congress is on a war path and has come out, all guns blazing on the ED summons. Congress MPs took out a protest march from the Parliament to the President's house. Cops blocked them as no permission was given to hold a march. Section 144 has been imposed in and around Rashtrapati Bhavan, causing massive distress to the Aam Aadmi. Congress workers also stopped train in Mumbai's Borivali amidst rush hour rail traffic. On Tuesday, Sonia was questioned by ED for over 6 hours. Rahul Gandhi led the sit-in protest with Congress leaders and marched from Parliament to President's house. Previously, Rahul Gandhi was also questioned by the Enforcement Directorate in connection with National Herald case. Rahul was grilled by the ED for over 54 hours across 5 days.
अब आज तीसरी दिन है, तीसरी बार है और पता नहीं वो कब तक बुलाएं। ईडी का आतंक है देश के अंदर, ये आतंक मचा रखा है। इनका अलग ही तरीका है तफ्तीश करने का भी, अरेस्ट करने का भी, बयान लेने का भी। इनको एक प्रकार से सीबीआई से ज्यादा पावर मिली हुई है। इनकम टैक्स जाता है वहां चले जाते हैं लोग, तो एक इशू बन गया देश के अंदर। उसको भारत सरकार को खुद को चाहिए कि डेमोक्रेसी में उचित नहीं है।
The issue is not about summoning or questioning. What has become a disturbing trend, that laws are being more and more being made draconian, which threaten the very foundational values of Indian Constitution. Weaponization of laws and their use to target and humiliate should not take place.
राहुल गांधी से 5 दिन कई घंटों दर्जनों घंटे आपने बातचीत की। उसी केस के लिए सोनिया जी को फिर बुलाने की क्या जरूरत है? इस हालत में मिसेस गांधी को इतनी बार बार ईडी के सामने, एजेंसीज के सामने बुलाना उचित नहीं है, ठीक नहीं है। जो कार्रवाई उन्होंने की है, कागज उनके पास है, राहुल गांधी से पूछताछ की है। अब इन बिचारी औरत को क्यों परेशान करते हैं?
आपसे आपके भ्रष्टाचार का सवाल पूछे तो चोर मचाए शोर। यही स्थिति आज कांग्रेस पार्टी की बन चुकी है। और ये कहते हैं कि ये महात्मा गांधी का सत्याग्रह है। ये महात्मा गांधी जी का सत्याग्रह नहीं, ये राहुल गांधी और सोनिया गांधी का हत्याग्रह है। ये महात्मा गांधी के सिद्धांतों के हत्या का स्कैमाग्रह है।
Unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old girl ends life in Sivakasi. We're bringing you this and more in just moments from now. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
Guys, welcome to India Today. I have to first of all share what I thought of the teaser and the trailer.
Okay. Yes.
I remember the first time I saw the teaser, I stayed with it from the first frame till the end. It literally felt like you're listening to a fable. Like in our childhood, our grandmother would tell us, ek zamane mein ye hota tha, and I was with it through the end. And then I see the trailer, which is bang on, which is to another level. So my first question to you guys is, when a film like this comes to you, as actors, you're always hungry to try something different, all three of you. What was your first reaction and how excited were you? Were you sharing the same excitement that I did when I saw it?
Much more. Much more, trust me. This is one of the finest scripts I read. And I was like, oh my God, this is insane. I have to be a part of it. It was really as simple as that. It was a no-brainer. The script is so brilliant.
Alia, do you remember the narration, or did you guys have a reading where you felt that character, you felt what we felt while watching the trailer?
Yeah, I remember the narration very clearly, and I think I had the same reaction, which was actually a reaction of surprise and shock, because I just wasn't expecting it. Like, it started off, the film started off a certain way, and I was listening. Suddenly, it just changed, and my attention was like there. Like, I was surprised, I was hooked, I was shocked, and that doesn't happen very often, especially when you hear many narrations, and you don't get that feeling, like that, such a strong feeling so often. And I think from that minute on, like, there was no really big question as to whether I.
You are watching India Today.
Breaking news just coming. 15th suicide in Tamil Nadu, Sivagangai district. Class 12 student found hanging at his residence. The 17-year-old parents were out of town when he was not seen by neighbors for an entire day. They raised an alarm. The boy was reportedly stressed over examinations and not scoring well. After post-mortem, the mortal remains have been handed over to the parents. Prima facie looks like a case of death by suicide. Akshay Nath is now joining us. Akshay, a very sensitive story coming in there. Prima facie looking like a case of death by suicide. We'd also like to just give a disclaimer to our viewers who are watching this that, help is always available in case anyone is feeling suicidal. Akshay, I'm throwing straight across to you in terms of where does the investigation stand and is it confirmed that this is death by suicide?
Well, Chethi, the information that we have right now in hand is that the 17-year-old boy was alone at his residence in Sivaganga, and it was seen that his family had gone to their hometown to pay respects at their family temple, and that's when this boy has resorted to this extreme measure, is what we're given to understand. After returning from school, he was inside his home for the whole day, and even after late hours, not finding the boy outside or not finding any activities in the house. The neighbors were the ones who had alerted the family members. They in turn alerted the police officials, and it is said that when they went in, they found the boy hanging. So at this given point of time, the body was taken by the police for post-mortem. After the post-mortem was conducted, the body has been handed over to the family of the deceased. It's very tragic, Chethi, because this is the 5th incident that has been reported in the state of Tamil Nadu as far as student suicide is concerned in the last 2 weeks. So 5 cases in last 2 weeks. That's an alarming number, and most of them are students in the classes 11th and 12th.
All right, Akshay, we'll continue tracking these developments. We're slipping into a break. When we return next, up next is news for the hearing impaired. Stay with us.
You are watching India Today.
The WHO has declared monkeypox as a public health emergency of international concern. In the last 14 years or so, 6 times the World Health Organization has declared an infection a public health emergency of international concern. Now, this is particularly worrying for us as a population because on the 30th of January 2020, the World Health Organization had declared COVID-19 as a public health emergency of international concern. So what does this really mean? Because we are still dealing with COVID-19 and various subtypes of Omicron, which is a 5th variant of concern. So will monkeypox also follow the same route? Many epidemiologists believe that by declaring monkeypox a public health emergency of international concern, the world will now sit up and take note of this disease, which is believed to be sexually transmitted. However, there are different modes of transmission as well. Firstly, monkeypox is not airborne. It is not like COVID-19. It doesn't really spread through droplets. You require prolonged physical contact for the infection to spread. This explains why the transmission and why the spread has not been as rapid if you compare it with COVID-19, in the sense that close to 70 countries with a little over 16,000 cases have been seen in the last couple of months or so. Compare this with COVID-19, which spread like wildfire. The symptoms of coronavirus or COVID-19 and monkeypox similar to an extent but different in different degrees. For example, a couple of days of acquiring the infection in monkeypox, one develops rashes or lesions. This is not the case with COVID-19 at all. Although fever, chills, body ache, general fatigue, these are common symptoms associated with both of these infections. Soon after the outbreak of COVID-19 caused by the virus SARS-CoV-2, the world scrambled to develop.
You are watching India Today.
Climate change And fast fashion, a term that is gaining prominence now more than ever before thanks to the increasing talk around fast fashion being one of the most polluting industries world over. Hence, sustainability in fashion becomes key, and top couturiers of the country support it and show you ways of how we can all contribute to sustainability in fashion. Take a look at my report. A recent fashion report by Earth.org focused on climate change in fashion. According to the report, fashion and its supply chain were touted to be the third largest polluting industry after food and construction. The report shed some light on how fast fashion contributed to emissions that accounted to 10% of global greenhouse gas emissions, releasing 1.2 billion tons of carbon dioxide per year. Big brands and top designers in India are now focused heavily on sustainability and are doing their bit to make the earth more sustainable.
This generation of Greta Thunberg is going to change the way we live and consume things on planet. I am very sure about it.
The generation of Greta Thunberg?
It's going to change. Like my daughter,
like that.
who's 6-year-old, she knows plastic is bad for the planet. We should buy less. She knows it. The worst thing which can happen if you allow West to define sustainability for you.
Yeah.
Their sustainability through a keyhole. Very myopic view. Material, sustainable.
First of all, couture, because it's luxury, is the finest example of sustainability. We make clothes which endure, which stand the test of time. I've had my brides from 27, 28 years back coming now with their clothes we made for them, with their daughters who want them altered to their sizes. So if that's not sustainability, I don't know what is.
The need of the hour is less production in fast fashion. To many big couturiers today, going sustainable also means repurposing pieces. For instance, teaming your wedding trousseau choli with denims and a cape, or for that matter, using the lehenga you have just recently worn for a sangeet with a bomber jacket for a party. It's all possible.
We always, when the brides come in, it's one of the services we do. We say, okay, you wear this at your wedding. Then you take the choli and you wear it with a plain sari or a concept sari. You take the dupatta and you do beautiful kalidar kurta. Today, young women will wear a lehenga with a satin shirt to another friend's engagement. So you make this into 4 things.
For many couturiers, it is about using eco-friendly materials, natural fabrics, or more sustainable fibers like silk. Of late, consumers have the active choice to go ahead and reuse their clothing, shop less, repurpose those statement couture pieces. The option also exists to make an active choice to buy clothing made from fabrics like better cotton, linen, eco-friendly silks, hemp, and many options which are now available for the discerning consumer. In New Delhi, Chaiti Narula for India Today. Of Congress President Sonia Gandhi's grilling by the Enforcement Directorate in connection to National Herald case. Congress MPs took out protest march from Parliament to the President's house. Cops blocked them as no permission was given to hold a march. Section 144 has also been imposed in and around Rashtrapati Bhavan. BJP worker Praveen Nettaru was allegedly killed for supporting Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on 28th of June. He protested Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome killing. Exactly a month after he shared the post, he was hacked to death by 3 killers with machetes. AIMIM chief Asaduddin Owaisi took a jibe at the warmth with which Kavariyas are greeted. AIMIM chief said if Kavariyas are being showered with flower petals, then the authorities should at least spare Muslims from bulldozing their houses. In a big boost to centre, Supreme Court has upheld ED's powers to probe, summon and arrest anyone accused under money laundering. The Supreme Court has said ED's procedure for arrest is not arbitrary. An agency can attach properties of the accused.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
So sorry.
Sir cheese, sir paneer.
gruesome murder of Praveen, a BJP youth leader, has once again inflamed the communal fault lines in coastal Karnataka with just 9 months to go for elections. Was it a Facebook post by young Praveen related to the entire Nupur incident that got him targeted, or was it something else entirely? The facts from the ground on 5 Live at 5 p.m. The brutal hacking of a BJP worker. Amidst anger, outrage and protests. A chilling beheading twist emerges. Murdered Praveen had backed Kanhaiya Lal. He slammed Sar Tan Se Juda on Facebook. The role of the Radical Popular Front of India suspected. Another hate crime or another Nupur-linked slaughter? Why was Praveen Nettaru murdered? Why is the reaction so big in coastal Karnataka? With 9 months to go for elections in Karnataka, this new flare-up along the communal fault lines of coastal Karnataka are disturbing to say the least. But who killed Praveen and why was he killed are the big questions. We will only report the facts and no innuendo here on India Today, because the lives of citizens, the safety of people in Mangalore and the adjoining areas is of the highest priority. I'm Shivarur, this is 5 Live. These are the headlines. Big boost to centre amid Sonia Gandhi's third day of Enforcement Directorate grilling. Supreme Court upholds ED's right to probe, summon and arrest on cases of money laundering. BJP says Modi government's corruption fight is vindicated. It's a huge blow to the opposition. Congress stages massive protest amidst Sonia Gandhi's ED grilling in Herald money laundering case. India Today accesses Sonia Gandhi's answers. Congress chief, like son, Rahul, blames the late Motilal Vora for the Herald deals. He's not around to defend himself. Bengal cash for job scam gets bigger. Partha Chatterjee accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard using fabricated documents. ED says that the Trinamool minister is feigning ignorance. Trinamool totally silent after Mamta distanced herself. Superstar Mithun Chakraborty drops a bombshell, says 38 Trinamool MLAs are in touch with the BJP, claims 21 of them are directly in contact with him. Unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old boy ends his life in Sivaganga district. 5th suspected suicide of a student in the last 11 days. In 2023, 9 months from now, Karnataka will be heading into its crucial state assembly elections. However, in recent months, the state has been witnessing simmering tensions as communal controversies have taken center stage one after the other. The latest, a gruesome murder, has come to the fore, spurring a fiery debate on who is responsible for the spate of communal attacks in Karnataka. The victim, young Praveen Nettaru of the BJP youth wing, who was murdered with machetes. Here's a ground report from the place where he lost his life. Another suspected hate crime murder in Karnataka. Massive anger. violent protests, Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district simmering. Praveen was hacked to death on Tuesday, days after backing Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on June the 28th for supporting Nupur Sharma. Praveen was silenced a month after he raised his voice against the Sartan Se Juda murder. But is there any real link? By posting this image as a mark of protest against the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal by Islamist radicals, did Praveen paint a target on himself? Amidst massive unrest, anger and protests by saffron groups alleging the role of Islamist group Popular Front of India, his bereaved and inconsolable father lamented the loss of the sole breadwinner of the family.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾಮಿ ಮೂಲು ಒತ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಬೆಕ್ಕ ಬರೋಡು ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರಿಯ ಮಾಡೋದು ಪಂಟೇರ ಎಲ್ಲ ಪೋಪನಾಲು ಪಂಡೇನು ಮುಖ ಮಗಕ್ಕೆ ಜಮಾತಿ ಪೋನು ಅಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಏನು ಬತ್ತರ್ಕ ಪೋಪನ್ಲ ಪೋಪ ಪಂಡದು ಕೂತಿ.
Protesters have gathered in large numbers. They have surrounded BJP leaders Nalin Kumar Patil and Sunil Kumar, who have come here to visit the family. The protesters are raising slogans against the BJP government and the leaders who did not show up earlier as expected. Now earlier the family members and Praveen's relatives were also angry that the BJP leaders and the local MLAs did not visit them earlier at their hospital.
Chief Minister of Karnataka Basavaraj Bommai has condemned the barbaric killing and promised justice as angry BJP workers have taken to the streets, venting anger at top BJP netas.
How's the investigation?
This is already swung in action. SP is also there in the spot, and they have been constantly in touch with Kasaragod SP because it's a border. The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously.
हमारा सिद्धांत सारे राज्य में देश में हिंदुत्ववाद ज्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए ये मर्डर वाला भी ऐसा काम कर रहा है. इसलिए हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ. इसके बारे में हमारा सिद्धांत के लिए थोड़ा हम क्या क्या करना है और हमारा संगठन और भी मजबूत करना है.
While Congress netas blamed the BJP, the Saffron Party said that bigoted forces backed by the Congress got the BJP youth killed.
It has been a continuous spree of such killings. It is 30 and this is 31, number 31. And till date, in spite of the government being ruled by the BJP in the state and in the center, not a single case has reached its logical end.
PFI और SDPI को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहा है. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं.
ಪುತ್ತೂರು ಮತ್ತು ಸುಳ್ಯ ತಾಲೂಕನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಪ್ರೇರಿತರಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ನೋವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕೊಲೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಕಿಲ್ಲರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂತದ್ದು ನಾವು ಕಂಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ.
Praveen was hacked to death by 3 killers on a bike with a Kerala license plate. The bike was later abandoned. The Karnataka police has now sent a special police team to Kerala to probe the PFI link and hunt for the murderers. With Priyanka Rudrappa in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka, Bureau Report, India Today. Now, a revelation that has added a scary dimension to the murder of young Praveen is a Facebook post that he had posted on his social media a few days ago, where he had condemned the killing of tailor Kanhaiya Lal in Udaipur. Remember, Kanhaiya Lal was beheaded by two Islamists for supporting Nupur Sharma. This explosive twist to the Karnataka hate murder case is now also under investigation. On June the 29th, nearly a month ago, Praveen had posted on Facebook against Sartan Se Juda, seeking justice for Kanhaiya Lal. He protested Kanhaiya Lal's gruesome killing in Udaipur, and now a month after he shared the post, he was hacked to death by 3 killers with machetes. The motorcycle which the killers used had a Kerala number plate on it. The BJP alleges that radical group, the Popular Front of India, is involved in this particular killing, and it is linked to this Facebook post. The BJP has called it a barbaric act and has sought strict action in the matter. But as per facts and investigations on the ground so far, there is nothing to indicate that the crime is linked to the Facebook post. The fact is, we don't know yet why Praveen Nettaru was murdered. Everything that we're looking at are part of an ongoing investigation. And there is a huge amount of anger and protest taking place on the ground. We'll show you those images in just a bit. But take a look at the questions we are asking. Was he hacked to death? Was he hacked to death for basically slamming Kanhaiya Lal's beheading in that Facebook post? Are Sartan Se Juda radicals having a free run? Were they responsible for the killing of Praveen? What is the role of the Popular Front of India in Praveen's murder, if there is a role at all, as is being alleged by the BJP? How many more killings over the Nupur Sharma episode? Is it linked to that? And if so, how many more such killings are going to emerge? How to stop radicalization and beheading plots? Why is there a beheading angle in every one of these very, very scary crimes taking place in different parts of the country? I want to go across to India Today's Priyanka Rudrappa, who's joining me live from Bellare in Karnataka. That's where the crime took place. Priyanka, many, disturbing angles emerging in this crime. You've been reporting every step of it, breaking all those stories from the ground. One of the first journalists to reach there and get us an actual sense from the ground of what's been happening. Any light you can share with us, Priyanka, on where the investigation is? Does the police believe that this Facebook post by Praveen could have something to do with his killing?
Dramatic visuals coming in since morning over the protest, from the protest over the killing of Praveen, the BJP Yuva Morcha worker here. Like you said, the investigation is still on, and the police are yet to reveal who is responsible for the murder. However, so far, at least 8 people have been taken into custody for questioning, and they say that the investigation is still underway. The CCTV footage is being examined, and all the possible options, whether it was personal, if it had anything to do with PFI or the Facebook post, everything is being examined, is what the cops say so far. There's still no clarity on who's responsible for this. However, they do suspect that even the locals and the police suspect that there could be some links to the Muslim youth who was murdered a week back here. Muslim youth was also murdered while he was in Karnataka by some locals, and they say that it could be a result of, it could be a revenge killing as well.
It could be a revenge killing as well. Do we know if the police has picked up anyone? How many people have been questioned? Is the police close to arresting anyone? We know a team has gone to Kerala also, Priyanka, to investigate. But, have any people been questioned so far?
Eight people have been taken into custody for questioning. However, no arrests have been made so far. Dramatic visuals have been coming in since morning now. Protests took place in Bellare, where protesters gathered in huge numbers. They geared BJP leader Nalin Kumar Katil's car. There were also instances of stone pelting at the mosque and lathi charging as well. However, the police say that the investigation is still underway, and we will get more light on this once the investigation is over. So far, no arrests have been made so far regarding the incident. 8
people have been detained. They are being questioned at this point of time. We won't jump the gun. It's a very, very sensitive matter. The facts, as we know them, are still shifting. So we won't, we don't want to pronounce anything at this point of time. Let the police do its job and investigate. There is a family involved. There is a law and order situation also where Priyanka is reporting from, with those big crowds protesting outside the hospital, the mortuary, outside his house and elsewhere. So this is a rapidly developing story with a real law and order situation on the ground. Priyanka, thanks for getting us that update. Now, the ruling BJP in Karnataka is facing enormous heat from its youth wing over the murder of Praveen Nettaru. He was a member, remember, of the BJP Yuva Morcha, or BJYM. But the anger is only rising. On Wednesday, BJP workers and other Hindu activists laid siege to the vehicle of BJP state chief Nalin Kumar Katil. Take a look at these dramatic pictures of that, and did not allow him to step out of his vehicle. He was there to lend his support, but this was the kind of anger that BJP Karnataka state chief Nalin Kumar Katil faced from incensed and infuriated BJYM workers. As you can see in these pictures, the angry activists even attempted to turn Katil's vehicle over. The BJP workers get out the car over claims of inaction by the Bommai government against what the BJYM workers allege is a spree of communally charged killings by the PFI and other radical Islamist groups. The killing of Praveen Nettaru is only the latest in a series of communally charged incidents in the state over the last few months, and with 9 months to go for elections, each one of these is having a telling effect on the atmosphere, the political currency that is being played, as well as the law and order situation. Remember, in May this year, government guidelines issued on azan and loudspeakers resulted in a big eruption, communally speaking. In May, the government panel modified class 1 to 10 textbooks, as far as Hedgewar chapters were added and Tipu Sultan chapters were dropped. That had a communal effect. In April this year, Hindu groups demanded the boycott of halal meat. Hindu groups protested against halal meat. Traders in the state, in April, school undertaking mandates on Bibles for students. Hindu groups called it a violation of the Education Act. In April this year, no Muslim vendors in Hindu temples and melas. The government defended the decision using legal grounds. In January this year, no hijabs and burqas allowed in educational institutions in Karnataka. That was a big flare-up in Udupi. The High Court upheld the government guidelines. So all of these, not going into the merits of each of them, but all of these have had a telling communal effect on the atmosphere. And with 9 months to go for the elections, polarization is happening whether anyone wants it to happen or not. Now, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai sat down today and recently for an exclusive conversation with India Today's Group Editorial Director for Publishing, Raj Chengappa. Here, Chief Minister Bommai speaks for the first time on the issues that have been plaguing the state. This interview was taken before the murder of Praveen, but listen to his answer. It is linked to what is taking place. This is just ahead of the Bommai government celebrating its first year in office.
I don't see this hijab thing as something which is political or a communal on that angle. I just see that what is the rules. Follow the rules. And that approach helped. Now everything is settled. Many of minorities also agree there should be dress code. Majority, but it's a silent majority. These are political analysis which has been drawn in the drawing board. Whenever it is on some individuals, their background is discussed and all. It's a natural thing to happen. I am not worried about that. But the fact of the matter, to put it in a sentence, if the rule of law is to be followed, is Hindutva, I don't mind. My father is no more there. Right. When I joined BJP, he was not there, number one. Number two, I had my own political career, not that I have come because I am son of somebody. And the third thing is that I never used the family name and other things. So on my own hard work, people have recognized me, and that is recognized by the BJP.
So you are not worried about this dynasty, Mukt Bharat?
No, I am following it. I am following it. I am the lone member in my family into politics. Nobody else is there. Textbooks are reviewed every 3 years, 4 years. Congress also did it. And most of the allegations which they have found in us are done during Congress times. Every book review or syllabus review has got some controversies. Mistake or our government mistake, I said I got open mind and I have corrected it.
And now Union Minister Prahlad Joshi, who hails from Karnataka and who has spoken out before on the issue of PFI being linked to communal crimes in Karnataka, has broken his silence in a first and exclusive interview to India Today's Rajdeep Sardesai. That breaking interview now.
Do you want to tell us, sir, what is your concern over what has happened in Dakshina Kannada? Who do you hold responsible, sir, and what do you think should be happening, sir?
No, I think let investigative agency do their job. At this moment, I can say there are some clues that which have come out in the media and social media also. Some of the organization from the Kerala, they have been involved, and let it come out. But I condemn this attitude, and strict action should be taken, and these things should not be repeated.
Are you worried, sir, that in the lead up to the Karnataka elections next year, there are some parts of Karnataka that are prone to violence, particularly tension between communities?
No, it is not a good development. It is not a healthy development. It should be curbed. With all command at our source.
And one final question, sir. Do you blame groups like PFI and SDPI for this?
There is a possibility. This is what police people are telling and the investigative agencies are telling. They have some information on that. Let investigation be completed. But initial leads are saying like that.
Mr. Prahlad Joshi, I appreciate your talking to us. Thank you very much.
Very important first words breaking here on India Today by Union Minister Prahlad Joshi of Karnataka on what has just taken place in coastal Karnataka. It's a very important day for the BJP because apart from the crime itself in a state where the BJP is in power, the BJP is also facing a great deal of ground anger by frustrated and angry BJP youth wing workers, members and cadres over what they believe is a huge amount of inaction by the Bombay government against radical groups who've been indulging in these murders. We've got a big exclusive coming up now. And let's put these questions to BC Nagesh, Education Minister of Karnataka. Welcome, Mr. Nagesh. Very disturbing scenes coming in from coastal Karnataka, sir, over the killing of young Praveen, who is a youth wing member of your party. What are you making of the huge crowds protesting against the murder, sir? They are angry at the government also.
And naturally, we have lost our very good worker. Definitely our workers will be angry. This is a regular people from Kerala comes to the coastal Karnataka. They have been frustrated because BJP is becoming stronger in the coastal Karnataka. Some of the youth wing is working hard. Praveen was very good worker. We have lost him. Even we are very sad after hearing the news. But our government has taken measures to see that the culprit has to be arrested. They have made 5 groups and they are sincerely working on it. But again, there is a master plan done by few people who want to disturb the peace of the country by creating violence and disturbing the society. So government will definitely take action against them. And this is repeatedly happening in India. We lost our brother's life in Rajasthan. We lost our brother's life in Maharashtra. Now, again, people from the border area may have done it. That is the belief of that people from that area. Even they are angry against the government because we have lost our young and energetic worker from that coastal area.
Minister Nagesh, are you linking it to his Facebook post on the Nupur Sharma related killings of Udaipur? Are you saying after Udaipur and Maharashtra, are you directly linking it? Because the investigation is still on, sir. Are you saying this is linked to what he said on Facebook?
I am not linking it to that case, but the young Hindu workers who are working for such cause have been attacked.
Yes.
I am not linking it directly to that. Anyhow, the investigation has been started. Police is going to do an investigation. They will come with a thorough a report on that.
Are you suspecting, sir, the PFI's role in this? The PFI has always denied any role in this. Are you saying that they are involved in this crime?
No, when the investigation is going on, I am not going to put blame on anyone. After investigation, definitely truth will come out.
What would you say to the angry workers on the ground, sir? Because their anger is directed at your party and your government. They say that the BJP has not stood by its workers and that's why they are getting killed in these tit-for-tat murders in coastal Karnataka. You saw what happened to your state president's vehicle also. It was gheraued by angry workers. I know you're saying that the workers will be angry at a time like this, but the anger is directed at you.
Definitely, our workers, after losing a good worker, will be angry. This is a natural feeling of the workers.
Because their sense, we've been speaking to some of them, Minister, they believe that the youth wing has been left to itself. They have no defenses and that the party and the government have been dilly-dallying over PFI. There is talk about banning PFI, cracking down on PFI, but nothing ever happens. So they believe that they have been thrown under the bus. That is the anger, sir.
See that our state president himself has gone. We are very serious about that. We are not ready to lose anyone's life in the state, whether it is our worker or others. But naturally, when we lose our workers, the feeling among the workers will be more. So our Sunil Kumar has also attended that. We are very serious. Definitely, we will find the culprit and we'll take action. And even we will see that the total society will respond to that.
It's become a law and order situation, Mr. Nagesh. Last 2 questions, sir. It's become a law and order situation. A lot of police deployment has been necessary. This is not the first time a killing of this kind has happened. Is it going to be brought under control? There is a lot of anger on the ground, sir.
Naturally, we lost Harish in Shumaka, we lost Kanhaiya Lal in Rajasthan, we lost again one brother in Maharashtra. Definitely, naturally, our workers feel that this has been repeatedly going on. So the natural sentiment of the workers will be like that. So when we find the culprit and the culprit, we take action on the culprit, definitely they will go. Their reactions will come down.
One final question, sir. What is your message to these, to the BJYM workers? They are also listening. They are watching India Today. What would be your message to them, sir? You are the education minister. You are highly respected. What would you say to them?
No, as I said, that is a natural sentiment of the workers. Again, when our leader like Katilu and Sunil Kumar are there, definitely they will specify the workers and after some time everything will be settled. But it is our responsibility as a government to see that culprit has to be arrested, and in future also such things doesn't take place. So it is the responsibility of our government to see that.
Final question, Minister. By invoking what's happened in Udaipur and Maharashtra, I get the sense that you believe inside that all this has something to do with the Nupur Sharma issue. Am I right, sir? You believe that all of this is in some way linked?
When the investigation is going on, I will not link to any such things.
Okay. Minister B.C. Nagesh, thank you for speaking to India Today. The Education Minister of Karnataka taking our questions on this developing story. Thank you, sir, for being with me here on 5 Live here on India Today. We'll keep tracking that story. Our reporter was the first on the ground. All of those images first on India Today. Only the facts as the investigation continues. Very quick break on the other side. Ukraine has been ravaged by the Russian invasion for 5 months and counting. But the Zelenskys choosing to pose on the cover of a famous fashion magazine amidst all that devastation has triggered a huge backlash with people abusing the Zelenskys, calling them tone deaf and indulging in war porn. What do you think? We'll find out next.
Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated Draupadi Murmu after the swearing-in ceremony. It's a watershed moment for India as she takes charge as the next president. She is the second woman president of India and the first president to hail from the tribal community. This historic moment has also been noticed by the international community. In an official statement, the Chinese president said that he wants a healthy and stable China-India relationship. He added that he wants to work with Murmu to enhance political mutual trust, deepen practical cooperation, properly handle differences, and push bilateral ties forward on the right track. Not just China, Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe also extended his congratulations to President Murmu. Moscow also extended their congratulations. Putin, via an official statement, said, "I hope your activities as the head of state will promote further development of the Russian-Indian political dialogue." Draupadi Murmu was sworn in as the 15th President of India. She defeated opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha and received 2,824 votes.
NASA has just released a picture of Pluto filled with rainbows. It's mesmerizing, isn't it? Pluto is the most distant dwarf planet in our solar system, but it never fails to amaze. The world is reacting to Pluto's unique appearance. But is Pluto really like this? Well, we hate to disappoint you, but Pluto isn't really a riot of colors. This translated color image was created by Horizons scientists to highlight the main subtle color differences between the planet's distinct regions. The image was taken back in 2015. The New Horizons project by NASA studied Pluto for 6 months. The close-up images of Pluto and other data have changed the understanding of the planet. Alan Stern, New Horizons principal investigator, in a statement said, "It's clear to me that solar systems saved the best for last. We could not have explored a more fascinating or scientifically important planet at the edge of our solar system." Pluto is a dwarf planet in the Kuiper belt. Pluto is smaller than Earth's moon and it has a heart-shaped glacier that's the size of Oklahoma and Texas. The fascinating world of Pluto has blue skies, spinning moons, mountains, and even red snow. The year on Pluto is 248 days, but each day lasts for 153 hours. New Horizons is the only spacecraft that has traveled close to the Pluto. NASA has said that the New Horizons will continue to explore the solar system, heading further into the Kuiper belt.
are watching.
I was just talking to Arjun and Tara, and we were discussing about how you all have shot during the pandemic, how difficult it was. Please tell me your journey. How was it for you?
I think it was just like a constant fear, living in the fear with mask on camera, like on set, we didn't have masks while we were doing the scenes. And then immediately after the scene was done, we were wearing a mask. It was just a constant fear sort of situation. But I mean, to be honest, grateful enough to be getting an opportunity to start our work again. The only issue I would say is because we had to go through another lockdown in between, to get in and get out of the character was a little hard because, after like 2-3 months, you have to go back to it. That was sort of hard.
You had to maintain a physicality for this particular role that you're playing in Equivalent?
I do have a part which I can't talk about, but yeah, I had something.
Something.
Something. I'm so scared to say something that I'm not able to, I'm not allowed to speak, but yeah, I had to.
Like, did you have to put on weight or lose weight, or what was the brief about your?
I had to be a little more fit, is what I'm gonna say. I don't think Mohit sir is into losing weight or putting on weight. He never asked his girls to do that. But if you are, if you want to do something, you're always more than welcome. And I had to be a certain shape, I would say, not really putting on or putting off weight. And yeah, I had to just maintain that.
So, like you said, Mohit lets you be who you are.
Yeah.
You are very good with your Instagram is filled with things that even I wouldn't dare to try.
No, I'm sure you'll be better than me to try.
No ways. But did that skill of yours was utilized in Equivalent returns?
Who knows? You're asking me slyly all those questions.
Very nicely.
I'm nervous about
something that you can reveal to us that the audiences are.
Who knows? You'll see it in a week now. It's just coming out on 29th.
Yes. And so, like you said, it's just a week. What kind of mindset are you right now? Nervous? Happy? What is the state of mind?
Combination of everything, I guess. And to be honest, we are kind of lucky because we are busy promoting, so we're not thinking a lot. But when you go back home, we see the reviews, we see reactions, and I think I'm pretty excited to watch it with everyone.
Everyone's busy finding what's trending. You're busy finding out why. India Today, for those who research before reacting. Download the India Today app now.
You are watching India.
While Ukraine continues to get ravaged by the Russian invasion, the ongoing war, bodies piling up still in their hundreds, missiles raining down on this nation, President Volodymyr Zelensky and First Lady Olena Zelenska have appeared on a magazine cover with wartime theme photographs. This photo shoot has sparked global outrage, especially on social media, calling this cover story feature tone-deaf, insensitive, opportunistic, megalomaniacal, and completely out of touch with what's really happening on the ground. No matter what you think, you can make up your own mind, but the backlash and the outrage is real. Watch this report.
The Zelenskys are in vogue. Ukraine's First Lady Olena has been called the portrait of bravery by the magazine on its October cover. The fashion magazine also features Olena Zelenska posing with her husband, the president of Ukraine. Captured by world-renowned portrait photographer Annie Leibovitz, Olena is seen posing along with the wreckage of world's largest cargo plane with soldiers as props. The Antonov AN-225 Mriya was destroyed in the early days of the war by Russian airstrikes on the Hostomel airport. In another image, the Ukrainian First Lady is sitting on the steps of a subway, clad head to toe in designer wear, with not a hair out of place. While the Vogue feature talks about how Olena Zelenska had found herself center stage in a tragedy and the impact of the war so far, they come at a time when Ukraine has been fighting against Russia for nearly 154 days and counting. Airstrikes are still being reported from Odessa and Mykolaiv, and according to UN estimates, there have been over 12,000 casualties. The retouched, perfectly staged photographs with the president of the war-torn nation posing and preening has triggered massive backlash. From being termed a bad idea to a PR stunt, Zelensky is being panned for posing for a photo shoot instead of working towards a solution to the war. Some have even termed the Ukrainian president a fraud, while others have called the Vogue feature tone-deaf and elitist. Some Twitter users even mocked Ukraine's first couple, saying the pictures look too posy. A country and its people ravaged by war, getting billions of dollars in aid from the world. This photo shoot does nothing but damage the cause that the Zelenskys claim to be fighting for. Bureau Report, India Today.
So this is a story that has divided people all across the world, certainly here in India, and certainly among my colleagues who've just come back from covering the Ukraine war as well. Ukraine has been ravaged by 5 months of war, devastation and tragedy. Cities have been ruined, thousands of Ukrainians have died, millions have been displaced and turned into refugees. There's no end to the Ukraine-Russia war in sight, but President Zelensky and his wife Olena have chosen to pose for a fashion magazine cover shoot using soldiers, no less, as props. That is the reality of this cover shoot, and that's the reason why many people are calling this war pornography. They're calling this tone-deaf, insensitive. The country is in ruins, but the Zelenskys are busy getting made up and touched up and puffed up to pose in front of their battered nation for a fashion magazine by one of the world's leading photographers who flew down there to take these images. Many people call this bad taste. Many people say it shouldn't be the Zelenskys putting the spotlight on themselves while their country is being damaged and battered. People are calling this insensitive, tone-deaf, megalomaniacal, and just plain bad taste. Here are the big questions that we are asking at this point of time. Is war fashionable for the Ukraine president, for God's sake? Is this a portrait of bravery, or is this a portrait of merely poor taste? Are soldiers supposed to be props in a photo shoot amidst a raging war because they've been used as props in the photo shoot of the Zelenskys? Is this perfectly staged photo shoot simply tone deaf? Of course, this magazine must have approached the Zelenskys, but why did the Zelenskys need to agree? Did it not occur to them this was tone deaf to the suffering in their country? Is this the best way to showcase a war-torn country? Of course, there is a flip side. There are questions on the other side as well. As a wartime president, why shouldn't Zelensky take every opportunity to project and showcase what's happening in his country? Isn't he, after all, the wartime president? Isn't he citizen number one in Ukraine? So why shouldn't he take every opportunity to tell the story of Ukraine by a large fashion magazine, no matter what you think of the taste? So there are complicated questions and issues, but the visceral first reaction to this cover magazine shoot has been, are these people crazy? While their country is broken and bruised and battered and damaged, they're sitting with makeup and posing for a magazine cover shoot? How dare they? That's the visceral response. Let's get a word in I'm joined by Dmitry Leontiev. He's senior content editor for Russia Today International. He joins me live from Moscow. I also have with me India Today's Gaurav Sawant, managing editor, recently returned from Ukraine, spent many weeks there covering the most intense parts of that battle. So the two people I have with me are very well versed with what is happening and the backlash. Dmitry, I'd like to come to you first. What did you think of this? You know, there has been a backlash over this magazine cover shoot by the Zelenskys. Many people call it bad taste. What's your perspective from Russia?
Well, hello everyone. I don't think anybody should be surprised. Mr. Zelensky is an actor first, and then a politician second, third, fourth. This is what he knows how to do. He does photo shoots, he makes speeches. He's been wearing the same green shirt for the last 5 months because his PR team told him this is what you have to do. You have to look masculine. Everything is about PR. Everything is about marketing. When it comes to governing, Ukraine is not governed by themselves. With the major decisions which are made for Ukraine when it comes to military, economics, and this has been going on for years, is done in the United States and in Brussels in the EU. So this is not part of his job. He doesn't really need to govern. What he needs to do is to make these photo shoots, make speeches, and that's all he can do because he's an actor and a very limited person in every other sense. That's the first part. The second part is that Mr. Zelensky, although it's relatively popular right now in Ukraine, was not popular at all. His approval rating was below 30% before the war. The war helped his popularity, but not for long. The Ukrainian citizens will understand the utter failure of this government. And at one point, he will need to flee from Ukraine, from his own citizens, to the West. So this photo shoot will raise his profile as everything that he does. So maybe in 2, 3, 4, 5 years, he can sit somewhere in California talking to Hollywood actors and,
Gaurav, what do you think? I'll come back to you, Dmitry. That link is just frozen. Gaurav, does this photo shoot in a big fashion magazine by the Zelenskys sort of tick you off? What do you think? Because the flip side of it is people saying he is the president, he is citizen number one, he's the head honcho of Ukraine, and so why shouldn't he take any opportunity to project himself? And if it means he and his wife preening before the cameras of Annie Leibovitz, then so be it. What do you think? Why are people so angry, Gaurav?
Shiv, this is in stark contrast to what's happening on ground in Ukraine. Even as we speak, Kharkiv is being bombed. People are suffering. People are without food. A large part of the population has left the country. Women and children are in deep pain. Shiv, trafficking of women who've left Ukraine, trafficking of children is a huge problem as far as as far as Europe is concerned. And here is a president who's actually preening in front of cameras. Of course, it does remain a fact that he is looking for a $15 billion aid from the IMF. British Prime Minister Boris Johnson has described him or has compared him to Winston Churchill, how Winston Churchill would have been during Second World War. So, opinion is very sharply divided on him. Now, he's trying to keep Ukraine in the headlines as there is a bit of wariness, that's coming in. The world is now 5 months. The world is tired of Ukraine's problems, the problems that the world is facing. Europe is actually thinking what happens in winters, and in a way, all that he's trying to do, perhaps through this woke cover story, insensitive as it does appear, is to keep Ukraine and himself in the headlines.
Dmitry, do you think Ukrainians would be angry about this as well? I mean, you're right when you talk about his approval ratings before the war. That kind of changed during the war. He is seen as a wartime president. He was hailed from, across the different ideological lines within Ukraine because the country was at war. Do you think Ukrainians would be okay with this? We're going to have a Ukrainian voice in a little bit as well. We'll get it from them. But what do you think? Do you think Ukrainians would be okay with this kind of cover shoot? Because Gaurav says this is a country that is devastated. You're on mute, Dmitry.
I have to say this, that in Ukraine right now, it is impossible and illegal to criticize Zelensky. There's one media, it's controlled by Kiev. Everything is said is controlled by the administration of Zelensky. This is a fact, and no Ukrainian can argue this. So it's very hard to understand what Ukrainians are actually feeling, because there is no way, and there is in Ukrainian media landscape, not on TV, not on the internet, not on social media, you cannot criticize Zelensky or anything that he does. So yes, of course, the people who are fighting, the soldiers and the young men, which have been called up all over Ukraine, who are fighting right now, who are told they might die for this war, they might get angry because it seems like in Kiev, this is all a joke for them. But you will not be able to hear this on Ukrainian media. You will not be able to hear any criticism of Zelensky. It is impossible to criticize Zelensky right now anywhere on Ukrainian media landscape.
Gaurav, you interacted with hundreds of Ukrainians over the weeks that you spent in that country. In your view, how would Ukrainians react to this kind of thing? Because, he was a bit of a divisive character initially, but he became a wartime president. He was hailed and, praised by Ukrainians. Would this rub Ukrainians the wrong way? Would they see this as bad taste, or would they say, it's fine, he's telling our story?
He is telling their story, and the opinion would be divided. Shiv, he was at one point of time hugely popular because he stood for someone who was standing up to President Putin, who was standing up to Russia. At the same time, the pain is now hitting home, Shiv. Thousands have died. There are lakhs who are displaced, and their pain compared to these photo shoots, there's a stark contrast in their lives, and they would actually. So while his team would argue that he's keeping Ukraine in the headlines and not just on the front pages, but also magazines, because this is what stays much longer, has a much longer shelf life, and not just in the audience that reads news. This is Vogue after all. But at the same time, when people want food, when you're looking for $15 to $20 billion worth of IMF bailout, would you be in front of the Vogue, in front of a devastated Ria, or would you be doing far more serious stuff, perhaps to curtail the conflict ahead of winters, which are likely to be and feared to be extremely harsh, the first winter since conflict started?
A very, very polarizing story, and that's the reason why we put it in the spotlight here, because that war is still very much on. Stay with me, gentlemen. I also have with us live from Lviv in Ukraine to get a Ukrainian perspective on a Ukrainian story. Olga Vorozhbit is a senior journalist from there. Olga, good to see you. I hope you are well. And wanted to get your views, Olga, on the kind of backlash, the anger that the Zelenskys are facing for this magazine cover shoot. How do you feel about it? Do you think it's okay, or do you think it's in bad taste? Because there are people who say it's insensitive considering what's going on in Ukraine.
And who are those people? That's the question, because we are in Ukraine, as I hear the voices, they are mainly supportive to this to this cover, because it shows that there is no fatigue of Ukraine, as some people say, in the world. It means that we have more interest towards Ukraine. And moreover, this is what you haven't mentioned, I don't know why, this cover is about Olena Zelenska, the First Lady. So, and this is the main point. And the story in Vogue magazine is also about her.
Yeah.
Because, for a long time, there was the saying that the war is the man's deal or something, but in Ukraine it is not. And this is the First Lady who speaks about that. And posted these photos, she also was speaking about that this is her images, which represent all Ukrainian women, those women who are now in the army. There are over 5,000 Ukrainian women on ground zero, on the front line, on the ground zero, and over 50,000 women who are in the army. The Ukrainian women who are volunteers, the Ukrainian women who are nursing the kids for work, who are staying in the country. Yes, there are those who had to flee the country for the sake of their children. So all these, these photos represent those women, And Olena Zelenska, she for some period of time, she was not much active, like in the front line, on the covers. Yes, she was. She gave just written interviews for the first 2 months, I guess. But in the recent months, she became more active. She was on the cover page also of the Time magazine. She was in the US. She presented her speech in the US, and so all this shows that all Ukrainians are active in repelling Russians, and also this shows the other point, that the world is interested in Ukraine, and that this war is not just about Europe or something, but it is about the whole world. Yeah. So we have we need this victory over Russia, so that Ukraine has our sovereign state, and other countries had no hunger, so that they were able so that we were able to export our grain, so that tyrannies where so that we see the defeat of the tyranny, yeah, because Ukraine is a democracy, and for example, we have plenty of media. I'm a representative of a weekly magazine, and so people even during the war, even during the when we have martial law, yeah, we can stand up and say something is wrong, and that's why we have, for example, changes in our government even now. So that is very important, I would say, and all this is in the image of Olena Zelenska, in her beauty, in her dignity there, and I would speak about her, not about the president. Yes, Zelensky became the pop star, I would say, but he is also on the front line everywhere in Ukraine. He visits front lines. He is active. He has these everyday speeches and so on. But these photos and this cover is about Olena and about First Lady and about Ukrainian women.
I think you make a terrific point, Olena, and Olga, I beg your pardon. And I think on this show, our attempt was to show all sides and to show that this is an issue that has divided people. You're saying that the people of Ukraine are certainly not divided. My own personal take is, if a magazine wants to tell your story, then why not tell the story of your nation? He is, after all, the president of that country. Of course, people can have their opinions. They can call it insensitive. They can call it poor taste. They can call it megalomania. That is your right. That is your opinion. My own is that he is, after all, citizen number one of Ukraine, and here's a terrific opportunity to once again showcase what's happening in that country. We can opine endlessly about the tastefulness and the timing of what's really happening. Remember, the war in Ukraine is still very much on. Dimitri, Gaurav and Olga, thank you very much for being with me on this. That's a wrap on 5 Live. Coming up next is 6 p.m. Prime with Pooja, where the Bengal cash for jobs scam has gone to a surreal new level. We've got 2 big news breaks with Pooja coming up on the other side, which nobody else has, and it takes this story into the stratosphere. You thought that mountain of cash was big? Wait till you see what Pooja has lined up.
Rishi Sunak and Liz Truss will be the candidates going forward to a final ballot of Conservative Party members.
After multiple rounds of voting, former UK Finance Minister Rishi Sunak has emerged as the front-runner in the race to become the country's next Prime Minister. He bagged 137 votes in the 5th and final ballot. Close behind is Foreign Secretary Liz Truss, who won the support of 113 MPs. Rishi and Liz will now try to win support at election meetings and national debates over the next 6 weeks. And the UK will have its new Prime Minister by September 5th. If Sunak wins, he will be the first person of colour to lead the country. And if Truss wins, she will be the 3rd woman Prime Minister of Britain after Margaret Thatcher and Theresa May.
I will campaign as a Conservative, and I will govern as a Conservative. I can lead, I can make tough decisions, and I can get things done. I am ready to be Prime Minister from day one.
A central figure in Britain's efforts to support Ukraine during the Ukraine-Russia war.
It's very important at this time that we keep up the pressure on Vladimir Putin by supplying more weapons to Ukraine, by increasing the sanctions.
A vocal supporter of former British Prime Minister Boris Johnson, Mary Elizabeth Truss, aka Liz Truss, has been the Foreign Secretary of the UK since 2021. As Foreign Secretary, she was at the forefront of several trade deals signed after Brexit. Her rise to the top of the Conservative Party has been anything but straightforward. Born in Oxford in 1975 to left-wing parents, Truss attended state schools in Paisley and Leeds. Her father was a well-known math lecturer at the University of Leeds, while her mother was a nurse and a teacher. At 18, Truss studied politics, philosophy and economics at Merton College in Oxford. There she was president of the Oxford University Liberal Democrats.
We Liberal Democrats believe in opportunity for all.
In 1996, she switched sides and joined the Conservative Party after working as a commercial manager at Shell. Truss was elected as a councillor in Greenwich in 2006 and then as MP for South West Norfolk in 2010, a seat she's held ever since. The 46-year-old has been dubbed by some fans as the new Iron Lady. She's known to emulate former Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, Margaret Thatcher, sometimes copying her outfits with attention to detail. Truss has long cited her political idol Thatcher as an inspiration and even appeared to emulate her style during the first leadership debate. Like Thatcher, she's also a free marketeer, admired for her tough and direct attitude to politics and her libertarian views on economics and trade.
You are watching.
Co-presented by PolicyBazaar.com.
A mountain of cash and mounting evidence. Exclusive details of Partha Arpita questioning by the Enforcement Directorate. The pressure is building on Bengal Chief Minister. Will Mamata Banerjee sack her TMC Mantri? Top focus on 6 p.m. Prime. Good evening and welcome. You're watching 6 p.m. Prime. I'm Pooja Shali, the show where I bring issues that matter to you as citizen of this country. Now, there is a lot brewing in the state of West Bengal, and I will be getting you in this special telecast all the latest that's coming in from Mamta's turf. Let's begin first with the headlines. Bharatiya Janata Party Yuva Morcha leader butchered by bike-borne assailants in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. Saffron groups take out a stir, claim role of radical PFI and SDPI.
The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously and we are hopeful to nab as soon as possible.
It's a stunning twist to Karnataka's hate-killing. BJP worker Praveen shared a cartoon supporting Kanhaiya Lal, who, remember, had supported Nupur Sharma, and that this was after his murder, and now this individual from Karnataka is also no more and murdered. It's an unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old boy ends his life in Shivaganga. 5th suspected suicide of incidents in just 14 days. Amid Sonia Gandhi's ED questioning, it's a big boost to the government at the centre. Top court upholds the Enforcement Directorate's right to probe, summon and arrest on cases of money laundering. BJP says Modi government's corruption fight has been vindicated. But while the questioning was on today for the 3rd day, Congress party staged a massive protest amid Sonia Gandhi's ED questioning in the Herald money laundering allegation case. India Today accesses the sheet of answers. Congress chief, like also son Rahul Gandhi, blames late Motilal Vora for the deals in the national heritage. Civil aviation regulator cracks down on SpiceJet after the airline reported a series of snags. SpiceJet has been ordered to cut down flight operations by 50% for the next 8 weeks. And we have big news coming in from the state of Bengal. Mithun Chakraborty telling India Today now that 38 Trinamool Congress MLAs are in contact with the Bharatiya Janata Party and 21 among them are in direct contact with me. This is a big revelation coming in from Mithun Chakraborty right now, and he has categorically said, remember, 38 TMC MLAs are in contact with the Bharatiya Janata Party, but out of those 38, 21 are in direct contact with me. Now this, remember, is a big charge coming in amid other parties and other states as well, where there is defection happening. Remember what happened in the state of Maharashtra recently? Could we see a similar future signs to come in the state of Bengal, or is it just public posturing? Is it just sort of a signal to Mamata Banerjee, or is Mithun Chakraborty speaking a fact that there are TMC MLAs, at least 38 according to him, who are in contact with the BJP, but 21 are in direct contact with him? Is he now the coordinator about TMC MLAs who are interested in the Bharatiya Janata Party to jump ship? Could now actually contact the BJP leadership. What did Mithun Chakraborty say to India Today? Let's listen in to this big news coming in.
इस वक्त हमारे साथ मिथुन चक्रवर्ती है, जिन्होंने कुछ देर पहले एक दावा किया है कि 38 तृणमूल कांग्रेस के विधायक एमएलएज आपके टच में हैं और 21 तो आपके बहुत खास टच में हैं।
38 हमारे सबके साथ हैं और 21 मेरे साथ सबसे ज्यादा टच में हैं।
ये आपको लगता है ये लोग आपको सपोर्ट करेंगे या फिर सिर्फ बातचीत ही होती रहेगी?
मैं अभी बात कही थी कि हम लोग पिक्चर बना देना तो पहले म्यूजिक रिलीज करते हैं, फिर ट्रेलर करते हैं, फिर पिक्चर रिलीज करते हैं। अभी जो सुना है वो हमने म्यूजिक रिलीज किया है।
तो पिक्चर कब देखेंगे या फिर ट्रेलर कब देखेंगे?
अभी ट्रेलर देखिए, चलिए ना, अगर म्यूजिक को हिट होने दीजिए, फिर ट्रेलर दिखाऊंगा, फिर पिक्चर दिखाऊंगा।
महाराष्ट्र जैसा स्थिति भी हो सकता है, आपने दावा किया।
सर कभी भी हो सकता है, महाराष्ट्र में हो सकता है एक दिन सुबह उठा दिखा के शिवसेना बीजेपी फॉर्मिंग गवर्नमेंट, तो कल आज सो जाइए, रात कल सुबह भी हो सकता है।
हो सकता है कल,
हो भी सकता है।
So the actor politician using the film analogy saying, "Abhi to trailer release kiya hai. Wait for the film to be released. First the trailer, then the music, and then the full film." Getting us that big exclusive is my colleague Suryagini Roy, now from Kolkata. So Suryagini, 294-member West Bengal Assembly, out of which about 216 is the number for the Trinamool Congress. How do you make of this threat that is literally coming? And I use the word threat because it is clearly telling Mamata Banerjee that your own MLAs are more interested in the BJP. What is he telling you precisely, and how is he backing it with any sort of evidence? Suryagini, can you hear me? All right, I'll just try and get that audio line back on. Remember, for 294 member assembly for Bengal, for Mithun Chakraborty, who's a senior BJP neta in the state of Bengal, to say 38 MLAs are in contact with the BJP, 21 in direct touch with me. Is he just bluffing, or is he speaking a reality and a sort of a warning to Mamata Banerjee about what could happen in the state of Bengal? Remember, just about a few weeks ago, Maharashtra had completely similar scenario. There were one by one MLAs defecting and interested with the BJP. But can the BJP here possibly have that scenario coming in, or this time Mithun Chakraborty just testing the waters? We'll listen in again in a short while to what Mithun Chakraborty had said, but categorically stating that Abhi, we are just releasing the trailer, then the music will release, and then we will have the full film. What does this big claim of actor-politician mean that 38 MLAs are right now in touch? Just to give you and help with the numbers here, remember at this point the Bengal Assembly stands at 294, out of which the Trinamool Congress has 216. The opposition, the Bharatiya Janata Party, has 75 legislators. We have more breaking news now coming in, and now the TMC is not going to stay silent with that big claim. The Trinamool Congress hits back at Mithun Chakraborty's claim. The Trinamool Congress has spoken up. TMC MP Dr. Shantanu Sen says, I quote him here, we've heard that Mithun Chakraborty was admitted to a hospital a few days back. I think he was mentally ill. The problem is he does not know politics. That is a personal, strong jibe coming in. Suryagani, you spoke to Mithun Chakraborty. He appeared to be very confident. But TMC's retaliation is not about the numbers or the confidence that MLAs are with us. He's saying, I think he was mentally ill. He was admitted in a hospital.
Well, Pooja, we need to understand something very clearly. Mithun Chakraborty, before being a BJP leader, he was also a Rajya Sabha MP of the Trinamool Congress, and at one point he was very close to Mamata Banerjee. So, when he makes a comment that 38 MLAs are in touch with the BJP and 21 are with are in direct contact with Mithun himself, that clearly indicates that there is some kind of internal politics that is going on. We heard the Trinamool Congress how they have been countering it. They are claiming that Mithun, he's been unwell, and as you said that Shantanu Sen took a personal jibe at him as well, called him a bit mentally unfit as well, and no one will abide by what Mithun is trying to say over here. One very important aspect of this entire conversation that we had with Mithun a while back, I asked him that can a Maharashtra-like situation, erupt in West Bengal as well? The answer was that such kind of an incident can happen anytime. You woke up one morning and you saw that there was a Shiv Sena BJP government that was formed, and a similar kind of a government can happen any day. I asked him, can it happen tomorrow? He said yes, why not? And that clearly indicates that maybe the BJP is trying to get in touch with a lot of MLAs, because let's not forget that in 2018-2019 Mukul Roy used to comment on a regular basis that a lot of
Suryagani, stay on with me, because this is definitely getting bigger, because at this point, what did Shantanu Sen of the TMC say about this claim, a massive claim, remember, that your MLAs are in touch with the BJP? He made a personal jibe at Mithun Chakraborty. Listen into this.
देखिए, मेरे को ये लगता है, हमको सुनने में आया था कुछ दिन पहले मिथुन चक्रवर्ती बहुत दिन के लिए अस्पताल में एडमिटेड थे. हमको लग रहा है एक डॉक्टर का हैसियत से उसको सिर्फ फिजिकल बीमारी नहीं था, उसका मेंटल बीमारी शायद हो गया होगा. नहीं तो बंगाल में रहते हुए अभी कोई भी आदमी ये सब बात नहीं बोल पाएंगे. उसको भी मालूम है कि अब की बार 200 बार बोलने का बाद बंगाल में सिर्फ 77 आसन में उन लोगों को जय हासिल हुआ था. उसके बाद उसको भी खुद मालूम नहीं है शायद कि अभी उसका पार्टी का एमएलए का संख्या कितना है, 70 है कि 67 है कि 68 है, उसको भी नहीं मालूम. और हमको ये मालूम है, हम अगर घर खोल दे तो उसका घर ऐसे ही टूट रहा है. अभी उसका घर माइक्रोस्कोपिक एक्सिस्टेंस में चला जाएगा.
So just a big claim by Mithun Chakraborty, or a sign of days to come in Bengal government. Now, what is primarily also simultaneously happening in the state are the Enforcement Directorate raids. The heat is mounting on Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee over his alleged role in the Bengal job recruitment scam. The Enforcement Directorate watchdog has already questioned Partha Chatterjee for over 5 hours on the hoard of cash, jewellery, government documents found at Arpita Mukherjee's house, who's a close aide of the minister. But another TMC MLA, Maunik Bhattacharya, now has appeared before the ED in the same case. So this definitely is escalating. Questioning continues. Raids were conducted at his place recently with the recovery of crucial documents with regard to the alleged recruitment scam. But these raids has opened a can of worms with the questioning and the answers that's currently on. At least 10, according to a High Court petition stating that at least 10 of his bodyguards' kin were allegedly given jobs as government teachers. All of this, remember, the ED stating they do have strong evidence against Partha Chatterjee.
It is on sub judice because, the investigation is going on. I don't know what will be the outcome of investigation. And Honorable Chief Minister, she has categorically said that if there is anything adverse comes, then the government will take action.
Health report of West Bengal government has come, and it shows that it is positive for TMC. Too much corruption. But some in the West Bengal government are saying it is too much coincidence. Can it be too much coincidence now that pictures have also appeared that Arpita was sharing the official stage of the TMC on several occasions? Is it too much coincidence that the same Arpita was being praised by Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee in the presence of Partha Chatterjee in a public program, and she was lauding her for the good work? Is this all too much coincidence or is it too much corruption?
पार्टी को तोड़ना बनाना एजेंसियों का काम नहीं है। जो घपला घोटाला हुआ है उसको उजागर करना है और सही उपयोग करके सही जगह पर आज पहुंची एजेंसियां, तभी इतनी नोटों की बंडल मिल रही है। इतने सारा मिलने के बाद भी जो देखिए आंख चुरा रहे हैं, झूठ बोल रहे हैं, धमकी दे रहे हैं, पब्लिक इनको क्या बोलेगा? इसलिए पब्लिक से आप वोट लिए थे। 21 में जीत गए, बोले 21 करोड़ लूट लेंगे। ये अधिकार किसने दिया आपको?
Remember, the controversy had started with 21 crore rupees of cash that were recovered by the ED raid at Arpita Mukherjee's residence. And now we have more exclusive information coming in, because with the raids that continue, India Today has tracked one of the many companies that were run by Arpita Mukherjee, or at least were in her name, and that the allegation now is were also being used to launder money from the job scam. And one such company, HA Entertainment Private Limited, is located in South Kolkata, that could have been, according to the agencies, allegedly used to transfer money in the multi-crore recruitment scam. Security of the premises, though, is claiming that Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee used to visit this place and also meet Arpita Mukherjee in the office. The premises was also being used for shooting of Arpita's films and often doubled up even as a wedding hall. The sale deeds of the company recovered by the ED officials during the raid at this residence of the Bengal Minister, also of Partha Chatterjee. Now, the Enforcement Directorate has raided another office, and one of the directors of that company again was Arpita Mukherjee.
দেখুন এখানটায় অর্পিতা মুখার্জি আমরা যে ম্যাডাম বলে জানি, এই ঘটনার পর অর্পিতা মুখার্জি যে এই মেয়ে আমরা জানতে পারলাম। আগে হচ্ছে কি অর্পিতা ম্যাডাম যে এরকম মানে ওই যে আমরা জানতাম না, আমরা জানতাম আমাদের ম্যাডাম, বুঝতে পেরেছেন? উনি ম্যাডাম হিসেবে মানে ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতেন। হ্যাঁ, আমরা ডিরেক্টর হিসেবে জানতাম, কারণ আমাদের পেটা উনি মানে কোম্পানিকে করতেন, কোম্পানি আমাদের করতে হয়।
The sale deeds of a company that have been recovered during the raids by ED officials from the residence of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, and there are more information that are coming in during the interrogation and probe that has been going on SSC recruitment scam. We are given to understand this particular company, HA Entertainment Private Limited, is one of the company. The deeds of that company and many papers have been recovered from Partha Chatterjee's residence during the raids by ED officials. Now, what we have learned that Arpita Mukherjee, a close associate of Bengal Minister Partha Chatterjee, is one of the the directors of this particular company. Now, this one, another company which are under scanner that are believed to be used in transferring the funds, and which are being probed by Enforcement Directorate. They are probing, they are trying to look out and reach out whereabouts of these companies. Now, what we are given to understand, this particular place belongs to Arpita Mukherjee. The name of the house is HA, and the company's name that has been written on the letterbox is HA Entertainment Private Limited. It is at the Rajdanga, which is in the Koshba area of Kolkata, now which are under scanner of Enforcement Directorate. With camera person Prashun, this is Ritik from Kolkata for India Today.
So who is this Arpita Mukherjee at whose residence 20 crore rupees cash is discovered, and then a link is made to TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee? I have some details about how we tried to understand about how is this woman who is not part of the government has become such a powerful face in the political corridors of the Bengal government. Let's begin now. So Arpita Mukherjee is a young woman who was, as now we know, started modelling during her college days. So it was a modelling stint that had started, as you can see. These are some of the images that we could gather from her earlier days as modelling. Then she goes on to become a small-time actor within the state of Bengal, films, television, and that perhaps was changed from modelling to the acting and film industry. Now this in 2012 is when she starts to have political connections one public meeting with Partha Chatterjee, and that is when she surfaces in the political domain. But then it goes on that she becomes a close aide of the TMC minister. They are seen at different public gatherings. There are a lot of photographs in public domain between Arpita Mukherjee and Partha Chatterjee with regard to public events. But here it gets very interesting. She starts to have a luxury lifestyle. A lot of properties, flats, luxury apartments that the ED has now mentioned that have the name of Arpita. Includingly, she starts to also, apart from amassing properties, has now started to be mentioned within the political power corridors. Remember, she has nothing to do with the government, but now with the cash recovered, a diary recovered, which belongs to the Bengal government, has a lot of recruitment-related entries. How is Arpita Mukherjee managing to get all that information and, in fact, knowledge of what's happening within the government? And that is why this murky case has led from Arpita Mukherjee to the TMC minister, and the buck stops at the door of the Bengal Chief Minister, Mamata Banerjee. Now this, remember, while the ED raids continue, the questioning continues of both Partha and Arpita. Let me now bring you details of where all these raids are currently taking place by the Enforcement Directorate. We are being told that Kamarhati in North 24 Parganas, where Partha Chatterjee's properties are currently being raided. There is also Bellare, an apartment, a house there in North 24 Parganas, again that belongs to Arpita Mukherjee, allegedly, that also has been raided. There is in Garihut in Kolkata, belongs to a close aide of the minister, that has also been raided. New Town in Kolkata, a property there with the name of Arpita Mukherjee has also now just been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Kasba is where a company named with Arpita Mukherjee's name has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Again in Anandpur, a company in Kolkata with the name of Arpita Mukherjee as one of the senior most officers, one is where she's been mentioned as a director, has been raided by the Enforcement Directorate. Non-stop raids, non-stop questioning. Eventually, it will be up to the ED to prove that this was about money used to be laundered with regard to recruitment scam of jobs of teachers, remember, education department, one of the most important for any government and for the future of children as well. Now, in a series of development, the Enforcement Directorate has questioned Partha Chatterjee for at least 5 hours. That for an alleged role, allegations of the Bengal teacher recruitment scam. Here's a report now as we bring you these visuals. What was questioned? What was the line of answering by Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee? Take a look at the special report as we detail it for you one by one.
Heat is mounting on TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee and his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. After a pile of cash amounting to 21 crore rupees and incriminating documents were found at Arpita's residence. The Enforcement Directorate has questioned Partha for at least 5 hours over his alleged role in the Bengal teacher recruitment scam. ED sources tell India Today that Partha was quizzed why the first list of SSC qualified candidates was cancelled, then questioned over his role in the advisory council and if recruits were recommended by him. He was grilled on the source behind the cash found at his close aide Arpita's residence and whether there were any hawala transactions in the recruitment scam. A black diary found at Arpita's residence that allegedly held crucial information on the scam featured in the interrogation. Sources say West Bengal Chief Minister Mamata Banerjee's close confidant feigned ignorance and refused to cooperate with the central agency. With the clamour for his resignation growing, will Mamata bite the bullet and sack Partha Chatterjee? Bureau Report, India Today.
It's a developing story and I'll be getting you all the latest from Bengal in the days to come. I'm heading into a very short commercial break, but stay tuned. We have some school horror student suicide cases coming in from Tamil Nadu. Now, after at least 4 suicide alleged cases, 17-year-old boy ends life in Sivaganga. It's a 5th suspected suicide case of all students in just 14 days. What is happening to our children in Tamil Nadu? Let's bring you that big report after a very short break.
Armed with facts, she takes the news by its horns.
You think the future of these students are not hampered?
Fierce, bold and direct, setting the tone for the biggest stories from every corner and every angle. Expect nothing but the unfiltered truth.
News first, niceties later. Watch me, Nabila Jamal, on India Today.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
In Tamil Nadu, in 2 weeks, there have been 5 suicide cases, all of students below 19 years of age. Take a look at this. Absolutely horrific and a worrisome development. Another case of a student suicide has surfaced today, sending shockwaves across Tamil Nadu and likely across the country as well. Now, adding to the series of student suicides in Tamil Nadu over the past couple of weeks, a class 12th male student allegedly hung himself to death at his home near Karaikudi in Sivagangai district. Now, it is being alleged that the boy was stressed out. He was not able to score good marks in the examination, and that led possibly to this extreme step. On Tuesday, remember giving you a background, a class 11 student was found dead at her home in Sivakasi. The girl hung herself after returning from school when her grandmother had stepped out. Now, there are these cases that are repeatedly coming up. There have been cases whether one girl was found dead in her hostel room, one at her home. And that has led to Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin now reacting to it, asserting that the government will not sit silent, take stringent action if students, especially school girls, are being troubled mentally, physically or sexually, or in general if the children are feeling any sort of harassment.
அண்மை காலமாக தமிழகத்தில் நிகழ்ந்த சில நிகழ்வுகளை எண்ணி பார்க்கிற போது எனக்கு உள்ளபடியே மனவேதனையாக இருக்கு. கல்வி நிறுவனங்களை நடத்துறவங்க அந்த கல்வி நிறுவனங்களை தொழிலாக வர்த்தகமாக நினைக்காம தொண்டாக கல்வி சேவையாக கருதணும். மாணவ செல்வங்கள் பட்டங்கள் வாங்குவதற்காக மட்டும் கல்வி நிறுவனங்களுக்கு வரல. முதலில் தன்னம்பிக்கை, தைரியம், மன உறுதி ஆகியவற்றை அவங்களுக்கு நீங்க அளிக்கணும். எத்தகைய சோதனைகளை எதிர்கொள்ளக்கூடிய ஆற்றல் பெற்றவர்களாக தமிழ்நாட்டு மாணவ செல்வங்கள் வளரணும். உங்களுக்கு ஏற்படக்கூடிய தொல்லைகள், அவமானங்கள், இடையூறுகள் ஆகியவற்றை மாணவர்கள், அதிலும் குறிப்பாக மாணவிகள் தைரியமாக எதிர்கொள்ளணும். பாதகம் செய்வோரை கண்டால் பயம் கொள்ளாது ஆகாது பாப்பா, மோதி மிதித்து விடு பாப்பா, அவர் முகத்தில் உமிழ்ந்து விடு பாப்பா என்று பாடினார் மகாகவி பாரதியார் அவர்கள். மாணவியருக்கு பால்வியல் ரீதியாகவோ, மன ரீதியாகவோ, உடல் ரீதியாகவோ தொல்லை தரக்கூடிய எத்தகைய இழி செயல் நடந்தாலும் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு நிச்சயமாக சொல்றேன் வேடிக்கை பார்த்து கொண்டிருக்கிறது. உறுதியான நடவடிக்கை எடுக்கப்படும். குற்றவாளிகளை சட்டத்தின் முன் நிறுத்தி உடனடியாக அதற்குரிய தண்டனையை பெற்றுத்தரும். எந்த சூழலிலும் தற்கொலை எண்ணத்துக்கு மாணவிகள் தள்ளப்படக்கூடாது.
I want to go across to my colleague Akshaya Nath. She's been reporting the latest on that from Chennai. Akshaya, 5 students is a worrisome indicator. Now, while the investigators are probing, what are you picking up from some of these cases, and what is the government doing to ensure this does not escalate? Because earlier it was just about 4 girl students. Now a male student has also died by suicide.
Well, Pooja, it's a very, very tragic incidents that are coming to light from across the state of Tamil Nadu, and most of them are students just, over 15 to 17 years of age. And it's very traumatic for several students to know news like this is what we're given to understand. And that's why the state government and the state missionaries are trying to now bring in a system where they're saying that let's, work together. The Chief Minister has also asked all the schools to work together and to ensure that, students are given more support, care and mental strength and do not resort into these kind of activities. It's very unfortunate that most of the students in this 5 cases that have been reported in the last 2 weeks have said to have, committed suicide, allegedly because of the pressure that they have been undergoing in studies. And teachers asking students to study is a very normal thing, is what we understand. But the kind of pressure that these children are enduring in this new education system, that is something that needs to be focused, is what opposition parties are also saying here, Pooja. But very unfortunate news coming from across Tamil Nadu in the last 2 weeks, 5 cases from different parts of the city, and the most latest being a 17-year-old boy from Sivagangai district who was left alone at home. But the parents had believed that he will be continuing his studies, and they had gone to their home temple to pay respect to the deity. But once coming back, what they hear is that their son is no longer alive. So, traumatic scenes.
Absolutely
across,
tragic. I mean, Akshay, just to imagine what the families must be going through at this point and what's leading these young children to take this extreme step. Akshay, keep tracking all the latest on that. Investigators are probing 5 cases now in 14 days. Now, remember at this point, if you are facing any kind of suicide tendencies, remember that you're not alone, and you need to speak out and seek out any help. I have some of the preventive measures that have been sent to us by the experts. Remember, at this point, it does appear that suicide is a mental health problem that many are facing across India, and there are cases across the country. What can you do if you at all feel that depression or any sort of problems is making you take any extreme step? Take immediate help from professional therapists. There are many therapists who are dealing with mental health issues, and there's absolutely no harm in reaching out to them. What does it mean? Also, participate in support groups for the grieving. And if you know anyone around you, be involved with them. What does that mean with regard to family as a support system? Your loved ones around, the ones who you trust, who support you, spend time with them. There's absolutely a moment that will make you and help you realize that how important families will be and what will happen to them once you take that extreme step. Also importantly, there is a prescribed medication for depression, and that is why you need to take medical help. Do not self-medicate, or if anyone advises you to reach out for that medication via doctors. And importantly, speak out. Remember that you're not alone, and the moment you reach out, ask for help, speak about it, there will be help and support pouring in. Do not take that extreme step. I do also have to mention here that the government, the Social Empowerment Department, has sent out a helpline which is known as the Kiran Helpline, 1800-599-0019. Call on it, reach for help. Do not take any extreme step. There's a lot of life in there right now to live. So it's a terrible story to wrap up this segment for, but when I come back after a commercial break, I take you to Karnataka. A shocking hacking to death of a BJP Yuva Morcha leader butchered by bike-borne assailants. It's become a massive political showdown in Dakshina Kannada. We speak to the family. We speak to what the BJP netas are saying. Protests are breaking out across Karnataka. Let's bring you that story after a very short break.
Slogans against the BJP.
Guys, welcome to India Today. I have to first of all share what I thought of the teaser and the trailer.
Okay. Yes.
I remember the first time I saw the teaser, I stayed with it from the first frame till the end. It literally felt like you're listening to a fable. Like in our childhood, our grandmother would tell us, ek zamane mein ye hota tha, and I was with it through the end. And then I see the trailer, which is bang on, which is to another level. So my first question to you guys is, when a film like this comes to you, as actors, you're always hungry to try something different, all three of you. What was your first reaction and how excited were you? Were you sharing the same excitement that I did when I saw it?
Much more. Much more, trust me. This is one of the finest scripts I read. And I was like, oh my God, this is insane. I have to be a part of it. It was really as simple as that. It was a no-brainer. The script is so brilliant.
Alia, do you remember the narration, or did you guys have a reading where you felt that character, you felt what we felt while watching the trailer?
Yeah, I remember the narration very clearly, and I think I had the same reaction, which was actually a reaction of surprise and shock, because I just wasn't expecting it. Like, it started off, the film started off a certain way, and I was listening. Suddenly, it just changed, and my attention was like there. Like, I was surprised, I was hooked, I was shocked. And that doesn't happen very often, especially when you hear many narrations, and you don't get that feeling, like that, such a strong feeling so often. And I think from that minute on, like, there was no really big question as to whether I want to be a part of it or not. It was very clear that this has to be made, and I would love to be a part of it.
Absolutely, and I want to sort of pick up from what she just said right now. The fact that you get an Alia to say yes. We work in an industry where names, faces are so important, right, to bring in the audience. Doesn't matter if it's streaming or if it's a theatrical release. It does matter. What were your thoughts when she said yes? And did you go through that nervousness, anxiety of, will she say yes? Will she like it? How did you convince her?
Convince her? I wrote the script. I co-wrote the script with my co-writer, Parvez, and I took it to Red Chillies. And I was working with Gaurav on something else, and we went to Alia with it, and she loved it. And I was very, very excited, purely because, of course, she's a star, but she's a damn good actor. And I think all actors are important, all characters are important to me. But of course, when all these wonderful people come together, more people watch your film, and that's what you want as storytellers.
Yeah.
Your reach is so much more, and that is the best thing for me.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today.
In 2023, which is just about a few months from now, Karnataka will be heading into the all-crucial state assembly elections. However, in the recent months, the state has witnessed simmering tensions, specifically with regard to communal overtones and controversies that are taking center stage. But this time, there's been a gruesome murder coming to the fore, spurring a fiery debate. Who is responsible for the spate of communalism and this time even killings in Karnataka? Here's more now about how a young man from the BJP, a Karyakarta, has been brutally hacked. Take a look at this ground report.
Another suspected hate crime murder in Karnataka. Massive anger. Violent protests. Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district simmering. Praveen was hacked to death on Tuesday, days after backing Kanhaiya Lal, who was beheaded by Islamists in Udaipur on June the 28th for supporting Nupur Sharma. Praveen was silenced a month after he raised his voice against the Sartan Se Juda murder. But is there any real link? By posting this image as a mark of protest against the beheading of Kanhaiya Lal by Islamist radicals, did Praveen paint a target on himself? Amidst massive unrest, anger and protests by saffron groups alleging the role of Islamist group Popular Front of India, his bereaved and inconsolable father lamented the loss of the sole breadwinner of the family.
ಅಲ್ಲ ಮಾಮಿ ಮೂಲ ಒತ್ತಿ ಇಲ್ಲ ಈ ಬೆಕ್ಕ ಬರೋಡು ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನೆಲ್ಲ ಬರೆಯವಾಣೋಡು ಅಂತಾರೆ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬೋಪನಾಲು ಬಂಡಾನು ಮುಖ ಮಗಕ್ಕೆ ಜಮಾತಿ ಪೋನು ಅಲ್ತಲ್ಲಿ ಇರೋಲ್ಲ ಅಪ್ಪ ಏನು ಬರ್ತಮ್ಮ ಏನು ಬತ್ತರ್ಕ ಏನು ಪೋಪಲ್ಲ ಪೋಪ ಜನ ಫಲಪ ಅಂತ ಮಾಡಿದ್ದು ಗೊತ್ತಿ.
Protesters have gathered in large numbers. They have surrounded BJP leaders Nalin Kumar Patil and Sunil Kumar, who have come here to visit the family. The protesters are raising slogans against the BJP government and the leaders who did not show up earlier as expected. Now earlier the family members and Praveen's relatives were also angry that the BJP leaders and the local MLAs did not visit them earlier at their hospital.
Chief Minister of Karnataka Basavaraj Bommai has condemned the barbaric killing and promised justice as angry BJP workers have taken to the streets, venting anger at top BJP netas.
The investigation is already strong in action. SP is also there in the spot, and they have been constantly in touch with Kasaragod SP because it's a border. The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously.
हमारा सिद्धांत सारे राज्य में देश में हिंदुत्ववाद ज़्यादा हो रहा है, इसलिए ये मर्डर वाला भी ऐसा काम कर रहा है. इसलिए हमारा हिंदू कार्यकर्ताओं को भी मैं कुछ बोलना चाहता हूँ. इसके बारे में हमारा सिद्धांत के लिए थोड़ा हम क्या क्या करना है और हमारा संगठन और भी मजबूत करना है.
While Congress netas blamed the BJP, the Saffron Party said that bigoted forces backed by the Congress got the BJP youth killed.
It has been a continuous spree of such killings. It is 30 and this is 31, number 31. And till date, in spite of the government being ruled by the BJP in the state and in the center, not a single case has reached its logical end.
PFI और SDPI को जो बढ़ावा दिया है वो उधर केरल में और इधर भी कर्नाटक में भी कांग्रेस पार्टी उसको बढ़ावा दे रहा है. उनके खिलाफ जो कुछ भी केसेस था सिद्धरामैया ने इनको विथड्रॉ किया था. इनको एक तरह से एनकरेजमेंट मिल रहे हैं.
ಪುತ್ತೂರು ಮತ್ತು ಸುಳ್ಯ ತಾಲೂಕನ್ನು ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಂಧುಗಳು ಸ್ವಯಂ ಪ್ರೇರಿತರಾಗಿ ಬಂದ್ ಮಾಡಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜದ ನೋವನ್ನು ವ್ಯಕ್ತಪಡಿಸಬೇಕು ಮತ್ತು ಇದಕ್ಕೆ ಯಾರು ಇವತ್ತು ಇಲಾಖೆಗಳಿಗೆ ಇದರ ಹಿಂದೆ ಈ ರೀತಿ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡತಕ್ಕಂತ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ ಕೊಲೆಯನ್ನು ನೋಡಿದಾಗ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥಿತವಾಗಿ ಒಂದು ಪ್ರೊಫೆಷನಲ್ ಕಿಲ್ಲರ್ಸ್ ಹತ್ಯೆ ಮಾಡಿರತಕ್ಕಂತದ್ದು ನಾವು ಕಂಡಿರ್ತೇವೆ.
Praveen was hacked to death by 3 killers on a bike with a Kerala license plate. The bike was later abandoned. The Karnataka police has now sent a special police team to Kerala to probe the PFI link and hunt for the murderers. With Priyanka Rudrappa in Dakshina Kannada district of Karnataka, Bureau Report, India Today.
That's all I have for 6 p.m. Prime today. Thank you so much for watching. Take care of yourself. And coming up next at 7 p.m, it's the Bengal Cash for Jobs scam that's only getting bigger because Partha Chatterjee has now been accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard using fabricated documents. Let's bring you that big story after a short break. Thank you.
Now, ever since the World Health Organization has declared monkeypox disease as a public health emergency of concern, another issue that the WHO has focused on is how it is spreading in communities where men have sex with men. That's right. The LGBTQ community has been targeted as a high-risk community where the monkeypox infection is currently spreading. But is the LGBTQ community responsible for the spread of this virus? No. In fact, experts say that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread through bodily fluids, but it is a contagious disease, so it can spread via touching. If a person comes in close contact with someone who has contacted the virus, if a person touches skin lesions or scabs of someone who has been infected with monkeypox, in dirty linen and bed sheets, and also the healthcare workers who are actually taking care of such patients across the world.
Any person who has skin is naturally at the risk of getting the infection, because skin to skin contact, where the active skin lesions are the mode through which the infection spreads predominantly.
Ever since the outbreak happened in African countries where it is an endemic, monkeypox has not spread as far and wide. But like it happened in the United Kingdom, 2 men were found to be infected with the first cases of monkeypox being reported in the month of May this year. After that, the WHO has said that more than 16,000 cases are being seen across. India also has about 4 cases. Another case has also come to light of monkeypox. But there's no travel history of a recent person who has tested positive. As we said, that sexual contact happens to be one of the ways through which monkeypox can spread, but it can also spread through touching and very close contact with the lesions and scabs on someone's body.
Although it is found in men who have sex with men as the highest risk group, it's not limited only to them.
The problem is that the stigma associated with gays, lesbians and bisexuals is very high. If someone from this community contracts this disease, they most likely will not come out and speak about it, because experts say that it is an indirect disclosure of their sexual identity, which is why many will remain unreported, as is happening internationally across many countries, which is why the stigma needs to be removed.
We need to be very careful that this is the time when many people start stigmatizing those who have infection. Since mothers can also transmit this to babies through breastfeeding, stigmatizing only one high-risk group might be definitely have to be discouraged at this stage.
Experts also say that unprotected sex should be avoided at this point of time. People need to be careful and advocate the use of condoms, just as the national authorities on AIDS also in the country advocate through their programs that unprotected sex should be avoided and condoms should be worn while having sex. That is a strategy that can be taken by the Indian government as well. But social media is rife with reports of whether these men who have sex with men or gay community is responsible for spreading the virus. That is certainly not true.
A type 8 bungalow, 1.5 lakh rupees salary, free air travel. These are some of the perks that await outgoing President Ramnath Kovind after his presidential tenure.
5 साल पहले इसी सेंट्रल हॉल में मैंने राष्ट्रपति के पद की शपथ ली थी। सांसद होने के नाते आप सभी का इस लोकतंत्र के मंदिर में एक प्रतिष्ठित स्थान है और मेरे हृदय में भी आप सबके लिए एक विशेष स्थान है.
As the President of India, Ramnath Kovind availed a number of facilities and perks. It included a salary of 5 lakh rupees per month, along with free medical, accommodation and commuting facilities. What benefits and perks will he continue to get after the retirement? Ramnath Kovind is allocated a Type 8 bungalow at 12 Janpat in Lutyens, Delhi. A Type 8 bungalow typically has 7 rooms with quarters for domestic help. Massive renovation has been carried out ahead of the shifting under the supervision of Kovind's daughter. This bungalow is right beside Congress chief Sonia Gandhi's residence, 10 Janpat. Currently earning a salary of 5 lakh per month, outgoing President Ramnath Kovind will receive a pension of 1.5 lakh rupees per month after retirement. This amount is decided by President's Emoluments and Pension Amendment Act 2008. Before the 2008 amendment, the pension amount was 50,000 rupees.
भारत की जनता ने आप सबके माध्यम से मुझे राष्ट्रपति के रूप में चुनकर देश की सेवा करने का अवसर प्रदान किया. इसके लिए मैं देशवासियों का सदैव आभारी रहूंगा.
As per the rules, the outgoing president is also entitled to 1 private secretary, an additional private secretary, 1 personal assistant and 2 peons. He is also entitled to office expenses amounting to 60,000 rupees per annum. As former President, Kovind will also be given 2 landlines, a mobile phone, broadband and internet connection. His wife Savita Kovind will also be given 30,000 rupees a month as secretarial support. Apart from this, Kovind will also not have to pay for electricity and water. Kovind, who rode in a bulletproof Mercedes during his tenure, will also be given a car and a driver. President Kovind will also get free medical treatment for the rest of his life post-retirement. He can also avail free first-class rail tickets and flight tickets for travel for the rest of his life. Kovind, who was guarded by the President's bodyguards and the National Security Guard, will also be provided the security of Delhi Police.
Co-powered by The World Comes Together at Sharda University in association with Jeep Meridian, Untamed Sophistication.
Warm welcome viewers, you're watching 7 at 7, the only news bulletin where I curate the day's top 7 stories for our viewers. I'm Preeti Chaudhary and these are the headlines. BJP Yuva Morcha leader butchered by bike-borne assailants in Karnataka's Dakshina Kannada district. Saffron groups take out a stir.
The way it has been done, it shows a very, very pre-planned and organized thing. We have taken it very seriously and we are hopeful to nab as soon as possible.
Stunning twist to Karnataka hate killing. BJP worker Praveen shared a cartoon supporting Kanhaiya Kumar, who backed Nupur Sharma months before his murder. Unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old boy ends life in Sivaganga. Fifth suspected suicide of students in 11 days. Big boost to centre in midst of Sonia's ED grilling. Top court upholds ED's right to probe summon and arrests on cases of money laundering. BJP says Modi government corruption fight vindicated. Congress stages massive protest amid Sonia's ED grilling in Herald money laundering case. India Today accesses Sonia's answer. Congress chief like son Rahul blames late Motilal Vora for Herald deals. Bengal cash for jobs scam gets bigger. Partha Chatterjee accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard using fabricated documents. ED says that the TMC minister is feigning ignorance. Civil aviation regulator cracked down on SpiceJet after the airline reported a series of snags. SpiceJet ordered to cut down flight operations by 50% for the next 8 weeks. All right, viewers, the ED heat on Partha Chatterjee, the minister of Mamata Banerjee. He is currently the commerce minister in the West Bengal government, was earlier the education minister. Is just sheer distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee enough? Will Mamata Banerjee sack her minister? That's the question we ask. A mountain of cash, 21 crores. And a recruitment scam staring the TMC in the face. The TMC now seems cornered by the explosive ED revelations. On TMC Minister Partha Chatterjee, his close aide Arpita Mukherjee. The West Bengal Chief Minister had stated she would not spare anyone involved in corruption, but is distancing from her cabinet colleague enough? Or is the clock now ticking on the sacking of former Education Minister Partha Chatterjee, currently serving as the Commerce Minister of West Bengal? Trinamool Congress mouthpiece newspaper Jago Bangla has now stopped using Partha Chatterjee's designation in all articles which mention him. The countdown has now begun. When will Partha Chatterjee face the cut from a deeply embarrassed West Bengal government? The ED Directorate questioned Partha for at least 5 hours over his alleged role in the Bengal teacher recruitment scam. ED sources tell India Today Partha was quizzed with the first list of SSC qualified candidates was cancelled. Then questioned over his role in the advisory council and if recruits were recommended by him. He was grilled on the source behind the cash found at close aide Arpita's residence and whether there was any hawala transaction in the recruitment scam. A black diary found at Arpita's residence that allegedly held crucial information on the scam featured in interrogation. What is disconcerting for the TMC is the lifestyle of Partha Chatterjee and Arpita Mukherjee. The visual pile of cash, joint holders of real estate, a luxury flat gifted to Arpita, a luxury flat only for dogs, both travelling together to Singapore in 2012 when the minister was on a work visit. In ED custody, Arpita Mukherjee is already singing. With the images of the cash recovered from her house going viral, she has told the ED that Partha used her house as a mini bank, adding that a Bengali actor introduced her to Chatterjee in 2016 and since then both were close to each other. She also said Chatterjee himself never bought the cash. The money was bought by assistants. The optics are uncomfortable for Didi, so is the mounting political pressure. The question is not if, when will Didi sack her minister? Bureau Report, India Today. All right, here's the latest news break that we are getting in right now. It seems more cash has now been recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence. Viewers, last time to the tune of 21 crore rupees in pure cash was recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's residence, and now it seems more cash has been recovered from her residence. Cash counting machines have been taken to her residence. In all probability, more piles of cash coming in. I want to cut across right now to Jayanto Ghosal for the very latest, who's joining us, consulting editor, India Today. Jayanto Ghosal, the fact is, the TMC, Mamata Banerjee, are cornered from all sides. You know, there is only that much she can do in terms of distancing herself from Partha Chatterjee. What is stopping Mamata Banerjee from sacking Partha Chatterjee as Commerce Minister?
I think he will be dismissed very soon, but the problem is, you have to accept the fact that for the last 10 years, this is the first time, this is a major crisis, and Mamata Banerjee and TMC leadership, it's a real catch-22 situation. You can say it's a catch-22 situation, but actually it's a very complicated, because gradually yesterday they have taken over the government vehicle, and today there is a function of industry ministry, and Partha Chatterjee's, no one from Partha Chatterjee's associates were there, and Mamata Banerjee was there, and the port minister Bobby Hakim, the Calcutta Corporation mayor, was there. Partha Chatterjee is the editor of the party's Jago Bangla, that is the party's, the party paper and the party organ we call, and he was in the editorial board, and he has been removed. But you know, it's a catch-22. Why I am saying that Partha Chatterjee is not Tom, Dick, Harry inside the TMC, and he is the founder, member of the party. He is the Secretary General, and the most interesting part that he is the chairman of the party's disciplinary action committee, and he is very close associate. So the issue is that if now she dismissed also, that can BJP will stop their demand of the resignation of Chief Minister. I remember in Parliament also, in several occasions, even in the Bofors issue also, when the opposition demanded the resignation of the Foreign Minister, then Solanki, and Solanki was dismissed from the cabinet, but immediately the opposition got the taste of the blood, and they demanded the resignation of the Prime Minister, because now BJP's target is Chief Minister, not the Partha Chatterjee. Now BJP can say that Partha is the scapegoat, and the whole education scam will be investigated. So now Mamata Banerjee, now it is not against her corruption. This is the first time, the Partha Chatterjee's association, and now the lady, as we have come to know from the sources of the media, that she has said, from the enforcement sources, that she has said that she is the money, she was the custodian of Partha Chatterjee.
Right.
So Mamata Banerjee has called a meeting also tomorrow. There is a cabinet meeting and the party meeting, and I think the action will be taken, and now the party old guards will be taken into confidence.
Right.
And the parties, the young stars, they want immediate resignation. So
right.
It's inside the party, there are a lot of turmoil is there.
Right. All right. So Jayanto Ghosal, thank you for joining us. A keen eye on all developments. There is a party meet tomorrow. Will Partha Chatterjee be sacked by the TMC in the next 24 hours? Is what we are going to be tracking very, very closely. With that, I want to quickly cut across to the next news break that we are getting in. A vessel, viewers, has been found using illegal mining. A vessel being used, in fact, for illegal mining has been seized by the ED. It's worth 30 crores. The ED has alleged that it was being operated on behest of Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren's MLA representative Pankaj Mishra, who was recently arrested by the ED. A big charge laid by the Enforcement Directorate. Viewers, this vessel on your television screen has been taken in, seized by the Enforcement Directorate. It was used in illegal mining, and it's worth 30 crores. The ED says it belongs to Hemant Soren's MLA representative Pankaj Mishra, who was recently arrested by the ED. Stunning visuals that are coming in. Munish Pandey, quickly get us up to speed with this news break.
Jawal Preeti, the Enforcement Directorate is carrying out investigation in the illegal mining case, and so far they have arrested several people in the case, including the MLA representative of Jharkhand, Chief Minister Hemant Soren. Now, during the searches on 25th of this year, they came across a vessel which is worth more than 30 crore rupees. The name of the vessel is MV Infralink 3rd. That is the name of the vessel, and this vessel was particularly being used to ferry the illegal mines, and that is why it becomes very important as far as the investigation is concerned. That vessel has been seized by the Enforcement Directorate. That is what we have been given to understand. Apart from that, the ED had earlier seized cash and bank accounts of the accused worth more than 36 crore rupees. But what becomes important here is that Pankaj Mishra is a person who is directly connected to Jharkhand Chief Minister Hemant Soren. And apart from that, this is also interesting that the media advisor of Hemant Soren, he has been summoned by the Enforcement Directorate to appear before August 1st. So as far as the ED's investigation is concerned, what they are claiming that there are many high-profile people. There are people who are connected to the power corridors in Jharkhand. They are the one who were managing this illegal mining.
Right.
The money was being paid through several mafia people, and now these people are not being arrested, but also several people are under scandal.
All right, appreciate you joining us, Munish, with the latest details. It's a huge charge that has been laid by the ED. The ED has seized this vessel. It's 30 crore vessel, viewers. Just look at it. And the ED claims this is the vessel belonging to the closest aide of the Jharkhand Chief Minister. Big charge coming in there. With that, viewers, I want to quickly take you to something which is connected today's edition of Big Day in Court, viewers. Well, what happened today in the Supreme Court demolished the charge of the opposition, where they say that the centre is misusing central agencies or agency probes. Let's cut across to the news that emanated. The Supreme Court upheld the ED's power to probe, summons and arrest anyone accused under the PMLA or the Money Laundering Act. The Apex Court ruled that ED's procedure for arrest is not arbitrary and agencies can attach property of accused. Supreme Court also said that it's not mandatory for ED to disclose ground of arrest at the time of accused detainment. And lastly, the top court made it clear that admissions made before ED is a valid evidence to arrest anyone. All right, viewers, let's move on right now to the other big development. Well, Asauddin Owaisi today sparked a communal hypocrisy storm as such, where he said that Kanwariyas in states like Uttar Pradesh and Uttarakhand were given special treatment, while something as basic as namaz on the streets on every Friday, where the namazis are castigated. Take a look at this report. The Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, Yogi Adityanath, showering petals on Kanwariyas. Chief Minister Uttarakhand, Pushkar Singh Dhami, welcoming Kanwariyas in Haridwar, washing their feet, taking their blessings. Meerut's IG range Praveen Kumar and DM Deepak Meena showering flower petals on Kanwariyas through a helicopter. Tilak and the tricolour to welcome Kanwariyas by the UP cops. And an Uttar Pradesh police inspector massaging the tired feet of a Kanwariya. The Kanwar Yatra, an annual Hindu pilgrimage of Lord Shiva's devotees, is now in the spotlight and the sore point of contention that has political and some religious community leaders draw what they say are stark comparisons. Most pointing to the constitution and underlining India's credentials as a secular democracy. Say, these elaborate visuals of state administration welcoming and assisting Kanwariyas are contradictory to the treatment given to other communities, especially where religious practices of the minority Muslim communities are in question. AIMIM chief Asauddin Owaisi questioned the treatment of Kanwariyas in Yogi's UP, contrasting it to this. Owaisi has questioned why Muslims get bulldozers, get slapped with the UAPA for praying, and face social boycott by the majority community for offering prayers in the open in public, while Kavariyas are publicly embraced.
आप डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए, एक समुदाय से डिस्क्रिमिनेशन मत करिए। भाई अगर आप कांवर यात्रा पर फूल बरसा हेलीकॉप्टर से, टैक्स पेयर का पैसा बहुत अच्छा है। पुलिस ऑफिसर वर्दी में कांवरियों की पैरों की मालिश करता है, बहुत अच्छा है, बहुत अच्छा है, वेलकम कर रहे हैं। मुझे भी चंद मिनट की नमाज पढ़ने दीजिए, मालूम हो जाएगा।
The comment has sparked a political storm with the BJP lashing out at Owaisi.
वोट बैंक अपना खड़ा कर सेवा का काम करने का सौभाग्य जिन्हें प्राप्त होता है, उसके सुख का अनुभव वो कर सकते हैं, और इस प्रकार से भेदभाव पैदा करने वाली, सांप्रदायिक सौहार्द को बिगाड़ने वाली भाषा बोलना बंद करें।
अगर फूल बरसा रहे हैं तो उन्हें आपत्ति हो रही है, ये चिंता की बात है, जो ठीक नहीं है। जाति की राजनीति ओबीसी जी करते हैं, हमारे नेता तो सबका साथ, सबका विकास, सबकी बात करते हैं।
The political showdown over Kavariyas instigates an already vitiated atmosphere amidst rumours that the yatra was spat on in UP Sambhal. Kavariyas were seen protesting, blocking a highway despite cops reiterating that no such incident took place, that it was all a rumour circulated to vitiate the atmosphere. In the current deeply polarizing political narrative, Owaisi's comments have touched a raw nerve, triggering an intense war of words. Bureau Report, India Today. Here's Asauddin Owaisi, AMIM chairperson, joins us right now for the very latest of the comments that he's of course made. ओवैसी जी, जो आपने स्टेटमेंट दिया है कि ये डिस्क्रिमिनेटरी है, ये हिपोक्रेसी है, एक कम्युनिटी को एम्ब्रेस किया जा रहा है जब वो पब्लिक डिस्प्ले ऑफ रिलीजन करते हैं और दूसरी कम्युनिटी को नहीं, इस पे भाजपा कह रही है कि आप तुष्टीकरण की राजनीति अपना रहे हैं।
मैंने अपने ट्वीट और बाद में पार्लियामेंट में स्टेटमेंट जो मीडिया ने पूछा, मैंने कहा कि मुझे उस पर कोई एतराज नहीं है, सरकार जरूर दे, पर हम ये पूछना चाह रहे हैं कि जब आप हेलीकॉप्टर से फूल बरसा रहे हैं, आप पुलिस का ऑफिसर यूनिफॉर्म में कांवरियों की मालिश कर रहा है, तो आप उसी तरह का सेम बर्ताव करिए ना उत्तर प्रदेश के मुसलमानों के साथ। आप तो बगैर ड्यू प्रोसेस को फॉलो करे आप मुसलमानों का घर तोड़ देते हैं, और वहीं पर आप बजाय हाथ से मालिश करने के आप सहारनपुर में लड़कों को पुलिस स्टेशन में वीडियो बनाकर लठों से उनकी मालिश करते हैं। तो ये तो भेदभाव नहीं होनी चाहिए ना, तो भेदभाव की सरकार कर रही है, इसीलिए हम कह रहे हैं, मुझे उस पर कोई ऑब्जेक्शन नहीं है कि आप कांवरियों को पूरी मदद करिए।
ओवैसी साहब, इसमें भाजपा कह रही है कि जैसे सरकार है जो हज की सब्सिडी दे रही है, उत्तर प्रदेश उत्तराखंड की सरकार कांवरियों को ये जो वेलकम दिया जा रहा है, एडमिनिस्ट्रेशन जो काम कर रही है, ये वैसा ही एक जेस्चर है, इसको आप बायस क्यों कह रहे हैं?
नहीं, मैं तो कह रहा हूं ना, लगाइए ना, लोशन लगाइए। यकीनन मैं जानता हूं, कांवर यात्रा में बरसों से देख रहा हूं, मैं जानता हूं बड़ा लंबा सफर तय करते हैं, बड़ी उनमें उनकी आस्था है और करना भी चाहिए। ये देश तो एक समुदाय का तो देश नहीं है ना। मैं ये पूछना चाह रहा हूं कि जब आप इस तरह की रहमदिली के मजाहरे कर रहे हैं, बहुत अच्छा है, तो आप उत्तर प्रदेश के मुसलमानों से क्यों नहीं करते रहमदिली के मजाहरे? और जहां तक आप रमजान की बात कर रहे हैं, उसमें पुलिस को आकर मसाज करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है, उसमें सरकार को आकर कुछ करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है। अगर कोई मुसलमान 17 घंटे 16 घंटे रोजा रहता है तो वो अपने लिए और अल्लाह के हुक्म पर रहता है। हम ये कह रहे हैं कि आप एक बर्ताव जो आज आप कर रहे हैं, एक मुसलमान पुलिस ऑफिसर का नाम निकाल दिया गया मीरठ के पुलिस स्टेशन से, लोहार की दुकान को बंद कर दिया गया, रास्ते में गोश्त की दुकान आ रही है, आपने उसको बंद कर दिया। भाई ये अच्छा कर रहे हैं ना, तो आप मुसलमानों से इतनी नफरत क्यों करते हैं भाजपा की सरकार? अगर कोई नमाज पढ़ता है, 2-3 मिनट की 4 मिनट की नमाज होती है, तो आप क्रिमिनल केस लगा देते हैं। ये क्यों हो रहा है? मेरा सवाल तो यही है।
ओवैसी साहब, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने का और हमसे बात करने का। At one end, viewers, you have Asauddin Owaisi, who has gone ahead and stated that this is clear hypocrisy. at one end, you publicly embrace Kawadiyas, dole out all the favors to them, and on the other hand, the heaviest hand when it comes to stuff like namaz in public spaces. On the other hand, the BJP says, there's Eid Milan that takes place, there's Ramzan, arrangements that happen, all of that. There's Hajj subsidies that are given. What's the difference? With that, I want to quickly shift focus to the other developing story that we're tracking very closely. Viewers, monkeypox has been judged a global health emergency. What I've done is I'm going to cut across to two of our best health hacks on India Today. Milan Sharma and Sneha Murdani join us on the moot question. Do we really need a vaccine in India for monkeypox? Over to both of them.
So the question that everyone is seeking an answer to right now is whether there is a vaccine against monkeypox and whether the Indian government plans to inoculate the population against monkeypox, given that cases have increased in India. The government of India says right now it is not required, even as many experts are talking about and calling for the revival of the smallpox vaccination program, given that the smallpox vaccine gives protection against monkeypox as well. But the government says that this infection, monkeypox, isn't as transmissible. Just yet, no plan yet for vaccination, but even when they do not expect a COVID-19-like mass vaccination program across the country. The strategy will be very different. We'll talk about that in a bit from now, but what are pharmaceutical companies really saying? Are they waiting for an opportunity to manufacture vaccines against monkeypox? Milan, there have been conversations about pharmaceutical companies as well. Give us a lowdown on what these conversations have been about.
Yes, definitely, Sneha. In fact, the companies like Serum Institute of India, CEO Adar Poonawalla has already said that they could be in talks with the Bavarian Nordic, a company in Denmark that makes vaccines against monkeypox. But they would be looking at procurement of the vaccine because it will be easier at this point since it would take a few months. And Adar Poonawalla has hinted that if there's a commercial tie-up, it would be better than to start making this vaccine from scratch, which would perhaps take a year or so. But they'd also look at how this particular emergency for monkeypox spread progresses because there are hardly any cases in India at the moment. Yes, there are a lot of cases in the United Kingdom as well as in Europe, but there the vaccine stocks are existing. But in India, sadly, after the eradication of smallpox somewhere, India had stopped stockpiling of the smallpox vaccine. So perhaps they would require a strategy to start stockpiling them again in the meanwhile. But certainly, Sneha, even as the government is saying that they do not need mass vaccination for this, is ring vaccination the strategy to go forward for monkeypox?
We have an idea about who the vulnerable population really are. This is the LGBTQ community. These are men having sex with men. So the idea is, and the advice is that those people around this knit, essentially, this knit of people, close knit, be vaccinated. Also, it is advised in the case of monkeypox that if you know that you have come in contact with a monkeypox patient, and if at all that is a close physical prolonged contact, it is advisable to take this vaccination within 4 days of this of your coming in touch with this person. But like I said, right now this is not applicable to us in India. There is no vaccine being used in India just yet. But this exactly is the ring vaccination strategy that experts are talking about.
All right, Vio, so when it comes down to vaccine, where monkeypox is concerned, India doesn't need a vaccine. But what you must do is get your booster shot where the COVID vaccine is in question. With that, going into a quick break. To stay with us on the other side is our fact check segment. I don't read the news. I read between the lines to tell you the true version of events, the true story of our times. to document grief, the toughest assignment for any journalist to be from those who matter.
Women politicians going to stick up for each other.
Of those who should matter. I document the truth. I don't distort the truth. I don't glamorize the truth. I don't gloss over the truth. The ghosts of India's contentious medieval history have come knocking again. I hustle for the truth. On the ground, in the newsroom, in the studio. I don't try to grab eyeballs.
I inform you to make you see the point.
To the Point with Preeti Chaudhary. At these times, only on India Today.
Chinese President Xi Jinping congratulated Draupadi Murmu after the swearing-in ceremony. It's a watershed moment for India as she takes charge as the next president. She is the second woman president of India and the first president to hail from the tribal community. This historic moment has also been noticed by the international community. In an official statement, the Chinese president said that he wants a healthy and stable China-India relationship. He added that he wants to work with Murmu to enhance political mutual trust, deepen practical cooperation, properly handle differences, and push bilateral ties forward on the right track. Not just China, Sri Lankan President Ranil Wickremesinghe also extended his congratulations to President Murmu. Moscow also extended their congratulations. Putin, via an official statement, said, "I hope your activities as the head of state will promote further development of the Russian-Indian political dialogue." Draupadi Murmu was sworn in as the 15th President of India. She defeated opposition candidate Yashwant Sinha and received 2,824 votes.
Make your media plan smarter with India Today Live TV on your connected devices.
You are watching India Today. You are...
Welcome back, viewers. You're watching a fact check segment where we bust certain claims masquerading to be facts on social media platforms and WhatsApp group. Now, there's a claim floating about suggesting that AMU funds have been cut by an extent of 62 crores to 9 crores. The fact check on that the funds reduced, but figure is baseless. So yes, funds have been reduced, but this is not the figure. With that quick fact check, time for us to go into a break. Stay with us. On the other side is To the Point.
Internet. For humans, life on Earth is unimaginable without it. We spend hours together on cell phones, but have you ever wondered how you catch this high-speed internet? So how does satellite internet work? Why is it useful and criticized? Very high-speed internet everywhere on Earth, including the out-of-coverage areas or blank zones, is the promise of satellite internet. 3 factors are necessary: a ground station connected to the global internet network, a geostationary satellite, and a dish installed at the subscribers pointing towards the satellite. With each search on the internet, the dish sends the requested data to the satellite, which in turn sends it back to a transmitting or receiving station itself connected to the internet. Once the information is obtained, the data will follow the reverse path. The pioneers of satellite internet operate using satellites in geostationary orbit at an altitude of more than 35,000 kilometers. The data travels a long distance, generating a latency time 3 to 5 times greater than that of asymmetric digital subscriber line or ADSL, an older popular form of broadband. The new operators, on the other hand, function in low orbit or LEO around 600 kilometers. The advantage here is to reduce the latency time, which makes it possible to multiply the services in transport, finance, defense, or even video games. It is now possible to have the internet when up in the sky or down at sea. On the other hand, this requires sending many machines in low orbit. Constellations of satellites are being deployed now above our heads by private operators. Starlink, a subsidiary of SpaceX, has already launched thousands of machines. The same for Amazon's Kuiper system. Countries such as China or Britain are developing their own network to preserve the sovereignty. These responses to an explosion of internet needs are attracting criticism. The satellites are more vulnerable than geostationary ones, while astronomers point to the visual pollution caused by the passage of satellites on their observations. NASA fears the proliferation of satellites will raise the risk of collision in space.
You are watching India Today.
By RK Marble, Khubsurat Imandari. Co-powered by only OLX Autos gives the best price for your car.
On 25th July, Monday, 4 Lok Sabha Congress MPs were suspended from Parliament for the rest of the monsoon session.
I'm waiting for a few minutes. If you go to your seats, I'm ready to give division.
On 26 July, Tuesday, 19 Rajya Sabha MPs were suspended by the Deputy Chairman for the rest of the week for their unruly behaviour. On 27 July, Wednesday, 1 MP from the Aam Aadmi Party Rajya Sabha suspended. The suspended Rajya Sabha's MPs include 7 from the TMC, 6 from the DMK, 3 from the TRS, 3 from the left parties and 1 from the Aam Aadmi Party. All 4 of Lok Sabha suspended MPs come from the Congress. In total, 24 MPs have now been suspended in the last 3 days in Parliament. While the latest to be suspended, Sanjay Singh, was demanding a discussion on the Gujarat Hooch tragedy, others have been asking for an urgent discussion on issues like price rise and goods and services tax. While Sanjay Singh tore papers, threw it at the chair, the others held placards leading to disruption in the House. The government says the decision to suspend was taken with a heavy heart, as they repeatedly ignored the chair's appeal to let the House function. This has been the Parliament Monsoon Session 2022, not very different from this Monsoon Session 2021, which resulted in the suspension of 12 MPs in the winter session. Politics aside, the loss of time due to parliamentary disruptions has been unprecedented, and so would be the loss of taxpayers' money to the exchequer. According to an analysis by India Today, per minute loss costs 2.5 lakh rupees for both houses, or on an average 1.25 lakh per minute wasted per house. The opposition says it is their right to protest. The government says the opposition lowering dignity of House. Who is disrespecting the House, the government or the opposition? Suspension justified or unfair? Top story on To The Point this evening. All right, viewers, let's quickly get into the news break that we are getting in now. All the suspended Rajya Sabha MPs, 20 of them, have decided to do a relay protest at the Gandhi statue in Parliament. They will take turns to sit in protest for the next 50 hours till 1 p.m. on Friday. At a given time, groups of 4 MPs will protest. TMC, DMK, TRS to be part of the protest. They have been granted permission to hold the demonstration even through the course of the night. Well, the one who started the relay protest was Sanjay Singh from the Aam Aadmi Party. He was the latest MP to get suspended in Rajya Sabha today. We're going to cut across to him. He's still in front of the Gandhi statue in protest. I spoke to him exactly 45 minutes ago, but I want to quickly introduce our guests who are joining us this evening. We have with us, we're going to cut across to Sanjay Singh in a while. We have with us right now Dr. Nasir Hussain, Congress MP. We have Aparajita Sarangi, BJP MP, Dr. Shantanu Sen, MP, TMC. Dr. Shantanu Sen has also been suspended yesterday from the Rajya Sabha for the rest of the week. Coming right back to the three of you, I just want to cut across to the conversation I had with Sanjay Singh from the Aam Aadmi Party, the latest person who was suspended this morning. Sanjay ji, आप सस्पेंड हो गए हैं एक हफ्ते के लिए राज्य सभा से. इसमें गवर्नमेंट कह रही है कि आप और बाकी और सदस्य जो सस्पेंडेड हैं, 24 हो गए हैं आप लोग, अगर लोकसभा राज्यसभा मिला लें. आप जो मान्यता है पार्लियामेंट की उसको नीचे कर रहे हैं, अनरूली बिहेवियर दिखला रहे हैं, तो और टैक्स पेयर का पैसा बर्बाद कर रहे हैं. ये चार्ज है आप पे संजय जी.
अच्छा, देश की संसद एक नियम से चलती है और उसके लिए हमें रूल बुक मिली हुई है और वो रूल बुक में 267 का एक नियम है जिसमें आप किसी भी महत्वपूर्ण मुद्दे पे सदन में चर्चा की मांग करते हैं. मैंने आज गुजरात में जहरीली शराब से हुई 55 लोगों की मौत पर चर्चा की मांग की. कल भी मैंने सदन में बार बार कहा कि इस मुद्दे पे चर्चा कराइए, जवाब दीजिए. ना सरकार का कोई प्रतिनिधि जवाब देता है, ना कोई हमारी बात सुनने के लिए तैयार होता है. इनके पास एक फॉर्मूला है कि सांसदों को सस्पेंड करके सदन से बाहर कर दो. तो ठीक है, आपके पास अधिकार है, आप सस्पेंड कर सकते हैं, लेकिन पूरा गुजरात और पूरा देश ये पूछ रहा है कि जिस राज्य में शराबबंदी है वहां पर नकली शराब कैसे बिक रही है. जिस राज्य में शराबबंदी है वहां पर ग्राम प्रधान के बार बार शिकायत करने के बाद भी ये धंधा किन राजनीतिक आकाओं के संरक्षण में चल रहा था. गुजरात में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार है, वहां पर गुजरात के सीएम को इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, वहां के मुख्यमंत्री को जवाब देना चाहिए. गुजरात से हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी हैं, गुजरात से हमारे गृह मंत्री जी हैं, कोई बात करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है. और अगर हम लोग कोई आवाज उठाते हैं तो उठा के सस्पेंड कर देते हैं. तो ठीक है, ये उनका अपना अधिकार है, लेकिन हम गुजरात के लोगों का मुद्दा और ये मुद्दा सदन के अंदर उठाते रहेंगे. एक ऐसा राज्य जहां पे शराबबंदी घोषित रूप से है, वहां नकली शराब का करोड़ों रुपए का उगाही का धंधा चल रहा है, सरकार के संरक्षण में चल रहा है. तो मैं समझता हूं ये मैंने अगर सवाल किया है तो मैंने कोई गुनाह नहीं किया, मैंने लोगों के मुद्दे उठाए हैं.
संजय जी, आप ये जो रिले प्रोटेस्ट है ये आप ही ने शुरू की है, अभी आप वहीं पर हैं. पर संजय जी, जो सरकार कह रही है कि आपकी मंशा थी कि आप सस्पेंड होना चाह रहे थे, कि आपने पेपर फाड़े और आपने पेपर चेयर पे फेंके, अब ये कैसा बिहेवियर है? यही सरकार कह रही है कि जो मर्यादा है पार्लियामेंट की, आप उसको नीचे कर रहे हैं सर.
देखिए, ये अनरूली बिहेवियर तब होता है जब आप एक नियम के तहत कोई चर्चा की मांग कर रहे हैं और उसको सरकार सुन नहीं रही है, उस पर सरकार ध्यान नहीं दे रही है. ये इनका जो बिहेवियर है वो अलोकतांत्रिक भी है और ये इस देश की संसदीय परंपराओं के खिलाफ है. अगर कोई सदस्य सदन में पूरी की पूरी पार्लियामेंट, पूरा का पूरा विपक्ष मांग कर रहा है कि आप चर्चा कराइए गुजरात के मुद्दे पे, जीएसटी के मुद्दे पे, महंगाई के मुद्दे पे, आप कोई बात करने के लिए तैयार नहीं है, तो हम कहां जाए, कहां कहें अपनी बात. ठीक है, मैंने कोई किताब फाड़ के नहीं फेंका, हाँ कुछ कागज जरूर मैंने फाड़ के फेंका चेयर की तरफ, क्योंकि वो हमारी बात बिल्कुल सुन नहीं रहे थे. तो मैंने बार बार उनसे अनुरोध किया, जब उन्होंने मेरी बात बिल्कुल नहीं सुनी तब मैंने ये कृत्य किया. और कई बार आपको ऐसे कदम मजबूरी में उठाने पड़ते हैं. मुझे कोई अफसोस इस बात का नहीं है। मुझे गुजरात की जनता और वहां के लोग जो मारे गए हैं उनकी चिंता है, और अभी भी बहुत सारे लोग जिंदगी और मौत से जूझ रहे हैं। मैं ईश्वर से प्रार्थना करता हूं कि प्रभु उनका जीवन बचाए। और ये जो धंधा करने वाले लोग हैं, नकली शराब बेचने वाले लोग हैं, गुजरात की बीजेपी सरकार के संरक्षण में उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए। आज मैं जरूर सस्पेंड हो गया हूं, लेकिन मैं ये अपनी आवाज सदन के बाहर यहाँ पार्लियामेंट में बैठ के, यहाँ पार्लियामेंट परिसर में धरना देके राष्ट्रपिता महात्मा गांधी की प्रतिमा के सामने अपनी आवाज उठाता रहूंगा। और कल हमारे जो बाकी साथी सांसद हैं वो लोग सदन में जाएंगे और वो लोग इन मांगों को उठाएंगे।
संजय जी, बहुत शुक्रिया हमसे जुड़ने का। want to cut across directly to Aparajita Sarangi, Lok Sabha MP, Bharatiya Janata Party. Ms. Sarangi, the charge of the opposition is that the government wants an opposition-mukt parliament where you don't want to hold debates on important issues that concern the people of this country. The TMC was earlier protesting, what the Congress was also protesting, urgent need of a debate on price rise, on GST, on consumer goods.
A very good evening. It's extremely unfortunate that the parliament session is not going on as it should. And I am a member of the Lok Sabha, and I can say with a lot of humility that I'm a witness to all the proceedings within the Lok Sabha. And of course, I know something about Rajya Sabha too. Now, I'll give you an instance. Today in the morning, at 11 o'clock, we started the question hour. All of us, all the MPs had gone to the Lok Sabha with the feeling that, you know, we would be having a very fruitful day. But suddenly, lo and behold, at 11 o'clock, huge number of opposition party people came to the well of the house with placards. They obstructed the vision not only of the speaker, but also of people like us who had gone there for a fruitful day. So my point is, thereafter, at that moment, you know, Mr. Prahlad Joshi, the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs, stood up and said, we want to have discussion on the price rise. We would go for discussion. Madam Nirmala Sitharaman has come. So we would be fixing up a time. Let's do today. I quote him. He said, let's do today. And suddenly, lo and behold, these people walked out of the house. And then, unfortunately, there was absolutely adjournment. There was absolutely no discussion on any matter. And then we had to wait till 12 o'clock. Then again, it got adjourned to 2 o'clock. Entire day, it went off like this. I have come from the Lok Sabha about 1 hour back. And the day would have been much more fruitful. So I think all these people who are doing this must realize the fact that they are supposed to behave in a decent manner, with a tremendous sense of responsibility, because they should know that the entire nation is watching them, 140 crore Indians watching them. And I will draw your attention to the code of conduct which had been drafted and adopted in 2005. And this code of conduct had been drafted by the Committee on Ethics for Rajya Sabha. And I must tell you, this Committee on Ethics said in very clear-cut terms that the members must not do anything that brings disrepute to the parliament and affect their credibility. This is the Committee on Ethics report adopted by the Rajya Sabha, and that is in operation. And even then, the Rajya Sabha MPs or even the Lok Sabha MPs have been displaying unruly, unparliamentary behavior. We just cannot allow them to compromise with the dignity of the House. No question. You know, the productivity rate, if you look at it, it's coming down with every session. I tell you, it was in the first session of the 17th Lok Sabha, it was 123%. Then thereafter in the next session, winter session, it came down to 77% because of the behavior of these people. And then now this time, only 18 hours out of 107 hours we have been able to sit and discuss sanely, and the productivity rate has come down to around 21%. So who is responsible? The government wants debate. The government wants debate. Why don't they sit for debate? We wanted debate on the price rise today in the Lok Sabha. I'm a witness to it.
All right, Ms. Sarangi, stay with me. I'm going to take this question to Dr. Shantanu Sen, Rajya Sabha MP. He's been suspended, but Mr. Sen, I believe you, have the night shift in protest today at the Gandhi statue. You're on from 12 a.m. at night to 6 a.m. this morning. It's going to be a long night for you. You're going to be sitting at protest outside, the Gandhi statue. But my question, Dr. Sen, is what Ms. Aparajita Sarangi said, that even today it was accepted that let's hold a debate on the floor of the parliament over price rise is what you wanted. However, that debate could not take place because the opposition banded together and there was ruckus on the floor of the house.
Listen, this is very good to listen to sweet words, but it is very tough to face the harsh attitude of this ruling government. They didn't suspend these 24 MPs as a whole. They have suspended the total parliamentary democracy on the floor of the parliament. This is not for the first time. I would like to remind you with all humility, 1 year back, even during monsoon session 2021, when we were fighting against Pegasus spyware, I was fighting in a proper democratic manner. I was suspended for the entire session that time. I hope you recall. The problem is parliamentary floor is for the opposition. Now it has become a myth for this, it has become a misbelief for this BJP rule government. And that's why they don't allow any. Let me cite you some example. Number one, if I ask you a question, how many times our learned Prime Minister came to the Rajya Sabha to answer a single question? The answer is 0. If I ask you one question, how many times our learned and beloved Prime Minister faced a press conference? The answer is big 0. How many times the bills used to be sent to the Select Committee or Standing Committee? The answer is maximum 13%. How many what is the time duration given for passing a bill? Average 5 to 7 minutes. How many bills per 10 bills used to be scrutinized nowadays? Only 1 out of 10, which used to be at least 6 to 7 out of 10 earlier. How many times BJP leaders and BJP like speakers, they are allowing the oppositions? The answer is 0. Let me cite you an example. 267 notice. It is the democratic right of a member of the parliament. How many times 267 notice was honored? The answer is big 0. Because this BJP government, they are running away because they don't have any question. Don't you think as of now any other issue is of less importance than this price hike issue? Don't you think that the people are dying? People are dying, the kitchen of the common people that are set into fire because of tremendous price hike. We have been asking for discussion. What's wrong in it? We demanded, as there is an example earlier, the defense minister discussed on farm bill. Fine, fair enough. Nirmala ji was suffering from COVID. As a doctor, I wished her a quick, speedy recovery. Why not any other minister came on the floor to discuss on price hike? Even the leader of the house, Piyush Goyal himself is a minister. We demanded let any minister come on the floor of the parliament to have a discussion.
But they said they wanted to hold that discussion today. Dr. Nasir Hussain.
They throttled the voice of the opposition. And last but not the least.
Yes.
Last but not the least.
Make your point.
Last but not the least. Since independence, since the first Lok Sabha election took place in 1952, Indian Parliament has never witnessed a scenario where 19 opposition members are suspended at a time by the ruling party. It is absolutely a shameful day for the parliamentary democracy.
I want to take that question to Dr. Nasir Hussain. The fact is, Dr. Hussain, why is it that you're not part of the protest, the relay protest which is going on? It's only the Rajya Sabha MPs, the Lok Sabha MPs, 4 of yours are not joining in. But the larger question is what Ms. Sarangi said. She has a valid point, sir, when she says today they wanted to discuss price rise. But the ruckus that you created or the chaos that ensued on the floor of the House made sure that that discussion never take place.
Preeti, Congress party along with other opposition parties have been asking for a discussion on price rise, especially the levying of GST on food products from last Monday. That means last 5 working days and these 3 working days, 8 days continuously we have been asking. Every day the chairman or the deputy chairman or the speaker comes in the house. They say half a dozen, 7, 8 people, 10, 12 people have given notice under 267 in Rajya Sabha and under some other rule in Lok Sabha. and they say discussion cannot take place. At best, they will say it will be taken up in some other time, and then they say we will go on as usual. So that is where the opposition MPs stand up and starts demanding a discussion on an important issues like price rise. So I don't know why this government is shying away from discussion.
But
why
sir,
don't they say?
But Ms.
Yes,
Sarangi said
this
they
needs
wanted
be
to hold a
discussed.
discussion on
Today we
price
will
rise
discuss.
today. They wanted to hold it today. You didn't allow it.
It was not listed. It was not.
Right.
See, every day what they are saying is we will discuss this issue some other time. This is what they did 1 year ago when the farm laws were taken up. They kept on saying we'll discuss some other time, and that discussion never came across. That discussion never happened. And they repealed it after 14 months without discussion. Again the pandemonium broke out when they repealed at that time. As Dr. Santanu says, I just want to ask the BJP spokesperson, can you please tell the people, the viewers on these television channels as to how many issues you have taken up for, your government has taken up for discussion under 267 on the demand of the opposition. I agree that it is the responsibility of the government, largely the responsibility of the government to run the house. It is also the responsibility of the opposition to take up the issues, to throw the issues that have been that concern the people of the country.
May I just take that question to Ms. Sarangi?
Rules under which we can demand discussion. That is what we are doing. That is what we are doing.
Right.
Till now,
I want to take this question to Ms. Sarangi.
Discussion on a single demand of the opposition.
Right.
You tell me, did you discuss inflation? Did you tell me, did you discuss Pegasus? Did you discuss COVID crisis? Did you discuss national security and the Chinese aggression? Did you discuss the falling rupee? Did you discuss the GST?
Okay.
You are not allowed any discussion on these issues. Why are you shying away? Tomorrow morning, let there be discussion. Our MPs will be
I want to bring in Aparajita Sarangi back into this conversation. Ms. Sarangi, you know, the opposition, at least the both MPs that we have, say that the matter was never listed, and yes, it wasn't listed. We've actually checked it. So to say we'll hold the discussion today is well and good, but the matter was never listed.
With all respect for the esteemed panelists, I can only say that the entire nation must be having a feeling right now when they're watching the debate that these people have no facts, no arguments. They are shifting the goalpost. See, they wanted a discussion on price rise. I said at 11 a.m., Mr. Prahlad Joshi ji stood up in his chair, you know, at his place, and he said that they would be changing the entire schedule and there would be a discussion by afternoon. And then suddenly there was absolutely no calming down, and suddenly all these people again gathered in the well of the house with the placards, and they created a ruckus. They in fact increased the decibel level. So my point is, do they really want solution? Do they really want work? We say we want discussion. Why are you bothered? We are ready to change the program for the day for you. Today, in fact, at 11 a.m., the Minister of Parliamentary Affairs said this, no less than him. He said we would be having the discussion today, but then these people did not calm down because, you know, they wanted to be news items. Had they listened to us, had they been getting into, you know, kind of dialogue with us, then there would have been no debate today in your channel.
Right.
So I think somewhere or the other, we have a feeling that they want to remain relevant, and that is why this thing is continuing. And they are not realizing that they are actually going down in the estimation of the people of the country. The nation is watching them. We want work. And I must tell you, I'll give you an instance, one more instance. Since I'm a member of the Lok Sabha, I can come up with many instances. Today, in the Lok Sabha, in the afternoon, yeah, we had a discussion on the
Dr. Hussain, I apologize. You know what I'm going to do is I'm going to apologize to all three of you. I apologize. We've terribly run out of time. I know you wanted to give an instance. Dr. Hussain wanted to come in for a rebuttal. Dr. Sen there is on the night halt shift where
protesting outside the Parliament is concerned, the relay protest that the Rajya Sabha MPs are now taking over. He's taking over at 12 a.m. He has the 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. shift. With that, we're going to keep a keen eye on all developments. Sorry there, all three of you wanted to come in once again, but we're forced to leave it at that. But we leave our viewers with the big question. Will the discussion on price rise take place tomorrow? Because the government says we offered to do it today. The opposition says, no, they didn't. It wasn't listed. So between he said and they said, what really went down? We're going to follow it up tomorrow when Parliament reconvenes. A quick break. Stay with us. Up next is Rahul Kanwar.
ये e-sports का प्रीमियर लीग ESPL है. ESPL registration has been finished.
रुको पापा, 1 मिनट. बेटा या तो मोबाइल में गेम खेल ले या टीवी देख ले. ये सब नहीं चलेगा. पापा ये चलेगा नहीं, दौड़ेगा. कुछ भी नहीं पापा. असली ESPL तो अब शुरू हो रहा है. 16 टीम, सारे टॉप प्लेयर्स, 1 करोड़ का प्राइस पूल, बिग स्टेडियम, ग्रैंड ESPL. और ऐसा कि इंडियन ई स्पोर्ट्स में कभी हुआ ही नहीं. ESPL is back. Are you guys ready?
Do the rising petrol prices and inflation scare you? How much do you earn in a month? Well, the World Inequality Report will knock your socks out. And why? Because it says India stands out as a poor and unequal country with an affluent elite population. 15% of Indians earn less than rupees 5,000 every month, while 22% of the national income goes to the 1% rich community. The report flags a drop in global income during 2020, with about half the dip in rich countries and half in low income and emerging countries. Are we living in the prime of inequality? In 2019 and 20, among different employment categories, the highest percentage was of self-employed workers, which was 45.78%, followed by regular salaried workers 33.5% and casual workers 20.71%. Self-employed workers also belong to the lowest income categories. The report pegged the country's unemployment rate at 4.8% for 2019 and 20, and the worker population ratio at 46.8%. Let's not forget that this was the same time when the pandemic had hit the world. Clearly, the daily wage earners had no source of income during the lockdown period. Now, to address the wealthy population. In India, the wealthiest households are in urban areas, with as much as 74% of the urban population in the 2 highest wealth quintiles, as opposed to more than half of the rural population, which is 54%, which falls in the 2 lowest wealth quintiles. Chandigarh has the largest population of wealthy people. 79% of the population in Chandigarh falls in the highest wealth quintiles, followed by Delhi 68% and then Punjab 61%.
You are watching
The World Health Organization has triggered the highest alarm yet again. In the last 14 years or so, this is the 6th time that a public health emergency has been declared. A public health emergency of international concern, which means that it concerns the entire global community, which also means the entire international community must sit up and take note of what is to be done next. Strengthen the surveillance systems, track down patients, ensure there is contact tracing, ensure that there is proper protocol in place to manage the infection.
Presented by RP Sanjeev Goenka Group. Growing Legacies. Co-presented by Century Ply. Aag se bachaye. Co-powered by RK Marble. Khoobsurat Imandari.
Good evening and welcome. You're watching the news track. I'm Rahul Kamal. As the showdown between the government and the opposition over the actions of the Enforcement Directorate grows, the Supreme Court gives a big green signal to what the ED has been doing so far. What happens next? That's my top focus on the news track tonight.
An agency in the spotlight. Under opposition fire. ED gets a big boost. ED can probe, summon, arrest. Supreme Court upholds ED's powers. Big focus on News Track.
Here's a look at the headlines I'm tracking tonight. BJP Yuva Morcha leader butchered by bike-borne assailants in Karnataka's Bellare district. Local workers accuse the party leadership of inaction, claim role of the radical PFI. More cash recovered from Arpita Mukherjee's flat. Bengal minister accused of getting jobs for relatives of his bodyguard. BJP plans protest demanding Mamata Banerjee's ouster. Congress stages massive protest amid Sonia's ED grilling in the Herald money laundering case. India Today accesses Sonia Gandhi's answers. Congress chief, like her son Rahul, blames the late Motilal Vohra for the Herald deals. Unending school death horror in Tamil Nadu. Now 17-year-old boy ends life in Sivaganga. Fifth suspected suicide of a student in 11 days. Civil aviation regulator cracks down on SpiceJet after the airline reported a series of snags. SpiceJet ordered to cut down flight operations by 50% for the next 8 weeks. The Supreme Court today upheld the Enforcement Directorate's power to arrest in money laundering cases, dealing a big blow to the opposition, which was hoping that the Supreme Court will help curtail the ED's powers. The Enforcement Directorate and the government now feeling vindicated that the agency has been doing no wrong.
An agency in the spotlight. An agency under opposition fire.
हिंदुस्तान की स्थिति है, पुलिस रेट है, वो तो सच्चाई है।
ईडी इनका बहुत बड़ा डेमोक्रेसी में हथियार हो गया सरकारों को गिराने का।
একদিকে ইডি, একদিকে সিবিআই, অন্যদিকে ইনকাম टैक्स, অন্যদিকে जीएसटी।
अगर पॉलिटिकल दबाव में अगर हमारे जैसे लोगों पर एक्शन होती है तो उसके लिए मैं तैयार हूँ। मुझे मालूम है ये सब क्यों हो रहा है, ये सब कौन कर रहा है।
242 petitions challenging the sweeping powers of the Enforcement Directorate have failed. On Wednesday, the Supreme Court upheld the ED's authority to investigate, to seize assets and cash, and to make arrests under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act.
While the Enforcement Directorate has retained its extensive powers of inquiry, search and seizure, and even attachment of assets, the court has noted that there are adequate safeguards in place within the Act itself which must be followed. The bench has also accepted the stringent bail provisions and said that it was within the power of the Parliament to reintroduce those stringent bail conditions.
The collective petitions that the Supreme Court heard challenged various aspects of the anti-money laundering legislation. calling them violative of basic principles of law and justice. The petitioners argued that the PMLA lists out no set procedure for summoning and investigating the suspects. No set rule either to serve the suspects with copies of complaints. When arrested, suspects not explain the reason formally. Bail conditions are too stringent, and that statements given to ED investigators during questioning rendered admissible in the court of law. A multidisciplinary organization, the Enforcement Directorate is mandated to carry out investigations under 4 laws dealing with economic crimes. The PMLA, FEMA, FERA included. The Supreme Court stood by the ED's exhaustive jurisdiction, especially under the anti-money laundering law. In its verdict, the country's top court ruled that agencies like the ED, the Serious Fraud Investigation Office and the Directorate of Revenue Intelligence are not police-bound by the Criminal Procedure Code for arrest. Statements they record during questioning are legally valid. And that it's not mandatory to provide the suspects with copies of complaints. Money laundering being a heinous crime, stringent bail conditions therefore stay well within the state's interests, the court ruled.
The Supreme Court may have upheld the powers of the ED in no uncertain terms, but the opposition continues to raise allegations that the agency is being misused to target the opposition by the government. In New Delhi with Nalini Sharma, this is Anisha Mathur for India Today.
Meanwhile, Sonia Gandhi was questioned by the Enforcement Directorate for the 3rd day today in the National Herald case. No fresh summons have been issued to her so far. The Congress continues its protest, terming the grilling by the Enforcement Directorate a clear case of political vendetta. Sonia Gandhi, like her son Rahul, has held that the late Congress Neta Motilal Vora was responsible for all the financial transactions in the National Herald case.
From Sadak to Sansad, Congress on the war path, hitting the streets, taking out marches. The Enforcement Directorate questioned Sonia Gandhi for a 3rd day. The questioning in the National Herald case on Wednesday lasted more than 3 hours. While the Congress chief was being grilled by the central agency, the party came out all guns blazing against the ED. Congress MPs once again attempted a protest march from Parliament to the President's house. The police blocked them as they did on Tuesday.
इस केस में कुछ भी नहीं है और कोई उसमें कोई मिसयूज नहीं है और कानून के तहत कोई अपराध भी नहीं है, लेकिन पर्पसली इंटेंशनली कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट को एक हरासमेंट करने के लिए, कांग्रेस को एक डिमोरलाइज करने के लिए एक उनको बताना है कि हमने सोनिया गांधी जी जैसे नेताओं को भी बुलाया है।
वो बीमार हैं, अभी बीमार में से उठी हैं और उनको लगातार 10 घंटे 5 घंटे कल 5 घंटे आज लगातार उनको जिस प्रकार से प्रताड़ित किया जा रहा है, हम इसकी घोर निंदा करते हैं।
जिस तरह से ये बदतमीजी राजनेताओं के साथ कर रहे हैं, खासकर सीनियर एमपीज के साथ, महिला एमपीज के साथ, राहुल गांधी जी के साथ, और जिस तरह से सोनिया गांधी जी को बुला के हरास कर रहे हैं, इससे एकदम साफ है कि इनके पास मुद्दों के ऊपर बात करने के लिए कुछ नहीं है।
India Today has exclusively accessed Sonia Gandhi's replies to the Enforcement Directorate. According to sources, Sonia said late Motilal Vora handled all finance-related matters. Sonia said Vora was then the treasurer of the All India Congress Committee, Associated Journals Limited and Young Indian Private Limited. Sources say Rahul had given the same answers. Sonia Gandhi was also asked about any personal benefits she gained from Young Indian. Sources say Sonia Gandhi told the central agency that Young Indian Private Limited is a firm registered under Section 25 of the Companies Act, which means that no person can take personal benefit. The same answer was given by Rahul Gandhi when he was grilled by the ED. Sonia's third round of grilling came on the day the Supreme Court upheld arrest provisions enjoyed by the ED under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. With Supriya Bharadwaj in Delhi, Bureau Report, India Today.
Has the Supreme Court's judgment in the Enforcement Directorate's case now deflated the opposition's attack that the ED was being misused by the government of the day? Joining me on the news track tonight, representing the ruling Bharatiya Janata Party, its national spokesperson and senior advocate in the Supreme Court, Nalin Kohli. Pinky Anand joins us, former additional Solicitor General. We've got Karnaiya Singh, former head of the Enforcement Directorate. Adil Singh Boparai joins us from the Congress Party, and Sanjay Hegde, senior advocate in the Supreme Court. Adil Singh Boparai, I'll start with you. Given the litany of charges levelled by the opposition, led by the Congress, against the Enforcement Directorate, would you concede that the Supreme Court judgment today has really deflated a lot of the sound and the fury that the opposition was flinging at the government? Now, the ED and the government can just turn around and say, look at what the Supreme Court has said and stay shut. Let the agency do its job. Adil.
Well, Mr. Kawal, firstly, you're conflating multiple issues. The fact that the Enforcement Directorate is selectively leaking investigation details to the media by itself, ipso facto, demonstrates that the objective of the ED is to sully the good name of the Congress, but be that as it may, the viewers and the country is watching. Now, coming to the Supreme Court judgment, the Supreme Court was adjudicating on certain challenges with regard to the amendments of 2018 and 19. We respect the judgment of the Supreme Court. However, we do believe, and we do sincerely believe, that the Supreme Court should have indeed delved into the consistent and the malicious pattern in which the ED has been deployed against opposition leaders. Now, one specific, how is it that the moment the opposition leaders switch their allegiance to the BJP, the ED cases go into the cold storage? How is it that the ED is only used against opposition leaders? Now, we have statistics, and I happen to see your Twitter feed. You have put out statistics that there's been a meteoric rise in the use of ED and the registration of the cases. But what is the conviction rate? The conviction rate is a dismal 23 cases since 2002. So what does this demonstrate? The ED has become a tool in the hands of the BJP to silence its critics and its dissenters. Now, coming to the Supreme Court judgment, there are several issues. It's a 545-page judgment. We respect the judgment. However, we did expect that given that this government is anchored in vendetta, this government is anchored in malicious prosecution, there was a necessity to have safeguards which protects the rights and liberties of individuals.
Okay, let Nalin Kohli respond to your many points, starting with selective leaking of investigation details, one-sided attacks on members of the opposition, virtually no one in the BJP or its allies is being probed, and that this is a government and an agency anchored in vendetta. Let's take a first response from Nalin Kohli.
I'll answer that later. I'd first like to point out that we have a judgment by a 3-judge bench on a batch of almost 240 cases. And the Honorable Supreme Court is a court that will adjudicate matters on legal positions in terms of the constitutional validity of any section or act, not based on any political party's desires on what it should adjudicate and how it should adjudicate. So the Congress party is this double-edged thing. We respect it, but they should have seen it. I would respectfully say is an incorrect position in both law and expectation. First things first, the act itself is not a creation of the BJP. The act itself is there to basically check money laundering and to check proceeds of crime. All the things that have been raised today have been put to rest. So I think we should stop the politicization of the Prevention of Money Laundering Act, which is an important act in the fight against black money, slush money and corruption. And the second part of it is that the Congress party or opposition parties should actually answer clearly before maligning both the act as also the agency that in every case where there has been a raid, is there not prima facie material which reported in the media that shows the existence of black money or proceeds of crime? 20 crore rupees in one case, 21 crore rupees in another case. These are not small sums of money.
No, sure, but you must respond to Adil's charge that this is selectively being done against members of the opposition. Nobody from the BJP or the allies seem to get raided.
Yeah, sure. Yeah, sure, Rahul, but you'll have to give me the courtesy of answering in the manner that I would like to answer. No? Sure. I would build my case as I would prefer to build it, not in the manner in which my Congress colleagues would like me to build it. So, and that was going to be where I was leading it to. So I've lost the flow of it. So I'm going to start exactly where I left. That it can, each one of those cases shows the existence of a proceed of crime or at least unexplained large quantities of cash. Unexplained huge quantities. Now the fundamental is people in public office, in this case several opposition leaders, with limited means as per their own income tax records, if they have unexplicable things, the answer cannot be a sort of a perverse expectation of Article 14. That, oh, till you don't raid somebody in the BJP, till then you can't be saying that these are correct. These are correct in their own right. They should be complemented. You have a problem. B has a problem. C has a problem. Go file a private complaint. Who has stopped you to take evidence and go and file a private complaint in the court? Are the courts all under section 200 of the CRPC? Are the courts and the judges in the pocket of the BJP? Number two, let's come to the Sonia Gandhi case which has been raised. In all these years, that the 10 years that this case has been there prior to the Narendra Modi government coming, what answer have they given to the fact that a political party is funding a company? I mean, our political parties to act as banks, and then this whole funding should lead to the takeover of that company by an entity owned by the Gandhi family.
Okay, so let me put that question to Sanjay Hegde. This is to do with your response on private citizens or anybody from the opposition filing a complaint. If you think that anybody in the BJP or in the government, Sanjay Hegde, is corrupt, you think the ED is not doing its job properly, Nalin Kohli challenges you to file a complaint in the SCO in any court and act on that complaint like Subramaniam Swamy did so often, virtually forcing the agency into a particular direction, even though at that time the agency didn't want to go. What's stopping members of the opposition and members of civil society who think the BJP or members of the BJP are corrupt from going and filing a private complaint?
Well, Rahul, firstly, please do not compare me to Subramaniam Swamy. That I don't know whether it is a scheduled offense or not. But be that as it may, I am not concerned with the politics of it. I am concerned with the constitutional questions which the Supreme Court has answered today and upheld several parts of this of the act itself. Somebody just now spoke about that 20 crore which was recovered in one case. Just let me illustrate for the benefit of your viewers what happened. The lady was somebody called Arpita Mukherjee. Now, just let's assume that you or I happen to buy a property from Arpita Mukherjee 2-3 days before this thing came about. The ED would then say that these are proceeds of crime. Go on to attach that property. I would not have even a remedy of filing an appeal because the PMLA appellate tribunals are not yet constituted. Most of them are unmanned. What is essentially happening is that there is a very harsh law which has been today upheld constitutionally by the Supreme Court. Somebody said that the essence of tyranny is the ability to make a harsh law and to use it selectively against your enemies. So you should recollect, your viewers will recollect the recent Maharashtra case where many of the people who went off to Guwahati said, look, we have ED problems and this is one way of doing a Ganga Snan. I would not conflate today's judgment with any of today's politics. Please keep all the politics aside. What today's judgment has done has to make the ED from a clawed tiger to a tiger with fangs and which can be a man-eater at times. I really fear that we are descending into a police state.
Okay, let Pinky Anand respond. Man-eating tiger. India descending into a police state, a harsh law being used selectively, and the fact that the number of cases, which used to be about 220 odd in the early 2010, like just few years after that, now has gone up to 1,180. So there's a big jump in the number of cases being filed by the ED. Respond to all of what Sanjay Hegde just said. Pinky Anand. Pinky Anand? Give me a moment as I try and fix that connection with Pinky Anand. And let me in the meanwhile put that question to Karnail Singh. As a former director of the Enforcement Directorate, your response to the charge that ED could become a man-eating tiger, that India is becoming a police state, that a harsh law is being used selectively. How do you respond to what the likes of Sanjay Hegde are saying?
See, the first we have to understand why internationally money laundering is considered to be the offense which has to be dealt with. See, I'll give you an example. Suppose the two persons are going to do business. One with the proceeds of crime and one without the proceeds of crime. One has a white money. The person with the proceeds of crime, his intention is only to conceal the origin of the money he has obtained. So what he is ready to business at par or with the loss also, because his purpose is different. The person with the actual money, the white money, when he does the business, he certainly needs certain profit out of it. Otherwise, nobody will do the business. But when the products of both goes into the market, who wins? The person with the bad money wins. And therefore, it is not the people who are doing money laundering. They are getting benefited. By the process, what you are doing is the people who are good citizens of the country, they are going to be losing in their business activities. I can cite many examples, but it will take a lot of time. Why the money laundering is considered to be one of the most heinous offense against the society. It is not the offense against the individual, it is against the society. It is against the nation. And therefore, stringent laws are required to deal with it. The people are indulging in corruption, taking away the huge government money and putting into their businesses and corrupt practices. And this money is not going to the public for their benefit. And therefore, these people have to be dealt properly. What Supreme Court has done is it has 555 pages judgment, and they have examined each and every aspect of the legislation. They have gone in depth about all the sections, section 3,
Singh
section 50,
this is an important counter, that in each instance where the ED has gone in, look at the kind of evidence that has been recovered, the mountain of cash recovered from the likes of Arpita Mukherjee. Cash seems terribly wrong, and so what if she's associated and member of the Trinamool Congress and they seem to have joint flats? Does that not need to be probed? And Nalin's point that if somebody has a case or a complaint as a private citizen, you can file the complaint. If you think that the agencies aren't doing their job, what's stopping you or anybody in the Congress from doing that?
Kamal Saab, with utmost deference, it is hardly a retort or a counter. It is nobody's case that money laundering should not be investigated. Let me be very clear. It is nobody's case, neither mine, nor Mr. Kohli, nor Mr. Karnail Singh's case. The problem is with malicious and differential application of law. Now, since Mr. Karnail Singh was kind enough to give an example, let me give a counter example. There were ED notices sent to 17 MLAs from the Shiv Sena who owed their allegiance to the Shinde faction. Now that Ghar Wapsi of sorts has happened, and now that they've joined hands with the BJP, will the ED follow through on those 17 ED investigations or 17 notices? Will the ED
that's the problem. Nalin Kohli, the fact that 17 MLAs get a notice, they're in the Shiv Sena now, and this is the Shinde Sena, and they're on your side, then suddenly the government agencies seem to go slow. Take, for example, what happened in the case of Suvendu Adhikari. That's a CBI case. But while he was being probed in the Narda case, others like Madan Mitra are in jail. Suvendu Adhikari is levelling charges against Mamta Banerjee, accusing her of corruption, whereas he has charges against him which were being probed when he was in the Trinamool, and suddenly nothing seems to be happening now that he's in the BJP and he's your star campaigner and your chief in West Bengal, Nalin Kohli?
So ask the ED. I'm not the spokesperson and I'm neither running the ED. But I can certainly as a lawyer make an intelligent guess. It's not very complicated. That in any investigation, it's not going to run on the basis of whether what somebody else wants. It will run on the basis of evidence. There are many cases
no, but
in
if
which
it's
there
the
will be a
same charge against people like Madan Mitra and Shuvendu Adhikari, one person ends up in jail, the other isn't even questioned, and it's the same charge. I have no idea the charge is true or not, but I know that it's the same charge, and one got acted against and the other didn't. One is in the BJP, the other isn't.
Yeah, so that is also a happy coincidence. So good thing that the person who's corrupt didn't join the BJP. That's your straightforward answer. We are very happy about that. So the man who probably obviously was the kingpin or was acting on it has gone on the other side. So as simple as that. So just because the corrupt person is in jail means that the BJP is at fault. That would be an ingenuous argument.
Can Nalin and the BJP get away by calling this a happy coincidence?
Why should I not call it a happy coincidence? Why shouldn't I call it a happy coincidence? I'll give you a counter argument.
Sanjay Hegde, please. Sanjay, if everybody speaks together, this is then democracy. 1 second, I can't have everyone speaking together. Nalin Kohli, you've just spoken, you made a point. Let Sanjay Hegde respond. I'll come back to you for a counter. Sanjay.
No, 1 minute, let me finish my other point.
Yes.
And I'll give you another example so that it's clear. For the last 3 days, people are saying Dr. Hemanto Biswa Sarma, the BJP used to attack him. It used to raise questions about his one scam. And the BJP, the minute he joined, it's over. Why don't people go and do their homework? He got exonerated by a court taking on the BJP. When he's exonerated, comes to the party separately, then people don't do their homework and start making an allegation. That's why I use the words very carefully. People should do their homework before they start making wild allegations.
Okay, Sanjay Hegde.
Well, my response would be that classic James Bond line. The first time can be happenstance. The second time can be coincidence. The third time is definitely enemy action. You have seen the ED in place after place continually taking its targets. I am not concerned. Please get every politician, and the next time the other lot comes in, they'll go after the other set, and it will make a lot of work for lawyers. I'm very happy with that. What I am, however, concerned is with the ordinary citizen who, it was not a BJP politician or a Congress politician who went to the challenge the constitutionality before the Supreme Court. These were ordinary citizens who had explanations and who had doubts about the law and the constitutionality of the manner that it was being operated, who went to the court, and and all those avenues have been shut down today by the court. What I really fear is not these showpiece investigations. That both sides are powerful enough, they will shout on television studios, they will fight in the streets. I'm speaking of, like I gave you that example, forget the TMC people. If somebody had bought a property from one of them, unknowingly, somebody who's taken a bank loan, but yet that property could be considered the fruits of crime, that would also be stuck in the investigation. There would be an attachment, and there would not really be any effective legal recourse. So what will that lead to? That will lead to not only that the top men in the ED have a field day when it comes to politicians, but people lower down.
Let Pinky Anand respond to your charge that these are sweeping powers which can be misused not just in high-profile cases, Pinky Anand, but in not-so-high-profile cases as well, and the charge that the agency is more active against members of the opposition and completely inactive against those who are in the BJP?
Rahul, I think these kind of wide arguments that are made or propositions that are made challenging, let us say, an act which has been made to prevent something which is a heinous crime, something which affects the country, something which is illicit in its nature, and to say that it is used one way or the other, or that it is wide. I mean, all laws that take into account drastic activities such as, I would include terrorism, such as security, such as the proceeds of PMLA, etc., are normally utilized towards fairly ill-gotten kind of situations. So the whole question here is of tracing, putting to rest, recovering back, and ensuring that the money doesn't go into the wrong hands. And for this purpose, if you have an act and you are today judging, and there is a judgment on that, basically which holds that it is constitutional, I mean, the anxiety that people seem to have will always be there. You know, you'll always find similar objections against any of the laws that relate to anti-terrorism, that relate to anti-drugs, that relates to other provisions of similar nature. So therefore, these kind of apprehensions cannot be allayed. What is the argument always made? This is too draconian, it is too wide sweeping, it can be misutilized. Of course, law can always be misutilized. But does that mean you don't have a law? Does that mean you don't recover the ill-gotten gains? Does that mean you don't attach in pursuance of law simply because somebody is unknowingly bought it, as Sanjay was saying? Somebody unknowingly buys a property, doesn't know it is tainted. It is tainted. It has to be attached. It has to be confiscated. Action has to be taken. The question of what are the consequences from illegality, you can't allow that to prevail further. Somewhere down the line, there has to be a balancing act, and that is what ultimately has been considered in the judgment.
No, but according to data put out by the government in the
Section 3,
Parliament,
Section 45 bail.
but Pinky Anand, according to government data in Parliament, overall the ED has filed 992 prosecution complaints, resulting so far in the conviction of 23 accused people under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. The opposition says, look at the conviction rates. Are many of these cases fishing expeditions against the accused? How do you respond to the charge by the opposition?
Rahul, do you know what the conviction rate in the country is vis-a-vis general crime? Is it much higher than 20%? So simply because we keep bringing out these figures, what happens to the conviction and what happens to the process of law is something that we need to sweep out of the carpet and to take action on that. Not to say because there are fewer convictions under PMLA as it stands, though frankly it's no comparison, any comparison to CRPC and other normal offences would show that there is a general problem in this respect of conviction. But the question is not only conviction, the question is of taking action during the pendency of illegal action. The question is of attaching the property. The question is of confiscating the property. Acquittal and convictions by themselves are a different basis altogether.
Let me put that same question to Colonel Singh. You've been in the ED and you would be best placed to answer this question. A total of 3,985 cases. Out of those, prosecution complaints in 992 cases, convictions only against 23 accused under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. You've also been in the special cell. We've looked at normal policing. Why is it that the conviction rate is so low? Is it Pinky Anand makes the point that it's low per se, but this seems a very particularly low percentage.
Rahul, let me explain you one thing. What is conviction rate? Conviction rate is based on number of cases decided. And out of those decided cases, in how many cases the persons have been convicted and in how many cases persons have been acquitted. Now, the 23 cases have been decided of the ED. So you have to find out in how many cases of 23 the persons have been convicted. And I have calculated it. The conviction rate in ED is almost touching to the 90%.
How? It's 2.3%. If I take 23 as a percentage of 992, it's 2.3%.
No, you don't take conviction rate on the basis of number of cases are being tried. You take conviction rate on the basis of number of cases decided. So if that way you will go, so many cases are pending in the courts of the other types of crime, they don't come under the conviction rate. So
no, I don't understand. What's the difference? If a total of 3,985 cases have been filed, there are prosecution complaints in 992 cases, conviction is 23, that's 2.3%.
That is not conviction rate. Conviction rate is based on number of cases decided, not number of cases being tried. Number of cases decided are just 23.
Sanjay Hegde, now I've heard this from senior officers in the ED at current as well. They're saying, and Pinky Anand alludes to that point, look at conviction rate per se. A, you're calculating it wrong. You can't divide. You have to divide on the basis of number of cases decided, not on the basis of overall number of cases. And B, conviction rate per se in India is low, and that is true for all laws.
Well, let's put it this way. If you have had only 23 cases decided in the last 8 or 10 years, then what exactly has the Enforcement Directorate been doing about it?
See,
and conviction, please, sir, let me complete. And conviction rate is based ultimately upon the number of prosecutions launched. How many convictions did you get? Now, if you want to keep shifting the goalposts, it's neither here nor there. My point against this law is not only the overbroadness when it comes to attachment of property, it is also the ability to just arrest anyone. The Supreme Court has today upheld several provisions which are not applicable even in normal law and not even with regard to the Drugs Act. Even in the NDPS, some of these provisions have been struck down. But today, to get over that, the government made an amendment and the amendment has been upheld today by this court. I would really sincerely think that this is a judgment which at some future date will be reviewed by the same court.
But the fact, Adil Singh Boparai, is a lot of these changes which the Congress is now complaining about were actually introduced by then Finance Minister P. Chidambaram, who made the law much more stringent than it was. Now, Chidambaram himself, his family and others in the Congress are bearing the brunt of it. You're the ones who made these changes.
Well, that's not correct, Mr. Kanwal. The mantra of this government is that you show me the face and I will show you the rule. I'm again reiterating. You show me the face and I will show you the rule. Now, more stringent the law, the greater is the need of necessary safeguards. Now, let me just delve into what the Supreme Court has said. Now, under the PMLA, you have something called the Appellate Authority, which is a judicial body which is manned by former judges and which overlooks confiscation, investigation, seizure, etc. Now, since September 2019, please put this question to Mr. Kanwal, to Mr. Kohli. Since September 2019, this body is redundant. It is defunct. There has to be some judicial overview.
There's no judge appointed there.
And number two, let me. The problem today is malicious and misuse of agencies. And it's very convenient for the BJP to say that, well, this is a happy coincidence. I am sorry. Was it a happy coincidence even in Mukul Roy's case? Was it a happy coincidence even in the multiple cases which we're hearing from Karnataka?
No, let's take Mukul Roy's case, Nalin Kohli, as an example. When he was in the Trinamool, your former colleague as a spokesperson and now UP Minister Siddharth Singh used to say, Bhag Mukul Bhag, CBI aati. This is when he was in charge of West Bengal. Then he joined the BJP. Suddenly nothing happened against him. All this while, no real action in any real sense against Mukul Roy. Now Mukul Roy may be switching over. He's announced that he's switching over. It's not happened technically, but essentially he's coming back to the Trinamool. Now again there are demands being made of action being taken against him. Adil Singh Boparai says, show me the person, I'll show you the rule.
Yeah, so let's answer the charge. The charge is that the Congress party is faced with an identity and a serious problem. Their Shakti Peeth is the Nehru Gandhi family, which has no answers for the AGL case and the National Herald case in which they are out on bail, which precedes the formation of the BJP government. Till date, there is not a credible answer. There is everything under the sun and everything possible under the sun except a straight answer. If there is no crime, you have a straight answer, direct to the facts. These are the facts, this is my answer, these are the documents, the matter closes. You put it out in the media, you do a press conference, you show it and you close the matter. Instead of that, you have a jalebi answer. इधर से ले जाओ, उधर से ले जाओ, उस पे सवाल उठा दो, इस पे सवाल उठा दो, बीजेपी की credibility पे करो. How does that remove the fact that there is corruption or at least perceived corruption on which there is no answer by the Nehru Gandhi family? That is the problem. So you start then creating a counter narrative to say, oh, the BJP, under the BJP, the ED does that. Then when you show 10 examples that 20 crores is found, then you say, no, but what about in this case when he was first here? Stop changing the rules of the game. Answer the basic problem that you are, or the Congress party, is anguished. They have no credible answer to the Nehru Gandhi problem in the...
Now here is the problem. Adil Singh Boparai...
Now let's come to Sanjay Hegde ji.
Yes.
Sanjay Hegde ji, 1 minute.
Let Nalin complete.
To Mr. Sanjay Hegde.
Let Nalin complete.
Mr. Sanjay Hegde, 1 minute, let me complete. Mr. Sanjay Hegde, as a colleague of mine in the court, comes up with another ingenious argument. In the batch of 240 cases, he says they are ordinary people. Now, Karti Chidambaram is one of the people who agitated this case forcefully. Since when he is ordinary? So, Mr. Sanjay Hegde can build a case to put it as if he's not. He has equal political leanings as I do. He may not be formally in a party. He's entitled to, and that has to be respected. There is no problem. He doesn't have to be a supporter of me or my party. He can be a supporter of someone else. But the end of the day is, in a judgment, after 500 pages is written, the politicization of the act has to stop. You have a problem. There are remedies under the act, outside the act, before the court. But you can't run down the act, its purpose, and the functioning of the agency because it doesn't suit an argument.
Okay, I'm out of time. Sanjay Hegde has his finger up. It was also a direct charge at him, so I'll let him respond and then go around and wrap up.
No, let me answer one thing about my political leanings. I don't lean in favor of any party, but I certainly lean away from the ruling party. That's the extent of my politics. But that's irrelevant to the question of whether this harsh law is constitutional or not. I say that even in the NDPS, there are similar provisions have been struck down. But now with regard to money laundering, the Supreme Court has upheld it. I think there is a logic error. And I do think that this is a judgment which will go down as badly as the 1976 judgment of ADM Jabalpur, which got overturned by its own children.
Okay, Adil, very quickly.